Good morning. We are glad that you have joined us today on Saturday. I'm talking about offline and online participants. Yesterday, we were talking about net zero in a broader meaning. Today, we are going to discuss land issues and other areas in relation to land. We shall talk about the national level, about the local level. I do hope this day will be active and will be very useful for you. And I will give the floor to Alexander. Thank you, Maria, for this brief introduction. So we have already started our section number 2. It's about investments into net zero. We are the coordinators of this session. I'm happy to welcome you here. Today we are going to have 5 sessions, and Maria has already introduced our session number 1. Dear online audience, if you would like to ask questions and to participate in discussions, please write your comments and questions in the chat, and we are going to start. Thank you, Alexander. Our first session will be about national level, also about international level. We are going to discuss about land policy, land management, and net zero. What are the concepts and how Ukraine is moving on? Now I would like to invite here our speakers, our panelists. We shall have today both speakers who are with us offline and online. Our first speaker is Mr. Moritz Hauer. He is the leading research associate regarding land governance, greenhouse mitigation, and climate change adaptation, representing international organization ENG, based in Berlin. Also, I would like to invite here Ms. Yulia Ovchennikova, member of the Parliament of Ukraine, chair of the subcommittee of the Committee on Environmental Policy and Nature. Thank you, Ms. Yulia, for joining us today. Also, we have our online speaker, Mr. Serhiy Matveyev, a leading biodiversity expert of the UNDP GEF project, a comprehensive program on updating our action plan on biodiversity and preparation of the 7th action plan. We also have our online speaker, Mr. Andriy Bortnik, the candidate having PhD in agriculture, and he's the head of the Northwestern Interregional Center of the State Agency of the Institute of Soil Protection of Ukraine. And we also have Professor Andriy Martin, head of the Department of Land Management Planning at the National University of Bioresources and Nature Use of Ukraine. And he's also the manager at the Reform Office at the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. So we shall have a very interesting panel. We shall discuss different things at different levels. And I would like to give the floor to Mr. Moritz Hauer, and he will share with us certain ideas, how we understand land management, how we can be moving towards net zero, how this idea is understood at the level of EU member states, and how the European Union is doing in this respect, and what are the risks and challenges that probably Ukraine should address. Mr. Hauer, I do hope you will be able to share your screen and share your experience with us.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you for the introduction. I really appreciate it. Let me try to share my screen. Could you confirm very quickly that you're able to see my screen?
Так, ми бачимо на
Screen?
Fantastic, thank you. Yes, so as per the introduction, I would like to give a little bit of a brief overview of a few concepts and perhaps some of the larger contexts. Everything I will be presenting is based on a publication that TMG Research has, in collaboration with the Robert Bosch Foundation, developed. It looks at net zero and the implications for land demand and land use. It also looks at the implications for land rights in terms of land governance, but this is mostly in an African context. So I will be skipping that portion of the publication for today, and I will focus on the implications for land use and land demands. All of the graphics that you see here in this presentation are in this publication, and I will share a link at the end of it. My name is Moritz. I work as a research associate at TMG. I focus on land governance and climate change mitigation and adaptation, and I'm very happy for the invitation. Thank you to Ukraine from Berlin. Now, let me start with a very basic fact. Basically, I know that all of you in your work relate to land in some way. That's very normal. We all depend on land essentially. So land fulfills many functions for us, right? It is first of all our home. It's where our cultural heritage is based. It is where our houses stay. It is where our industry is from. It is where the animals, the food, the water, it all relates to land in some form. So land is the baseline below everything. Now, this, of course, also means that a land is where all of our sustainability, all of our environmental or climate targets relate to. Now, I know that we have a vast amount of land on this planet, but it is also not unlimited. So thinking about how our land-related goals, whether they are directly land-related, such as environmental degradation or land restoration, or whether it is slightly less directly related goals such as carbon storage and removal, all of these in some way or another relate to land. And this is important to keep in mind, even though it's such a basic fact, but sometimes the most basic facts are the ones we tend to forget about a little bit. So it's important to be conscious of the critical role that land plays in all of our lives and for our goals. Now, if we look specifically at climate change and net zero, which is what we're here to talk about, it's always helpful to take a quick look at what are the projections, where we're heading, what needs to happen for net zero to be possible. And here it becomes very clear that we don't have so many options, according to the IPCC, on the future scenarios that we need to follow in order to have a chance of limiting global warming to or below 2 degrees. If you look closely, you probably have already seen that this is, at the current stage, only the shared socioeconomic pathway 1, which is the most sustainability-focused scenario out of the 5. Now, I'm sure I don't need to tell you that this is not the scenario we are currently on. The world is heading for a slightly different trajectory, unfortunately, but all of these different shared socioeconomic pathways or climate scenarios, you could call them as well, they have different implications on how land is to be used and how we envision land and land demand and land use to shape under each of these scenarios. So let's take a very quick look at 2 of these shared socioeconomic pathways. The first one, the sustainability one, which would limit global warming to 2 degrees or below. And then let's also have a quick look at the second scenario called the middle road. Here you see two graphics, and there's no need to look at all of the lines. I specifically want to direct your attention to the green line, which represents forest land. So the projections of the IPCC emphasize that limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees or below 2 degrees heavily depends on our ability to remove and sequester carbon from the atmosphere inland. I'm sure, as most of you know, there are different ways of doing that. That includes reforestation or afforestation, peatland restoration, enriching soil. There are different ways of doing that. And if you look at the projection of the IPCC here represented in these 2 graphs, you can see that they clearly project an increase in forest land, coupled with a decrease in cropland and pasture land. We will talk about that in a second. Also an increase in bioenergy cropland. But what's critical here is to see that there's a projected increase in land mass, which is supposed to sequester carbon from the atmosphere. If we look at that, then of course we need to ask the question, given that we have so many different environmental but also industrial targets that relate to land, we need to critically question where this land is going to come from and how we are going to use the land to enable such a scenario, which, just as a reminder, is the only scenario that will limit global warming to 2 degrees or below. So we need land. But there's a problem with land, specifically a problem with land and forests and ecosystems that are capable of absorbing emissions from the atmosphere. And that is that over the past 10,000 years, forest land has been shrinking, quite frankly. And it has mostly been shrinking because of grazing land and cropland, so agricultural activity expanding rapidly. You can see here the dynamic over the past 100 years has been quite significant, and the reduction in forest land, but also the reduction in wild grassland and shrubs, which is perhaps even more striking. And maybe, as some of you know, grasslands are very important sequestering ecosystems of emissions as well. Then we can already start to see that there's a problem shaping here. So on the one hand, we know that we need an expansion of forest land and grassland if we are to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees or below 2 degrees. But we face the first paradox at this point, that our land use dynamics are currently heading in a different direction. Over the next few slides, I would like to show a few more, let's say, high-level problems such as this that make it currently difficult for us to truly talk about net zero from a land perspective, because the trends are heading in a different direction. So, to summarize for this one, the first trend is that our land use is shifting away from forest and grassland, even though we need to be shifting towards forest and grassland. The next issue is that some of the nationally determined contributions, or you could say national climate pledges, they tend to overly rely on land to remove emissions. So in the climate plans, they project a heavy use of land to remove carbon from the atmosphere and thereby achieve national climate targets. This is problematic for two reasons. The first reason is that there's unlikely to be enough land. I will talk about the numbers in a second. And the second reason is that it can create a false sense of security by overly relying on land, that we are able to implement our climate targets. But in the end, we seem to be setting, at least in some regards, unrealistic ideas about where and how we can achieve net zero targets. If you look at the cumulative land demand of the available nationally determined contributions, and I'm sure many of you know the land gap report, where this data comes from. They have analyzed the nationally determined contributions and found that, taken all together, the land demand of these climate pledges to remove carbon from the atmosphere adds up to 1 billion hectares by 2060, if these plans are to be implemented. To give you an idea, 1 billion hectares is roughly the size of the United States. So we are planning our climate targets on efforts to remove carbon from the atmosphere through land in an area the size of the US. Now, if this sounds a little bit unrealistic to you, then I can only agree, because it is unrealistic. So let's zoom in a little bit, or zoom out, and have a look at how the land use demands are distributed in the world. I hope you can see the graphic well. Now, I know there's a lot happening here, but basically all of the countries in red, in yellow, or in brown implement in their national climate plans a large number of land, a large area of land for carbon removal. Now, what you might also find when you look at this is that many of these countries are highly emitting countries. We have the US, we have Canada, we have Brazil, we have Russia, we have India, we have China, we have Saudi Arabia. All of these countries are states that contribute quite massively to global climate change and have unrealistic expectations of how land-based carbon sequestration and removal will be used to achieve their national climate targets. Now, maybe you begin to see what I'm trying to say here is that in addition to that, forests and grasslands are not increasing as we need them to increase, but instead shrinking, we now also have the second problem of countries overly relying on land to achieve their climate targets, making it again slightly more unrealistic to achieve these targets. Now, I don't want to blame other countries in the world without looking at where I am from myself and where we are. The European Union is not doing incredibly well in achieving its climate targets in the land sector. To be fair, it has set a quite ambitious target of 300 million tons of CO2 equivalent to be removed through the land sectors, so different forms of land use. The target of 310 million tons CO2 equivalent to be achieved by 2030 is currently not on track. So that means, as you can see in the graphic here on the right-hand side, we have been around that target for some time, but we have been falling off. For the European Union, this is specifically related to the agriculture and land use sector, but also, to be fair, the protection of natural land, forest land, and grasslands in the EU must be strengthened if the target of 310 million tons CO2 equivalent carbon removal is to be achieved. Now, I said I won't be talking about the implications on land use in other parts of the world. But let me just use this one slide to briefly basically say that carbon offsetting is not the solution. This is an analysis that the publication spends quite some time on, and I just want to briefly direct your attention to a few things in this large graphic. I know there's a lot to digest here, but this is based on an analysis by the Land Matrix Initiative, and they have looked at carbon offsetting projects, land-based, so from the land sector, land-based carbon offsetting projects in the voluntary carbon market. Excuse me. And they have found that the largest land-based carbon offsetting projects in the world happen in countries where land governance and the protection of land rights and land ownership is comparatively weak. Now, you can maybe see where I'm trying to go with this, is that if we over-rely on land to achieve our climate targets, and we might outsource solving the problem to other parts of the world, we run the risk of fueling land grabs, environmental damage, and displacing communities who live in these other parts of the world. So leveraging land-based carbon offsetting projects to achieve our own climate plans is really not the solution either. So we should be careful about that. It's important to stick to our own lands, so to say, when trying to achieve our climate targets. And as we said in the beginning, the IPCC points out that land is essential. Land-based carbon sequestration is essential to achieve the shared socioeconomic pathways 1 and 2 associated with climate at or below 2 degrees warming. But using land in this way, in the form of carbon offsetting, is certainly not the answer. With this, I hope to paint a picture of some of the current problems we are facing. None of these problems are impossible to manage. Balancing these demands is what sustainable land management is all about, and integrated land management plans that combine targets of biodiversity, that combine targets of climate mitigation, but also consider food security alongside each other, is how we can reach these ambitious goals, and is how we can reach ambitious goals within the European Union on in the land use sector as well. But relying on carbon offsetting is most likely not going to be the answer. Relying on land-based carbon offsetting, that is. There are different forms of it. Now with that, I hope to have provided a little bit of an overview and maybe a challenge for some of the discussions to consider some of the key problems we're facing in the land sector at this moment. If you like to have a closer look, here's a link to the publications we have developed. It's available online as well, and feel free to reach out to me as well if you have any questions.
Дуже дякую, пане Моріцу. Дуже дякую за таку цікаву.
Thank you very much, Maurice, for this very interesting presentation. And of course, there's issues about carbon project and there's risks. I know that Maurice wanted them to come to Ukraine, but because of this war state, he couldn't come. But we hope that he will be capable to come next time, come to us. And we have some more minutes for questions. If you have questions, if not, so we will move. And yes, we have a question. Maurice, please, do you hear me? I have a question about this. The last by one slide where there were these national proposals about the forestry from each country. And if we look at the European Union in this context, the majority of countries, maybe they don't have even areas, and they consider realistically the forest possibilities. But what are the mechanisms now that the big countries in EU, like Germany, Spain, and France, they wanted to achieve these reforestation targets, if it is the point of the solution? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. That is a very good point. Now I can, given that I'm based in Germany, I can speak a little bit more about Germany. Germany is clearly on path to fail most of its land restoration and nature protection targets. So even though we don't separate these targets as clearly within the EU, Germany would be failing its respective land targets at reconciling and renaturing land area to a degree that would be necessary and in line with carbon sequestration needed to achieve our climate targets. And then maybe let me add one more point, because I think you pointed out Spain, for instance. That is, of course, another issue we're facing in the context of land-based carbon sequestration and removal, is that as we progress in our climate change trajectories, and as the degree of warming increases, we reach certain tipping points, as you all know, and these accelerate warming to a degree. And we know that land is changing, and we can see the wildfires, for instance, in Spain. And so many of our land-based carbon removal methods might become outdated under different scenarios of climate change, which again is, of course, a critical argument to remove emissions at the source as much as we can, right? Because our methods might fail under more critical climate changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Moritz. I hope that you can stay with us until the end of the session. Maybe we will have other ideas and recommendations of Ukraine, how we move to net zero in the land management. And now we move to the national level, where we are as a country, Ukraine. So we will put on the screen the next presentation. I would like to invite Yulia to give her the floor to understand what phase right now Ukraine is. And we understand that there are lots of challenges and as for land management and how the war influences the land, and we understand the competition over the land use between the sectors. So maybe you can exchange and where Ukraine is moving and how we can assure the stable use of resources and biodiversity if we can move to the 15% of by 2030. Good morning, dear colleagues. Very happy to be with you. Thank you very much for this invitation. And first of all, I would like to mention that I'm from the Committee on Land Use and Use Management and changes of land code. It's the agrarian management. But if we speak about the type of use, we participate as with an important committee in the parliament, but a very vivid example that committees can interchange and we can remember the use of agricultural land and for 6 months the parliament was discussing this issue, and we were speaking that the forests are not conserved and the natural forests are not protected and they didn't have any special status, and this is the point that became very important, and European Union mentioned that this is the example how we can keep the natural forests, and Petro was the developer of this forest and the law on it, but the global point of changes of climate I would like to show on this slide. This is a model of renewal of the second contribution which was developed by the ministry, and we saw very terrible indicators in 2019 when the emissions of the croplands they exceeded the amounts of forest lands, and we see that the situation before the 22 the year of full-scale invasion, and the situation was a bit balanced because the forest cuts were reduced, and we see not because that the cropland was reduced, but the forest started to absorb more. So this is the point that we cannot increase the cutting of forests, and secondly, we cannot deny the requirements from EU. And what takes place on the national level, and I will cite the law on state ecological policy up to 2030. So these amounts they are very declarative, and they need some solutions. And in this land, it says that the country should increase the pasture lands and to increase the biodiversity and prevent the climate change, and to increase the natural lands lateral reserve up to 15% and increase the forest up to 17%. But these numbers they need very precise actions. As for the EU, we know the deforestation regulation EUGR, these regulations they should postpone for 1 year, but but our country and the different groups of stakeholders we discuss this regulation, and because it influences our activities, and it says that the products are not allowed to the market of EU, which inflicted the deforestation. And in our country, we regulated it in a law, and regulation says that it should be covering other ecosystems like steppes and pastures, and we hope that these decisions will be taken as for the results to achieve these numbers in the law that as we were looking at them. I wanted to be concentrated on three laws adopted in 2020. The first one, it was about the use of land. Second, it was the implementation of some points about protection of flora and fauna, and also the law on natural forests. Sometimes we say 5650. These are the draft laws. I use numbers. They are very strange, but this is every law can live 10, 15 years. Sometimes the law cannot live even 10 years, but it's a very difficult discussion. But we can concentrate on achieve the results. What was important in 2020? This law introduced the notion of complex development, and through the law, the full-scale war, we saw the postponement of implementation of this law, and what was important, the use and the conservation of turf deposits. It's very important for climate protection. And as for the implementation on the sub-regulatory acts, we had the resolution. We don't have the resolution today, but a very active work is done that can assure the preparation, and it should be accepted. So unfortunately, the government didn't include biodiversity, and we hope that it will be changed. The second law, as I mentioned, the idea of the norms of humanization of the society to protect the animal world. But when we developed this law, we understood that we can create the law, the nature protection field, to create the red lines. And in the Zakarpattia region, we discussed this point right now already in different communities. It's very important when we can discuss our legislation to make it balanced and not to come away too far away from law, from nature protection work, which is our main work in the committee.
We have the resolution and we have the results. We have nature conservation zones in Lviv, Vinnytsia, Cherkasy region, and the Donetsk University, which is now based in Vinnytsia, is the only university that got the International Freedom Award. We are happy that we continue our scientific work, and we managed to establish these nature conservation zones. Yesterday, we had a meeting in Lviv Regional Administration on preservation of biodiversity and expanding the nature conservation zone in Lviv region. And there is also a law on self-seeding forests. We already have a definition of the term. We are happy that we have GIS system for finding such forests, and we cooperate with specialized prosecutor regarding the oversight of the law implementation. And we also established cooperation with the civil society. We have established special dialogue platform, and we invite all the public organizations working on nature issues to discuss important questions. And we also initiate different meetings, and we use these meetings as a tool to promote certain legislation, amendments to the bylaws, and generally we oversight the way the recommendations are implemented. Another important point regarding forest preservation are certain limitations to changing the land use. Also, we have banned afforestation in steppe. We know that steppes are unique ecosystems which we have to preserve, and there is a specific law on this. So these are small practical steps that have been taken. Last year, we had an important international event, the committee hearing. It's also an important tool of our activities. When we do this hearing, we develop recommendations, and after this, we oblige the Cabinet of Ministries and the line ministries to implement these recommendations and report what has been implemented. Yesterday, we got a letter from the ministry, and we will see how these recommendations are implemented. For example, the peatland resolution, biodiversity resolution, and we already plan expansion of the national nature parks and nature reserve funds at the local level. At the same time, it is important that we are planning certain draft laws and bylaws, those I have been talking before. Regarding nature and reserve fund, there was a law that stated that it should be up to 15%, but if we look at the biodiversity strategy, the same area is 15%, and currently we have almost 7%. So we are working in this area, and the local communities raise certain issues. So I think we have to develop the mechanisms to make the communities interested. It's also important to do awareness raising regarding what is Natura 2000, what is Emerald Network, and I do hope we shall adopt the law on the Emerald Network. And we have to say that Natura 2000 is about management, about development of green tourism and many other things. So we have to do those educational campaigns. And for example, we had one of the meetings in highland communities in Chernatissa. It was 2022, where we were talking to the community for 3 hours what the Emerald Network is, why we have to work in this area. These were very complicated discussions. People raised very complicated issues on hunting, on nature and reserve fund. And well, I am for nature. And well, we have to hear both parties, and we have to address the interest of both parties to a case. And there are also civil society institutes, and they also develop their documents. We do the monitoring of these activities. Before the parliament, I was a dean at Donetsk University, the dean of biological faculty. And what is important for me, that any changes to the legislation were based on evidence. I do not like any populistic things, but believe me, when you provide scientific substantiation of any legislative changes, it means we take a more qualified approach to our legislation. Now, I would like to mention what we were writing in our recommendations. Well, in 2 weeks, we go to the Carpathia, Transcarpathian region. We shall have a meeting with Euro Integration Committee. For us, it is important to be transparent. Green energy is very important for our country, but it should not violate nature conservation legislation. We have to be sincere and open, and we should not make precedents for the country which is on the way to the EU. Also, you see that in our recommendations, we set specific indicators, and it is really important to create and establish a special agency for Nature and Reserve Fund that will be responsible for the Emerald Network. And this is one of the points in the governmental action plan. There will be a very difficult discussion in the parliament. Any agency presupposes funding, but the better we substantiate why this agency is important, the easier it will be for us to promote it in the parliament. So in our recommendations, we have addressed this point, and I'm grateful to the Ukrainian conservation group and also the group Environment People Law that provided very nice substantiation. And these issues are really important for us. To conclude my presentation, I would like to give an example. Right now, we are working in Vinnytsia region. There is our office there, and we are also working in Kyiv. And there is a very good example of establishing nature reserve sites at the local level. Probably you have heard our nature and cultural reserve Busha in Vinnytsia region, and one of the enterprises wanted to do fossil fuel exploration. It's very close to the border with Moldova, and the public activists said that it's a unique territory because it has very many rare species, and it's necessary to preserve this area for it to be the unique example of green tourism, of community development. And after long-term communications, we were talking to regional authorities, local authorities. We had a number of meetings and discussions, and as a result, we managed to do the nature reserve of local significance, but now there are court cases, and there are many of them. Well, this is democracy. Everybody has the right to protect his or her right. It's very important to find a balance between interests of the community, protection of nature, and Euro integration. And also, here you see rare species, and now we do not have lots of areas which can be called its habitat. And unfortunately, we know that there are lots of animals which are on the verge of extinction, and our country is at war. Every day we are fighting the terrorist country, but we have to think not only about our Euro integration path, but also we have to think about our constitutional right. This is the right for clean and healthy environment. Another example is establishment of the nature reserve, which protects these species, and we are happy that Lviv region also submitted special documents to protect this kind of animal. So any synergy yields good results. We do hope that the step will take further steps, and preservation and sustainable management of land resources will be based on a vision of interest of all the stakeholders. We are doing whatever we can, but good results can be achieved only due to synergetic work. Thank you for the chance to present at your conference. Thank you, Yulia. We have some time for questions. So if you have questions, please, you may ask them. I do not see any questions. Probably I will voice a question. We wanted to invite people from the Ministry of Economy here, and also from the State Geological Register. And well, they said they won't be able to join our symposium. So we have those difficult communication with them. What about you? How do you communicate with the parliamentarians, with the newly established ministries? So how are they ready to work on sustainable land use and preservation of biodiversity? Definitely we communicate with them, and we have a line ministry established, and I would like to say that probably we need a special ministry on environment protection, because we have in one ministry 2 directions, and one needs deregulation, another one needs regulation. So we have the conflict of interest here. Well, we'll see how it goes. The minister himself is closely cooperating with our committee, and we do hope he will be able to find this golden balance. He will be trying to somehow combine these two contradictory directions. So, what about our model of cooperation? The minister was present at the meeting of the committee. Then there are vice ministers, and they are responsible for certain areas of work and directions. Later, we'll see the results. We do hope that we'll be able to do lots of positive things together. But once again, I have my personal opinion, and we live in a democratic country. Therefore, everybody has a right to voice his or her own opinion. So I do hope that we'll be able to produce good results. Still, we have to address the European integration, and that's why both ministries were combined into one. The idea was that somehow it will accelerate the process on our Euro integration path. We do have this communication. I hope the results will be positive. So let's hope for good results. And here we have a question in the audience. So we have time for one question, and then we proceed. Helena Bekachak, Environmental Department in Lviv City Council. Thank you very much for your presentation. You have mentioned the Nature Reserve Agency that may be established in future. What about the control tools? Probably the local self-governance authority may be given these control tools. Thank you for your question. This is the horizontal reform, and it is one of the priority directions for our government. What do we have for now? In 2021, the environmental control was adopted in first reading. As of today, it is almost blocked. There was no second reading. There are several models. There are profiled deputies in our committee that are responsible for this activity, but definitely we'll discuss it. So now there are 5, the so-called project regions, in order to test the model of environmental control and to choose the most optimal one. I definitely want the law to be adopted as quickly as possible. And while we test those models, lots of things can be lost. And I know that there are lots of issues at the local level, starting with the claims that certain nature conservation norms are violated, and there are also certain corruption cases. This reform definitely is something we need. Without this reform, it's difficult to talk about anything else. The working groups are working. There are very complicated discussions about the model. But what is positive? The positive point is that this is a priority area. The second point, certain activities are how to choose the most optimal model and how to start the second reading of the draft law. And I hope that after some time, after testing these models in those project regions, the optimal model will be adopted, the law will be voted for in the parliament and signed by the president. Thank you very much, Ms. Ovchinnikova, and I do hope at the end we'll have some more time for questions. And now we are going to discuss the issue of biodiversity. Even if the governmental plan doesn't have the biodiversity issue, but it is included into Ukraine facility plan. It is, unfortunately, biodiversity is not present in the indicators, but, well, the issue is there anyway. So now I would like to give the floor to Serhiy Matveyev, who actually participates in the development of the strategy for the conservation of biodiversity. Mr. Matveyev, please share your ideas about the process and share the challenges you see in this strategy, because this is a comprehensive document containing different solutions. And could you please state when we can expect the document to be adopted? I'll try to share the screen right now. Do you see my screen? But it is not the full screen. Make it full screen, please. Well, with me, it is full screen. Probably you can get back. Fine. So I think we can see your screen. So at least like this, it's enough. Good afternoon once again. I'll start with a brief story. In 2022, at the conference on biodiversity, the special framework program was adopted, our Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. And why the framework program was adopted? What was the need for this? About 25% of fauna and flora species are on the verge of extinction. And that means that about 1 million of species of wild animals and plants can disappear in the nearest decade if we do not take any measures to stop the process. And disappearance of species is happening very quickly, and it is much quicker than during the previous period. Therefore, the biosphere undergoes unprecedented changes in all areas. So we lose species, we lose ecosystems. This is some introduction, and therefore this decision was made. The very global program as such has the following vision, where people live in harmony with nature and where the biodiversity will be preserved and there will be benefits for everybody. And the same program has 4 global goals by 2050 and 23 global targets by 2030. The global aim A, the area of natural ecosystems is significantly increased by 2050 and human-induced extinction of threatened species is halted. The second goal. Do you change the slides? Because we do not see that the slides are changing. Yes, I have been switching the slides. Probably you can stop sharing the screen and start it again because the slides are not changing. I'll try to do it once again. Probably you can stop sharing.
So now we are on the first slide. Okay, let's move in this way. I don't know why I was practicing before. So the next target is the just distribution of money, and the next the target is the possibility to use appropriately the tools. So the mechanism should be available for all stakeholders. And accordingly, this program decided that the states of this convention should revise their targets. Ukraine didn't have its program, and so we needed to create this program. And here we were supported by the UNDP project about the preliminary measures and development of a strategy. And this is the first project was small, and the second was a bigger global project in 69 countries of the world for renewal of the strategies, and including Ukraine. And accordingly, in this project, we started to develop the strategy of biodiversity until 2035. We involved 20 experts who developed the first version. It was transferred to the Ministry of Environment, and there was a working group for the development of the draft strategy and biodiversity, and the working group was democratic, and anybody could enter, and there were more than 60 members, and during 8 sessions we considered the draft, and all the members of the group could provide the proposals. These proposals were considered, included into the strategy, and almost the result of the working group was created a new version of a strategy, and this new package of the draft strategy, together with these documents required for submission, was transferred to the Ministry of Economy, as the Ministry of Environment was liquidated, and the process reduced, but the other ministry was liquidated, so we developed a session inside the ministry, and there was a mixed composition, some experts from different ministries, and we had as you heard, and including the reduction of pollution, integration, and the policy of biodiversity in all sectors of economy, improvement of potential access to judicial gender equality, and a very difficult program with difficult tasks, and even some experts. They couldn't proceed, and we had to change even the experts, and I wanted to point out some strategic goals as for spatial planning, and so the spatial planning for environmental protection, and I took only tasks they should be achieved. So the legislation in for city planning and landscape planning and city documents on all levels, development of recommendations for optimum structure of the land use, and reduction of excessive of agriculture use, strategy for biological diversity for 2035, and there were changes in general planning of territory to Ukraine. Also, construction norms should be changed, and special data on biodiversity should be introduced. Next, reduction of degraded land, water, and sea ecosystems, including the territories that suffered from hostilities. So we expect as a result with the new legislation, inventory of degraded ecosystems, introduction on national plans of renewal of the nature, to restore at least 30% of degraded land, water, and sea ecosystems, creation of information portal on restoration of ecosystem, and assure the results on reduction of agriculture use and transparency of the territories. So next, target 3, taking at the protection at least 30% of territory of Ukraine on land and in in the Black Sea and Azov Seas. Expected results, regional and local programs on the development of eco networks. So it will be 30% of territory of Ukraine, which will be in documents, national documents, and in increase of lands that should be protected on international level, like human and biosphere emerald network. So it will not be until 2030, but it's only on the first phase of introduction. And next, target 10 of those that I wanted to prepare, assuring of use and of biodiversity in agriculture, forest, and fishery sectors of economy through biodiversity-friendly practices. So there was a whole session about this. So the result will be, we expect before 2030 there will be 30% of agricultural land for organic use. Agrarian landscape of Ukraine would be optimized. Use of forest lines for protection of agricultural lands, also development of regional plans of optimization of agrarian landscape, and taking out 250,000 hectares of degraded and low productive and polluted land, agricultural land, recovered plants on at least 200,000 hectares in main elements in agrarian landscapes. So these were the results. So the experts who created this strategy, they took other points from other documents they can overlap. So this is in short like this. So we expect that the strategy will go in implementation these days. So the challenge was the strategy by itself as compared to other strategies, and in total it was 200 pages, 90%, 90 pages of text, and plus the images, and there were 70 legislation acts. They should be changed. A very big document, but if it is accepted, when we worked, we expected that the experts will work on maximum, and what we didn't do now is the next composition of cabinet of ministers will work, because the plans are to do it by 3 years of scale. Why until 2035? Because we are a bit later, because we just created the strategy right now. So just in a short, it will be like this, and the biggest challenge with acceptance of this strategy right now. So we have time by now, but it should be approved by more than 40 authorities, local and national. And this is a global program. It's very diverse and critical. Thank you, Sergei, for this. And we understood this is a complex document, but for sure, according to the point that we require, a lot of work to accept is one process, but introduce it something else. We hope that it will move, and by the new ministry as well, we have time for the questions, even from the audience. Yeah. Good morning. I'm Yanina Basiska, specialist on circular economy. The question is not about the circular economy, but by the ownership right. I would like to find out on the last slide was removal of 250,000 of hectares of degraded land. What do you mean by taking out? I think that it is about. I think that it will be removal from agricultural use and put it into the pasture land. It's not the point of ownership, but the use of land. We have too much degraded land that actually nothing grows. But they continue to use them to seed. It is not to take out of the private ownership, but for changing of the use. For example, if the owner, if he blocks the land, so if he doesn't use, he doesn't pay the taxes, and if the land does not produce anything yet, he will put it into pastures, and it will be more efficient economically. I have a question to you, Sergey. So you have more experience with, and from my experience, from this strategy, not more than 10% will be introduced, and what out of these measures will be the breakthrough measures. We understand that nothing will be fulfilled out of what was planned. Yes, it's so sad. I am also a pessimist. 10% will be even too much. So the task was like this, to write as in maximum. So the program will be up to 2035. So there are more than 300 measures. It's difficult to say. So we can speak more about the targets than the measures. So maybe the key one point will be reduction of agriculture use. If we could remove it, and according to the concept, and if we could remove it from the plowed land to the lands for forests and pastures, and there are points of natural protection. In Europe, they have 24%. They can do it easier. We have 6, and how to come to 30. If we speak about 6%, it's a natural fund, but in Europe they have more. But in actually, if we speak about the lands that are not used, it will be about 14%. They overlap. So as for me, so as I heard, the changing of a purpose of use. So for biodiversity, they need the territory, and if they don't have a place to live, they will not be diverse. So we need to reduce the plowed land. If we have a 45%, there are some districts where there are even 90% of plowed land, so nothing can live there. There is nothing but crops and pesticides. The question: do you have any financial instruments, or the strategy does not have it, and some precise recommendations for local self-government authorities? Because considering our today's system, the local communities, so for removal and creation of natural reserves, it's very well used. If we create the reserves land.
So they will pay more taxes. For example, if we take Transcarpathian Nature Reserve, it was supported with 50 million. Now there will be a huge land tax. Unfortunately, currently the taxation system is such that for the communities, it is actually good to have nature reserves. Yes, marshes, wetlands, well, they probably do not are not valuable for the community, but once again, they are very valuable for the nature. And for example, the foresters, they do deforestation and they pay 0.1% from the norm. Then the nature reserves institutions pay up to 5%. So this is huge taxation, and it is actually positive for the communities. Well, we have a very complicated issue here. It was very difficult to find an expert on financial issues. The sources are just the same: the local budget, the state budgets, the grants, and so on. Well, I'm an expert on nature reserve funds, but there are some. For example, the global program presupposes reduction of harmful incentives. We are talking about incentives that destroy biodiversity, that stimulate, for example, destruction of nature. So we have to reduce those incentives. And the second point is financial resources. Definitely, we understand that this is the wartime and it's difficult for the state. But the plus is that there are lots of institutions and donors that are interested in this strategy, and everybody is waiting for the strategy. And people say that we are ready to support this or that measure. So when the strategy is in place, it will be easier for us to work. Thank you very much, Sergei. Thank you for presenting biodiversity issues and financial tools. Let's hope we'll have some progress here. Now, I would like to get back to our speakers, and I would like to give the floor to Mr. Andrei Plotnik, because we have been talking about the changes of landscapes, and it seems to me you, as the Institute of Soil Protection of Ukraine, you definitely know the current picture on soils. Definitely, you will be talking more about agricultural soils, but also some other ones. So tell us about the prospects for balanced structure of the agricultural landscape. Is it realistic under current conditions? And how is this structure of land use can be improved? Good morning, dear participants. I'm happy to welcome you to this event, and you can use the clicker. I would like to show the current condition of the soils in Ukraine. What are the soils? What is their structure? Our organization is the key organization working in the area, and we have been doing soil monitoring for 55 years all over Ukraine. These data are available since 2011, I mean, in digital form. So this is credible information. And every year we are trying to do this monitoring research on the same soils and on the same areas that we researched in the past. So if the task is to do a monitoring research of this or that area, we take the old maps, we digitalize these materials, and our specialists go to the same areas that were researched in the past. As of today, we have 55 years of experience of doing the research, and the research is conducted every 5 years. So that means that we have 11 rounds, and at the end of this year, we shall have the 12th round, and there will be aggregated data. Briefly about the very information program. We studied the field. The field is affiliated to the settlement, then to the region, and so on and so forth. The data are digitalized and they are fully reliable and credible. What are the indicators for digitalization of data? This is humus content. Nitrogen is not included because it is fluctuating. Because, for example, we have been doing the research 3 times a year, in spring, in summer, and in autumn, and nitrogen indicators were different. Therefore, we did not digitalize it. Phosphorus, potassium, and, for example, radioactive pollution are also included. And we highlight the places which are polluted with heavy metals. And also there is a new topic. We also participated in doing research in the combat area, but this is a separate topic. Talking about soil cover reaction. I would like to say that mainly from the examined land plots, the soil cover is close to neutral. In Polisia region, we expected the peatlands to be acidic, but well, there is acid soil solution reactions there, but the tendency is that currently we do not use comparison to 2012. We do not, for example, put limestone or some other substances to make those areas alkaline, and therefore, if we are talking about Western police, well, they may be slightly acidic. In some other areas, the indicators are more or less stable. Please, next slide. Humus content. Again, if we compare it to the other rounds, the indicator has changed insignificantly, and we see the tendency, the indicator is decreasing, and I would like to pinpoint Volhynia region. And this is just because we have low content of humus here, up to 2 units. It's very low indicator, but it is natural for this particular region, while Rivne and Zhytomyr regions also have the same soils, but they are present in smaller areas. And the trend as of today, once again, we do not use lots of organic fertilizers, or, for example, certain granular materials are used as organic fertilizers. So after 2021 was a sort of a stagnation period, but in 2024 we see the growing use of chicken fertilizer and organic fertilizers. As a result, there are less mineral fertilizers, and therefore we see those organic things. Talking about easily hydrolyzable nitrogen content, I will not stop here. The indicator is fluctuating. In southern and central regions, it is more or less stable. For example, if we take Police, in autumn we see the deficit. In spring, it is the average indicator, and in summer we also may face some deficit. Phosphorus content. This indicator is stable. Why phosphorus is stable? We have deposits of phosphorus in complicated forms, and with the help of different fertilizers, with the help of microbiological substances, with the application of unconventional substances and increase of nitrogen fertilizers, we transform it into easily accessible forms. So we can actually get it quite easily. It is more or less stable, and in some regions we observe that they do not even put it in the content they probably should. Probably this is because of climate conditions, but these complicated forms became easily accessible for the plants. Potassium, again, there is insignificant trend. It does not decrease, but it is at the level which is satisfactory. Police regions, here we have some problems with this indicator. In other regions, the indicator is at the good level in order to preserve the fertility of soils. Definitely to improve harvests, certain increased dose should be introduced, but for average indicators and for the recommended doses, it is enough for the southern and for the central Ukraine, let alone Transcarpathian regions and Police, because the soils are really poor there. Microelements content, sulfur. Sulfur is introduced by the land user, together with sulfur, including mineral fertilizers, but sulfur is in deficit. Boron. It's more or less enough, but again, depending on climate conditions, it may fluctuate. Even the temperature influences its content. So it is introduced into soils, but currently we see the accumulation of boron all over Ukraine and in regions. Coming back to microelements, manganese. Manganese is also enough. I will not talk a lot here. Zinc and copper compounds. Zinc is accumulated in Transcarpathian region, and in other regions it is on the average level. Copper compounds, we have certain anomalies, particularly in Police region, where the content is really high and the maximum permissible concentrations are increased, but it is related to the natural reasons to the copper deposits. So there were cases when we take samples and we cannot understand the situation. We thought something was wrong with the device, and it looked like copper was a heavy metal, not a microelement. But we checked the data, we looked at the previous materials, our researchers that dated back to 1990s, and we saw that yes, there were increased indicators in that area. So there was a deposit somewhere there. Talking about heavy metals are difficult in 3 regions. I'm talking about lead and cadmium, and the territories are Mykolaiv, Kherson, Zaporizhia, and probably Odessa regions. In these areas, if we take cadmium, it seems to me in one of those 3 regions, there were 40,000 hectares where the NPCs were increased. In all other areas, everything was within the norm. And even if there are some increases, this is due to inefficient use of our organic fertilizers. We are talking about sediments of wastewaters, which are used by farmers. So everything's fine. We state standards, and the state standards mentioned the dose, but once again, the production is going on, and we have the sediments analysis, and every city has different numbers for heavy metals content. So we have to think about those heavy metals when we introduce them into fields. Once again, there are special figures in Police regions. And once again, I would like to mention another topic, and this topic is now considered in different field trips and field meetings. And there are meetings at the state administration. This is the radiological contamination that happened in 1986, Chernobyl nuclear power station. And in this slide, you see the map, which was before, and what we had after. Somebody compares it to Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but it's difficult to compare because these areas are much bigger, and we have cesium and strontium contamination, which is really very heavy. What were the problems here during this monitoring? The soils where we did monitoring and the soils which are commissioned by agricultural farmers, the contamination is less than 1 curie, so it is within the norm. It cannot penetrate the products, agricultural products. But again, if we take Police, this is the territory of Rivne, Zhytomyr, a bit of Kyiv and Chernihiv areas where we have this radiological contamination. So now they started using lands which in the past were not used for agricultural purposes. Well, let it be. It's necessary to do to introduce the meliorines, blocking those radio nuclides. But it was done without any permission, and now these things are not controlled. That was the problem in Volyn region, but we proved that we didn't have such heavy radiological contamination, up to 5 curies, and the lands are possible for agriculture. The products are within MPC and even 10 times lower than MPCs. But again, it should be well controlled. Currently, the lands which were not plowed for 30 years, if we start doing something about them now, they should be under special control. There are not many of such land plots, so we can actually do the examination. We can see what's there. Coming back to our research, here, well, we have a law that dates back to 2022 saying that radioactive contamination over 15 curies is dangerous. And for example, we had the contamination of 1.5 curies, and we, for example, were having milk from those areas. And well, there should be certain control over the products growing in that region. Once again, key elements here are cesium and strontium. So it takes for them 27, 28 years to decompose. Well, it was in very low content in terms of soils. And if we find cesium 137, we do also the analysis for strontium. And well, it's a bit expensive. It's very expensive. And talking about the evaluation of the condition of the agricultural soils, we have the approved methodology developed in cooperation with Sokolovsky Institute that counts the agricultural point of the soil cover, and 25 indicators are used. And we are talking about the underground water levels, and we calculate the agrochemical point, number of points for each territory. And 55 or 56% is a good fertility indicator for our soils. If the land owners are doing fine, if they introduce in soils those things that should be introduced. I will not talk a lot here. And I would like to mention that our organization is doing the monitoring in combat areas, and these data are a bit outdated. It was at the beginning of war, and we see what are the types of degradation on those soils. We also take soil sampling, and we compare the researchers in Sumy region. We take, for example, the combat area, and we try to find the parallel soils which are similar to agrochemical indicators, and we compare them to those in combat areas. We cannot compare them to MPC, and we take the neighboring areas.
So we see the indicators were so different, and so we see that the explosive we cannot compare them to anything. We don't know how to find the difference, but we find the heavy metals. We have other components in such territories. So these are the heavy metals that we see on different areas. And as of today, we developed already our institution and created the methods for selecting samples to analyze the compensations to the population that suffered from the hostilities, and it defines how to do and what to calculate in the future, how to compensate the people in the region. Thank you very much. And Andrei, if you make a conclusion, so your institution does the analysis for 55 years, and what was the change in the indicators? Maybe because it was of agriculture use, or maybe there are some other elements just to change, and how you see the dynamics during the 55 years, and how can we improve the dynamics to make this better, the carbon absorption to go to net zero, and other indicators. Thank you for this question. I would split it in several phases. How the soil change. So during the Soviet time, a lot of mineral fertilizers were put. Now we do not do the analysis of electricity, and we see the places of pesticide deposits, and it's huge. So we have the indicator, and it becomes stable until 2028, 2012, and we see clearly that the humus was reduced, and now, and at that point, there was the renovation of use of cattle and organic fertilizers, and I have my dissertation how to use the turf, but I do not disagree that local population could use the turf and hay for better improvement of harvest, but we needed to use the local resources and the local materials to introduce the national programs, and the next is the zone where we used the manure and organic substances, and we see now that the export potential of the country increases, and the use of fertilizers increases. So we see the salination of soils that increases, and the reduction of organic substance which reduces. And here, and the war increased the cost of mineral fertilizers, and the producers they started to think how to replace it. And the agricultural sector, they know how to count it very well, and they started to use the conservation of this, and for the last 2 years they use very much the organic fertilizers, and but some soils people do not do use any fertilizers in the south as for the carbon. Today we take maybe 800 samples, and maybe we have the only tool that measures the carbon in the soil. We received it from the Japanese. So, for example, we selected the carbon in 60 centimeters of soil in torf. We have the carbon 30 milligram per kilogram in 60. The and turf soils, they are 1 million, but black soils, they are 7.5 million hectares, and they have the content of carbon on the surface is 12 up to 18. So this is the carbon is not only in the turf but in the black soils, and we should consider this. And we have now the carbon certificates, and they are already in the program and they are used by the owners. But the state organizations, they are not allowed. So as for future, I see that our agriculture producers, they are quite respectively approach, and those who are for a long time, they continue. They use the activity not to reduce the quality of the soil. So thank you, Andrei. And so we are a bit behind the schedule again. And Andrei, how can we use the land resources? What are the economic resources and instruments that can help us to achieve the results? Thank you, Maria. I'm not the ecologist. I am the land manager and forest manager and a lawyer. So I am a bit away from ecological points of view, and so I would like, before my presentation, would like to reflect a bit of what the previous speakers were saying. So very often during the policy, we put very ambitious aims. We should arrange the use, but then it comes to the barriers because everything is blocked by the economics and ownership. So if you don't use for very good instruments that will help us to move immediately, so all of us best targets will be blocked for the decades. So all our wishes should be change into the change of motivation for agrarians, for owners, so that they move themselves to achieve these aims and goals. In some cases, we needed to reduce the taxes. Sometimes we will have to use the taxpayers' money. So, remembering the strategy, I I just loved the phrase that we have a very bad users of land, and they don't want to create the natural resources. So they don't want to create the natural resources. And because even if they released from taxes, they will never be capable to use the land, which gives us a more profitability. So my presentation in the English, because we have a double language conference, so I always do like this. I speak in Ukrainian and the slides are in English for our colleagues. Today we'll talk about the net zero land take, to not to do worse, not to do worse than it is now. So the sense of this notion and strategy of European Union and European Commission to do something that by 2050 we would not take away anymore the agriculture and the natural land from urbanization and housing. So in fact, it is in the area of land policy and instruments of land management. So until 2016, when we had the cadastre that counted the land. It's good that it was cancelled, but every year Ukraine lost 40 or 50,000 hectares, which was shifting in the housing and the industrial land. So because it was mostly by the natural deposit users, because every year they use about 50 hectares per year for each land natural or producer. Also, so every day Ukraine loses 100 hectares through urbanization processes. Of course, natural land funds, they are not in these statistics, but even during the Soviet times, it is not visible until now, and so it's so-called corrosion of limits, small by small. Nobody will even look at this now, and since full-scale invasion, this pressure is growing. Formally, it is a fortification, and our armed forces they use forests for protection, because it is much easier to hide from the enemy. So we understand that it is required, but it is a bigger pressure on the forest ecosystems, and very important that we inherited the forest legislation based on the Soviet heritage. So it was the priority of agriculture use, but agricultural land is the resource for the industry development right now. So the fundamental problem, what is it? Many people think that if we create a very hard prohibitions, they will continue to work, and they will prevent of use of land, but it doesn't work. For some categories of land, natural resources or maybe recreational lands and the forest, the procedure of transfer of purpose is very difficult. So it should be decided by the parliament. But during the four cadences, the parliament decided zero decisions, and in Chernobyl ski decision. How do you think the change of land was you made? 98%. How do you think? Should we stop economic activity if the parliament does not take a decision? No. So because the legal instruments were used, and also if you shift into the residential property, you take the agricultural land for 50,000 per hectare. You shift the purpose of land into 2-3 million hryvnias per hectare. So this is the basis of all financial, and so prohibition does not work, and we needed to use the tools that will prevent the developers go into the natural land. So previously the Soviet system prevented the shift into their agriculture land. So there was a mechanism of laws of agriculture purpose, So in Soviet times, people saw that agriculture land was lost because they were shifted into industrial land, but these were the best lands, and people and the users should have pay a lot for changing. And so one of the first resolutions in the first in years of independence, people had to pay a lot for changing from agricultural land into industrial, and the prices were established in 1997. And these rates did not change since then, but the inflation reduced it by 18 times. So the mechanism that was blocking this from the beginning, but now the developer says we will pay. It's better because it doesn't influence at all. So in 2021, when there was the law on the regulation was adopted, we decided to make a small provocation about land value capture. So we made an interesting formula when you change the property with the purpose, and when you evaluate the change. When you make the change of land, you pay 30%. And it was very difficult for the business around Kiev. And in 2022, the parliament reduced it and cancelled it, and now we have only the loss of forestry, and this one-time payment prevents of reducing the forest land, but we have lots of exclusions. What are our instruments to improve the situation in a certain way? First of all, the main task that we should follow, we should make a transformation of land unprofitable for the purpose for the people who want to do it. It will change the motivation. So the new developer, instead of use of agricultural land, he will go to the old industrial land. So we have a huge number of lands, and people, the owners, they just wait for the business partners. They will come and they will buy their own rights in 2008. Yeah, 2008. And Yulia was the prime minister, and there was there were changes of in taxes for industrial land, and they increased by 10 times, and the owners they came to the local authorities saying, take our land back because we don't need so much land for with payment so much. So the income you get from this, you can send them to improvement of the lands that damaged now.
The key point when we are talking about practical tools that can be used in Ukraine, there are many of them, and they have the entire menu that can be chosen of tools that can be chosen by our politicians. And for example, there is a very fashionable topic, which is called land value capture, LVC, used in many countries. If you're doing development, the cost of your real estate is growing, and we have local authorities that allowed you to give the agricultural lands for urban development. And as a result, the real estate is growing 10 times or even 100 times. And it's okay if the, the one who actually allowed this to happen will have some part of it. And it is good for developer anyway. But the money that will be taken from this cost can be used for good things. For example, the easiest thing that can be done is to establish new nature conservation areas. In many European countries, it works like this. I have an acquaintance in Germany, and his parents have a land plot uh, within the urban area, and the municipality wanted to build some utility facilities. So they actually bought that garden. They wanted to actually uh, make it part of the park. So this is something how it can work. One-time payment also works. For example, we have to bring certain lands to agricultural use and ideally for nature reserves, because it will allow us to create such sort of financial barrier. Differentiation of taxes, something very simple. You want to stimulate pre-development, just make high taxes. It will be not profitable to keep the assets which are not used. People go to some other areas because it's difficult to do something to communicate with the owners. So arrange the situation when it won't be advantages for the owners to keep those lands. Paying for the long-term constructions. There are such buildings which are constructed for dozens of years. There should be a very simple rule. If you didn't complete your construction for 3 years, the taxes will go skyrocketing. So, and if you cannot complete it, sell it to somebody who will complete it. In this case, we will avoid spaces and constructions which are not used. Also, we may sell tickets. It will also be good for self-governance authorities. For example, if we have a strategy and if we say that we shall change targeted use of certain hectares of agricultural lands, and the quota will be put in the auction, and people will buy those quotas, and you will immediately feel the cost of those rights. Well, the local budgets will get the money, and they will like it definitely, and it will limit the amount of lands, the use of which can be changed, and people will have to pay for this. What can be done with the developments already existing in protected areas? Well, let's say we have something in the protected area, and we say, okay, we stop construction here, and you may probably sell your right to the development in some other areas. And for the final point, this is interesting, we have lots of land that can be reclaimed. For example, the mining industry has 150,000 hectares. And we have to reclaim, to recultivate those lands. Logically, the business model is that these areas should have been recultivated, but in practice, well, the mining is it was happening, but the moment the mining is not there anymore, there is no recultivation. So let's say if you recultivated the area and brought the lands back to the Nature and Reserve Fund, you can sell your rights to the developer somewhere else. And from the viewpoint of land taking, we'll have zero, because here we got 1 hectare of land and elsewhere we gave it. So we can think about those tools, we can implement them, and practically Ukraine will come closer to the achievement of those goals because, well, the permissions, the bans won't work. And certain things will be really attractive for the politicians, for the local self governance. So, if these practical tools are implemented, I do hope we'll be able to achieve something good. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Andrei. I do hope we have discussed the problems and the tools and financial tools. One question, probably, or we may proceed with questions during the coffee break. Mr. Andrei, could you please tell us how you evaluate the impact of alternative sources of energy on the loss of agricultural lands? Well, currently, these sources of energy occupy about 50,000 hectares. So it doesn't need that much land. We have big solar power stations and wind farms, but in principle, it should be developed. And if you look at the European Commission strategy, so the approach is that in spatial planning, every community has to allocate land plots for alternative energy because every community is supposed to be neutral. So the amount you consume should be the same as you produce. So the point for alternative energy is that it should be uh, like uh, it should be not located in complex places. It should be all over the country. And there are some other problematic issues, and they appear when alternative energy facilities are placed in the areas which perform important ecosystemic functions. So, if these functions are not there, I do not think alternative energy will be problematic. Vice versa, it will give the guarantee that apart from all the shelling, we'll have the electricity. We should understand that a normal wind turbine gives 2 or 3 megawatt. If we have 500 wind farms, it replaces one energy unit of nuclear power station. So we have to do it anyway, but you have to find good locations when these facilities will not harm nature and they will be useful and will be able to achieve net zero. And once again, they will be environmentally friendly. Thank you. I do hope we have got some useful information from our panel. Now we shall have the coffee break. You may ask questions there, and we'll get back in 15 minutes. And we shall have our foreign speakers who will tell us about spatial planning at the local level. Thank you. Good afternoon. We are going to start.
We will be slowly starting the session related to what I call scoping net zero, scoping territory for net zero. We plan to have 2 online speakers. I'm not sure if Andre Torre is joining us, but I know Ellen van den Burn is here. Ellen, do you hear us?
Good.
Can you repeat it, please?
Oh, I said that I hear you and we have a good connection. I'll turn off my volume. Is this better?
Perfect. Okay. And I also want to invite Yuri Polansky, a representative from the City Institute of Lviv, to take a place with me here offline. Yuri, if you... Great. So I think we should slowly start. Ellen, would you be so kind to share your screen? I think we would be kind to introduce you, the professor at TU Delft, today to launch this session. I think you can take more time than we discussed. So if you potentially have some more ideas at the end, or kind of you can go slowly, because I think we have lost one of the participants for the session. But if not, we still would like to have a longer discussion, and we would be really glad to hear more from you.
Yes, that's fine. Do you see my slides? Do you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, but we don't see your slides yet. Maybe.
Oh, okay. Because I have it on. I will disconnect.
Okay, we see them. Yes, right now it works. Perfect.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you. You can start.
Okay. Happy to be here with you for this very important topic on net zero, also in relation to circularity goals. And I want to share with you the work I've developed together with my colleagues Marcin Dabrowski, Karel van den Berga, Joanna Williams, in the past 2 years, I must say. We have developed a book for the Regional Studies Association, and it's called Going Circular. And I think this, I'm interested how you perceive this work on, it provides a critical look on circular economy and circular built environment ambitions, also in relation to the spatial perspective that we adopt or that we don't adopt, or less critically or not critically enough adopt. And I think this ties in with some of the criticism that you could say that accounts also for net zero ambitions. So I'm also very curious to hear your thoughts on this. But let me first present the work that we developed in this book, Going Circular. Now I need to move the slide is moving, I think. Yeah, so the main message of our book is, mostly neglected as present, the consideration of spatial factors of scale and context in circular economy strategies and policies. They will determine the success of a circular transition at a sub-national level. So usually the circularity ambitions, they are often translated either in national policy goals or at European level, level formulated policy goals. But it's also at the subnational level that a lot of the circularity actions need to materialize. And that is also where they will have an effect, where they will impact people, they will impact places, they will impact local and regional economies. And that's often overlooked of how these circularity actions to close the loops, how they work out at a sub-national, more regional and local level. circular economy, so it doesn't happen in a vacuum. It occurs within distinct spatial settings. And here are just a few examples of such settings where circular economy is being shaped and takes place. So goods, waste flows or potential waste flows, flows of goods, flows of materials, they need to move from A to B. They need to be exchanged. They need to be upgraded. They need to be processed. And that all happens in places. The spatial impacts and needs of circular activities, they need to be considered to address place-specific barriers for circular actions. So you can imagine that some circularity actions, they bring environmental impact on the local community, on the local environment. They bring them along. So there will also be, it will not be generally welcomed, these circularity embracing activities of circularity and supporting activities, as they are industrial activities like other economic activities. So current urban and regional policies promoting circularity, they tend to ignore this spatial context. They are often focused on the overall policy ambitions. But if there is no benefit to local environments, to local communities, then you might risk that the benefits that might potentially be there also on a local level and on a regional level might not be made use of. And the spatial understanding of what a circular economy is and what it implies on a spatial level in the various places, that remains a niche for now. So, for example, industrial ecology, its perspectives, they usually focus on, well, waste flows, flows of material, how waste of one can be the input for another, and how to connect it, these flows. But it often neglects what it requests on a local and regional level to do so, and if that is perhaps the smartest thing to do. And also, more ad hoc experimentation, like, well, this is the seminal example of the Kalundborg site. But often there are sort of, haphazard initiatives to connect flows, waste flows, to create an often very local opportunity, or unlock an opportunity that happens to be there without having the broader longer term strategic outlook of what it means to connect these flows, but also to connect the sectors or industries that come along with those flows. So cities and regions, you could say they are caught in the circular buzz. It's very popular. It's very popular to be circular. But what does it mean, and how can we prevent that we create some fixes that might seem beneficial on the short term, but at the same time provide a lock-in as well? Because once you connect industries and waste flows, you also need to keep those streams alive. And this is, for example, what is happening in the Netherlands. I forgot to introduce myself, but I'm from Delft University of Technology in the Netherlands. And there we've got a very big petrochemical industry in the Rotterdam port. And we've created a very extensive heat grid connected to the petrochemical industry in the Rotterdam port, to provide our urban areas with sustainable energy, green energy, it is labeled. It's a very space, underground space, but also material intensive network that has been established. It's also long-term investments. So the business case of this heat grid easily extends to 50 to 80 years to make it worthwhile economically. And at the same time, we have now the situation that the economic prospects of the Rotterdam port, also due to geopolitical situations, is very much in decline and very much challenged. And the idea is to make it into a greener energy port, focusing on hydrogen, for example, to replace the petrochemical basis of the heat being produced for the urban environment surrounding the port area. That is being challenged now as well. So investors stop activities, they withdraw from the port. So we may end up having a highly expensive network and we may end up needing to invest in the petrochemical industry to sustain their activities in order to keep our houses warm. So these types of lock-ins and temporary fixes, they are not always the smartest thing to do from a truly circular economy point of view. And that is also what you see in this picture indicates this gap or trap, you could call it, between the ambitions that we have, but also the messy practice of going circular and choosing actions and making opportunistic use of the possibilities that come along. One of the things that also we saw was that the existing conceptual frameworks for circular economy, they are footloose and they neglect some very important questions that also have to do with the societal questions underlying our economy. They are, where do material flows, where do they come from and where do they go to? Who drives circular processes and for whom? And what does it take to steer, to govern the transition towards positive outcomes in terms of socioeconomic and environmental sustainability? And these questions, due to the opportunistic driven nature of current circular economy initiatives and actions, often are sidelined. Now, there are 5 principles of circular economy that we need to consider. And it is interesting that the 5th principle presented here, that has become the most prominent understanding in recent years of what a circular economy is about. So the first circle is on your left-hand side, that's the circular, the closing of loops, the closing of material loops, resource loops. The second one is the need to slow down these loops. So whatever you produce, whatever materials or resources are in our cycle of production and consumption, we need to keep them as long as possible in a value as high as possible. We need to keep them in the loop to make best use of them. Then the middle one is that with everything we do, we should dematerialize, minimize the resources needed to use them. But also we should look to substitute the resources. So from the more fossil-based resources, for example, or resource intensive products or production ways of production, we should minimize them, but also substitute them, preferably by bio materials or bio-based materials. But then the most prominent understanding of going circular, and that has to do with many of the actions that have been taken to materialize the circular economy, they are on the local level, and in many European settings, circular economy has become a more of inward-looking phenomenon, focusing on how we can close the resource loops within a certain area. So we consider the area, for example, the city, because cities are often also having these circularity ambitions, or only one particular region. Let's try to connect the loops and make it a closed loop city or a closed loop region as much as possible. And that brings along other trade-offs as well, and perhaps also from an environmental point of view, not the most smart solutions. Also, it again focuses the attention especially on the material side of resource use and less on the spatial implications and also the implications that come along for local environments, groups of people, and certain industries. So then some key concepts in the current thinking on circularity, circular built environment in relation to circular economy is the circular city, with this focus on the city as a closed loop system. But what we should more think of, instead of just considering at a closed loop system, we should also look at how is this system able to perpetuate itself. So what is the regenerative capacity of this system, and what is the adaptive capacity to adapt to the needs that we have from an economic point of view, and to what extent can we adapt to it so that we can also maintain our way of living, or a future way of living based on what the local context has to offer, without overloading it and without jeopardizing the socio-ecological system that is the basis for a city or a region. Also, on a regional level, you can have such an understanding. So a circular region, we defined it as a system of interdependencies and connections created by material flows between the different types of territories, nature, and the built environment actors and networks. And here again, this circular region, it should nurture regenerative natural cycles supported by these adapted socio-technical and socio-ecological systems. And in this way, structuring looped systems of material and energy within the regional space. So if we don't consider the socio-ecological basis of our urban and regional systems, then it will be impossible to maintain the livability and the prosperity on the longer term of such a place. Now there is this localism view on circular economy, where we try to close all the loops within a particular area. There might be a window of opportunity that has been created due to the geopolitical turmoil, we called it. But it's, of course, an understatement, given that you are in the midst of this geopolitical turmoil in Ukraine. But it has provided a wake-up call also for the rest of Europe to re-understand this localism view of a circular economy. So it might help to accelerate the transition to a circular economy, but also based not just on this localism perspective, but on a more regenerative regional perspective. And if we look at, well, the different scales at which we could consider a circular economy to be present, then we can see, so product designers or producers, they usually focus on their own product, and that could be also perhaps on a bit of a bigger scale. A building could be considered also as a product. But there are also on what is it on a circular area region? Is it really the closed loop perspective, or are there more nuanced understandings of this circularity at regional level? It could be at a country level. This is the image of the contours of the Netherlands, but you could do it for all each country individually, or should you do it more on a regional, for example, European level, whereas it's also the question of, well, how to define where to put your system boundaries. What do you consider as Europe? Or same goes for if you take a beyond European perspective, what do you consider to be useful system boundaries? And should you use geographical boundaries? Should you use supply chain based boundaries? Should you use economic trade bloc boundaries? Or should you perhaps, which becomes more prominent now, regional safety and security boundaries and boundaries of autonomy and independence? Up till now, this circularity dimension has been primarily more supply chain driven, but with the current situation in which we are, with the wars going on, with the geopolitical challenges that we put in, there are more and more there is more and more push towards this sort of re-understanding of how we define our system boundaries, also geographically. So here is again these principles of the circular economy, and what we see this fifth emphasis on the localism. It has become very dominant, shutting our eyes to the opportunities of circular economy on a more regional scale. And it also brings along that we make very sub-optimized decisions also from an economic or political point of view, whereas the other four principles of using less, being more slowing down the loops, substituting resources, non-sustainable resources for more sustainable ones, they have been pushed to the background. Now, on an EU level, with the war in Ukraine going on and the political shifts globally in terms of trade, there has become, as it has contributed to a window of opportunity for circular economy to move it beyond this localism point of view. And in the independence and innovation agenda and the safety and security agenda, they will offer also a window of opportunity to reframe this circular economy in a European dimension. And here we put them together, that this localism point of view, it might act as a catalyst to shift from the very local view to a more national and EU wide view, or perhaps even beyond EU formulated circularity understanding. So assessing these circular economy transitions, that turns out to be very challenging. And I think here we come to the connection with the net zero ambitions as well, which is also part of the focus of today's session. So there is a gap between the lofty ambitions of new circular policies put forward by cities and regions and the actual messiness of the transition processes, the move towards this circular reality. And how to assess whether we move to circularity and to what extent our actions make sense, or do we create sub-optimized realities that provide such a lock-in that we will never achieve a true circular economy. So these circular economy principles, they are often enthusiastically, but also a bit uncritically embraced. But they're also more focused on the old-fashioned linear thinking, replacing our emphasis or our wish to consume as we always did, or wish to continue our lifestyle as we always did, in a similar way, and by labeling it as circular, it doesn't bring about the necessary changes needed. Also, the net zero, their ambitions, there you see a similar opportunistic or opportunity for opportunistic understanding of impact. And it does allow, because of the technical understanding of ambitions, it's a very calculative way of thinking about sustainability ambitions. It might allow for trade-offs across places, skills, sectors, and people, because also here the spatial dimension might not always be appearing in the ambitions. So we lack the means for a sound measurement of the progress towards circular economy and the impact of circular actions. And so we might, it might become a bit of circularity washing of our actions. So circularity for circularity's sake, and the net zero ambitions, they might even reinforce that, or the circularity and the net zero ambitions might reinforce each other and might lead to a very technological understanding of these very broad societal and inclusive goals. I think I need to come to a wrap up as well. What we have formulated several policy recommendations for facilitating an urban and regional circular economy perspective. And it requires especially a place-based and critical approach to circular economy policy that considers the often overlooked social and political aspects as well of sustainability. So we need to move beyond the technical aspects of resource efficiency and waste management, and we need to incorporate the principles of regeneration, resilience, and justice. So in the book, and there is, I can also share my slides, but we have come to a list of policy recommendations to support this shift towards an urban and regional circular economy. And well, it pushes for an integral approach, standardized approaches to collecting data, getting more. So the data collection does remain important, but we should be more standardized in that, in the sense that we are aware whenever it is used in a more strategic or opportunistic way that data are collected, that we are aware of that. So the development of new metrics that also capture the social, environmental, economic, and spatial dimensions. the development of a steering capacity for circular economy and circular economy transitions. It now often depends on, well, the sort of willingness, political willingness of those in power who happen to be focused on circularity. So cross-sectoral dialogues, how do circular actions in one sector or cross-sector, what lock-ins do they provide? What real opportunities do they provide over a longer period of time? And how do they spatially work out? But we mustn't also forget, if you think of all the 5 circles that we have identified, so also use the traditional instruments of governments like regulation, taxation, and finance. We often look in more complicated ways of governance, more voluntary-based ways of governance, more negotiation-based ways of governance, while these traditional instruments of government might be more fruitful to imply. There again, of course, a regional perspective also on EU-wide level and beyond might be very needed, but it doesn't need to have. We don't have to stay behind on national levels. So then, circular economy could be a strategic backbone for integration of goals across relevant national policies. Develop visions and strategies for that embrace circular economy as an important factor for national spatial development. So there are some more recommendations here. I think to conclude, it would really be necessary to also think of, well, how does it connect to net zero ambitions? And there, I think it is very interesting to look at these regulatory incentives that can be put in place as well to avoid that net zero ambitions are used in a more opportunistic way as well. So net zero, how are they defined? How are such ambitions? How are they defined at spatial skills? At what time horizon do they take into account? What supply chains do they take into account? There's also a question of, well, what is a right level for closing the loops, and what is a right level for a net zero looping perspective of resources? Is net zero possible? Or should we perhaps rather speak of minimum zero to avoid such trade-offs taking place? Does net zero, because it's if the balance is zero, it doesn't mean that there is nothing wasted or polluted or exhausted. So to what extent does a net zero perspective, does it make sense in a world increasingly trespassing planetary boundaries? Likewise, does net zero that requires or presupposes an extensive system of data collection and monitoring, data-based monitoring, evidence-based monitoring, does it make sense in a world where data is or might be increasingly incompatible, inaccessible, unreliable, given AI, for example, or considered irrelevant? And then when are right levels, when are they just? So what is a just perspective to net zero? So these questions, they are equally relevant for these net zero ambitions as they are for circularity ambitions. So what might need, instead of this data and monitoring based understanding of these two future looking pathways for spatial economic development, should we not rather turn to regenerative principles for economic development, looking, for example, at what our ecological or socio-ecological systems minimally require to be sustained over the long run, to be able to regenerate themselves and continue to offer the living conditions that we so desperately need. So that is where I would like to end my presentation. So yeah, I've shared lots of input. So I'm also curious to your questions and how this resonates with the discussion that you have been having today and yesterday already. Thank you.
Thank you greatly. This is a very interesting debate now. Yeah, I believe you opened up a lot of questions to the, I would say, for us, of course, I mean, our context is also very particular because we're experiencing Russian invasion, and thus the debates of the future are under kind of turmoil, uncertainty. Every possible kind of designation of future is the thing that looks very uncertain to us in all directions. Maybe I have two questions. If there are some others, I think I would then follow up for the audience, because I think there are really a lot of things. I know you asked a lot of questions in your presentation as well, but a few slides before, you were comparing net zero and circular economy. Maybe you can get back to it. There is like number 5, under number 5, there was a slide, previous one, I guess. Yes, this one. What I think, this one. What I think is really interesting, what you mentioned here, is that this kind of opportunistic idea that we can hang on a certain concept and embrace it while keeping on the trade-off somewhere else. In the discussion we had, I think, was it sometime this symposium, it's all coming in my mind at the same moment. There were discussions about peatlands, for instance, and also discussions about carbon credits. Yes, and today morning, another colleague showed us the ambitions of many countries around the world to deliver climate credits in other places. For instance, US trying to create afforestation in Africa, or Germany building some sort of wetland restoration projects in Asia, and so on. So I think this is a really crucial component, and this is also why I think this regional understanding is so valuable, because of course regions are usually underrepresented in debates. As cities, some kind of are more visible political actors, countries are visible political actors, but I think regions is where most of the things can be found as an economy issue, or as a kind of a socio-economic condition issue. So maybe you can give us something like an example about what do you understand as a sort of unopportunistic understanding of net zero on the regional level, and maybe unopportunistic understanding of circular economy. Maybe you have some sort of examples or understandings. How can we talk about it? How can we explain it to stakeholders?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think what we it's on a let me see. I'm just thinking of an appropriate example. So what we, well, perhaps this is an example again of what we shouldn't do. What we are in the Netherlands, for example, what we are busy with is on an energy level, we have formulated our national energy need and cut it up in regions, unexisting regions in any other dimension. We created energy regions administratively, and we've allocated goals to each of these regions to produce in relation to the size of the number of residents and economic activities. We've allocated a share of renewable energy that they need to produce in order to be self-sufficient. What it created was a sort of very suboptimal. So on the one hand, this sounds reasonable and just. So within a particular region, you should be able to carry the load, make sure that you are self-sufficient, self-sustaining in terms of energy. But we have, in the Netherlands, we are, as in many other countries, there are the population is not equally distributed, and also the industrial activities are not equally distributed. So it created the reality that in the western part of our country, which is has most and most people live there, and there's a lot of industry there as well, and energy need. So in the already very densely built areas, we need to also provide a very high level of high amount of sustainable energy. At the same time, this leads to conflicts and many constatations of sustainable energy, weakening the support for sustainable energy generation. And at the same time, we see that when the discussion is then brought to, or the focus is brought to the rest of the country, which is less densely developed, but there, and then people from the western part of the country with the densely populated areas, they say, well, perhaps you should look further east because there is more space. But what then happens is that it becomes a bit of a trade-off between peoples, and then people in the east say, well, but we are already suffering from less attention, so less investments for services that we have, and you already use our region in a very extractive way in support of your Western economy in this dense part of the Netherlands. So that is an example of how such a region, if not carefully thought of, might be counterproductive in what you aim to establish.
Thank you. Other questions rising? Not yet. Think about one, please. Okay, we have one. I have one for dessert.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's really important question. I'm Yanina Basista, circular economy specialist from Ukraine. My question is more like political, philosophical, and strategic. How do you see how much time can it take to develop, to establish really a circular economy working 100% in our capitalistic world, in the world where with super huge transnational companies where the owners live in very beautiful parts or can buy their own islands and exhausting resources in other parts of the world. I just trying to connect these dots, and I see that it may take just great amount of time, and or otherwise you need to develop this new population of people, local actors, who can really fight for their rights and their local communities. But how you see this perspective? Thank you.
It's a very good question, and perhaps the ultimate question we should be concerned with, because we can lots of the circularity ambitions, as for net zero ambitions, they are all embedded within our current capitalist way of operating, and our capitalist system doesn't take planetary boundaries into consideration. So I think we should have more reflective debates with each other within academic communities, but also political communities, on to what extent our ways of thinking of these sustainability ambitions, however you phrase them, can they be able to guide us in an evolutionary way towards an economic system, a way of living that allows us to remain within our planetary boundaries? Or do we need a more revolutionary change in which we need to reconsider our capitalist base of our economy. And I think that is a discussion for which, many people, institutions of power are not ready yet. And on a very skeptical note, but I think you are more have more right to be skeptical or are more confronted with that as well. With all our net zero ambitions, with all our circularity ambitions, if you see the massive destruction and pollution and resource use and losses and damages caused by our economies of war, it's very difficult to imagine how a war economy might eventually push us towards a sustainable economy. And at the same time, it calls for action perspectives that do show us promising perspectives also, and that is perhaps where we need to start more local. So where the localism understanding might provide an input for change and showing how it might work, feeding our imagination of what a sustainable future might look like.
We have another question from our hall, please.
Hello, thank you very much for your lecture and especially for your focus on the localism and that we have to produce and practice circular economy locally. And that made me think about all the different scales you were talking about, starting from the very local, city, territory, regional approach, national, and then global. And even thinking about sustainable transition, let's say in energy, it comes down to the question of the new resources that we need. For instance, thinking about lithium mining or some other rare earth minerals that are necessary for this transition towards electric energy, let's say. And how do you see these global trends? Because of course we cannot, let's say, mine lithium locally everywhere. And do you see it as a necessary evil, or how do we approach such a necessary resources that cannot be localized and sometimes are very destructive and extractionalist?
Yeah, it's thank you for this very good question. I think it starts with the other loops that I also indicated. So also the substitution loop. So as one of the also circularity principles is also rethink and redesign. So as long as we start designing our sustainable or less polluting alternatives based on the use of critical resources, damaging resources, resources that can be that have many geopolitical consequences, impact local communities. I think we should come to a sort of responsible innovation paradigm in which we do not start to develop such innovations at all if they are based on such critical or harmful materials that are needed. So that's but that's an easy answer as an academic. At the same time, there is this transition perspective of people saying, well, but it's a transitional risk, and we need to. It's a matter of time, and then first let's switch to this resource, making use of these critical materials because it's already less polluting, less damaging than the ones that we had. But then we come to the question, what is the lock-in that it creates and what is the damage that is created? And to what extent do we consider that allowable, fair, reasonable? And usually the sites, areas impacted by the extractions of these rare earth materials or critical materials, they are usually not the most powerful regions in the debate on this.
Thank you, Ellen, very much. We can now switch to our context in Ukraine. I ask you to stay with us. Perhaps there might be some other issues, or maybe you would like to comment on the other speaker's presentation.
Yeah.
But I would like now to switch on to the local part, which is an interesting case of several projects combining. We have in Ukraine two big programs called Sun for Ukraine and UCAN. And Lviv city, which we are today, is part of one of the projects related to developing a very localized, so community size. So Ellen, for you to imagine, maybe if there are no maps here, so Lviv City Council is 800,000 people approximately, maybe more, with the IDPs now counted in, but it has a size of around 170 square kilometers, so it's not very small in size. And the city, of course, includes a lot of peatlands, a lot of woodlands, but also urbanized territories. And now I invite Yuri Polansky to join us, maybe this microphone, any microphone. Yes, to present the case of Lviv and their involvement in a long-term project to set up sustainability indicators and net zero targets in the city community. You're welcome.
Yes, thanks a lot. Sorry a bit for my voice. Our August weather make a bit impact for it, but I will try to be as loud as I can. So today I will try to represent you our project. The project's named UCAN towards carbon neutrality. My presentation will be something like an overall of the project, but why it works like an overall, because all of the parts of our projects is really important in case of our realization of pilots. So I will try to start from a bit description of projects, how it works, and then we'll show you pilots not only from Lviv side. On Lviv side, I will explain it more, and also other pilots, because we must understand that climate neutrality is not one part of the city. It's not only energy, or it's not only water. It's like a complex of everything. And this project can really show that this complex works. And honestly, in 2028, we want to grab a really good result on it. So if we can start, please. I have a clip. Okay, nice. So a small intro. This project comes from call Horizon Miss 2023, which we win with our good colleagues from TUD, Technical University of Dresden, which are coordinators of our projects. Here we have 21 project partners, 10 Ukrainian partners from 8 cities. At the start of this call, we was the first consortium that wins this call. After this, European Commission also gives this opportunity for Sun for Ukraine, with which we have a really good cooperation. And I think we will have one more presentation about Sun for Ukraine, where my colleagues explain a bit more about this project, because our project is really different. It's really important to say these words now. So in case of our vision, of course, Europe now trying to give as much impact in case of European integration for Ukrainian cities as they can. And it's one of the points, climate neutrality, on which European Commission trying to help Ukrainian communities and trying to have Ukrainian cities to be more involved in European space that we have now at the moment. So, and it's really important to understand that our cooperation built on communication with climate neutrality and smart city mission cities, which are 120, as I remember, at the moment. And after this, we have a good facilitation with Ukrainian partners, because in our pilots, we presented not only by municipalities, we also presented by universities. Our main goal for all of us, of course, is to be climate neutral by 2015. not all of the cities in Ukraine at the moment give such a goal for at all in Lviv, in city councils, but Lviv trying to grab this goal, and this project I think will help to grab this goal in the future. So if we're talking about our objectives, you can see them, but the most important here it's to coming from twinning with European cities. After the twinning and understanding which part of the experience we can grab and we can involve in our cities, then we can improve on this impact our pilots. Pilots, it's the most important thing. Here we can find a typical European Commission system, work packages, and every work package work on some specific topics. And our work package on which we facilitating not only Lviv pilot, but also we are a lead of work package as a city institute and works with other communities, which I will show you in the future. It's the main work package on which we must to show impact in 2028. And which impact we must to show, I will try to explain you neither. So here you can see our partners, which we have in UCAN consortium, 11 partners from 7 EU states, and of course cities from Ukraine. It's Lviv, which are represented by, Lviv, which are represented by Municipal Institution City Institute, which are a part of Lviv City Council. Ivano-Frankivsk, which are represented by an NGO Brit, Vinnytsia, which are represented also by it's not a city institute, it's really interesting because we have a lot of agencies and institutes which are in Ukraine, but all of them have a really different names, and I not remember all of them really good. But if we're talking about Vinnytsia, Zhytomyr, Lviv, and Lviv, these cities are represented by structures which are a part of city councils. But if we're talking about Khmelnytsky and Kyiv, these two cities are represented by universities. Kyiv are represented by Kyiv Polytechnic Sikorsky University, and Khmelnytsky are represented by 2 universities, Khmelnytsky National University and Leonid Yuskov National University of Khmelnytsky. And on these organizations, at the moment, going and realizing of pilots, also you can see here 2 more cities, yes, Kharkiv and Kherson. From Kharkiv, we have Beketov University also, which help us at the moment to conduct one of the tasks of work package 4, it's the climate indicators on which we are working on. And we have also organization from Kherson, which helping us to involve in some climate goals in work package 5. Sorry. Yes, here you can see all of these organizations. And a structure, I know that it looks a bit hard, but I will try to explain it as easier as I can. So the most important, as I told it, work package 4, pilot implementation in Ukraine, supported by European frontrunners. And we have all of these 21 partners in 7 work packages on which we're trying to work and which we're trying to find the best cooperation for the end goal to find the climate neutrality and to be as much involved in European space as we can. So if we're talking about twinning with Ukraine and European Union cities, on one of the our meetings which we have in Dresden, we have a cooperation with such cities which are interested to be and to help in case of UCAN project. And here you can say, you can see on red ones, Leipzig and Saloniki is 2 cities with which we are working now as Lviv, because as Alexander said, it will be really good to explain Lviv side. And I can just say that with Leipzig, we are now working in case of positive energy districts, because before we have a really good cooperation in Sparks projects. It's also a project from Horizon program call community, and we're trying to grab our experience from this from project of Sparks and make it in the future in case of some UK insights, because when it's really important to show impact. All of these projects, it's a research projects, and it's hard sometimes to show really huge and to show really like a hard impact. And our goal now is to trying to find as as many opportunities as we can, also from UCAN, from other projects, to make one impact in the future. And Leipzig help us in this topic, which are working with PADs, positive energy districts, and city of Thessaloniki. I have also good experience to be there, and they have a really good system of that's named Enigma. It's a system of calculation of CO2 from all of the branches of the cities. At the moment, it's my big dream to have such a system in Ukraine. At the moment, in Lviv, we have only such a system which calculates CO2 from the transport, from public transport and from transport, which works on Lviv Communal Enterprise, Lviv Автодор. But in the future, I'm trying to find a really good cooperation with Department of Ecology to bring it in our city and to make an impact on data, because always, as I think in your cities, it's the same. Data, it's one of the biggest problems. To collect data, to find the data. And these projects, research projects, they really helps also to make such as storages, to make some digital twins on which we can provide some data, which are really important. Yes, if we are talking about our pilots, you can see a lot of pilots here. Just for your understanding why I show such a big amount of pilots, it's all of the pilots of our cities. Just for your understanding that climate neutrality, it's not only like energy and it's not only European integration. Here you can find urban gardening models, floating power plants that are organizing in Zhytomyr, Tezhilivka revitalization that are organizing in Vinnytsia. Tezhilivka is one of the part of Pivdennyi Bug river. Photovoltaic installation in public buildings in Ivano-Frankivsk, etc. So this complex, and I think it was one of the reasons why this project was successful in the European Commission, because we have a complex of all, and it's really important to understand that climate neutrality can be solved only in complex. If we're talking about Lviv, as I thought, positive energy district technologies, it's one of our main pilots. What we see here at the moment, we find the best option for us. We have two branches here. We're working on municipal energy plan and want to grab the biggest impact as we can for our communal enterprises, and one-stop shop system on which we can help for our citizens to involve in case of what is it, positive energy district, how it works, to which people you can go when you have a connection in city council, to which people you can go and have a connection in some NGOs, etc. It's really important because citizens at the moment, they don't really understand what it is, and it's important to have such organization which will help, organization office doesn't matter, on which people will help to grab them to right people, and they will have a good conversation and they said, okay, it's really important, and in the future, for me, it's better to use some technologies which will improve the concept of positive energy district. And office in Brussels, it's a really interesting story because it starts when we are working on this call, we find that it will be really important to open in Lviv Bureau of Euro integration, but something like in European Commission, the period of understanding that call is going on goes for half a year, and on this time, Bureau of Euro integration was established in the city, and it works. So we understand that this task is not really reliable, and we find also the second part of this task was office in Brussels, and a lot of people also in communities ask me why office in Brussels is really important in case of climate neutrality. And I'm explaining because when you are in Brussels, of course is the center of communication. Yes, there are European Commission, European Union structures, big research centers, NGOs, etc. They all are located there. And when you are in the process, when you have a really good connection, you can have a communication offline, not online. All of us understand when you have a communication offline, it's much better than you have a calls. For me, it always looks and works better. You can find more opportunities for the city, you can find more investments, and all of these opportunities and investments then can go to grab a status of climate neutrality in our city. So it's really important also pilot on which we are working, and we really want to develop it as much as we can in our future. There have also some envision outputs from our projects that you can see. From my side, I can just say that it's accelerator. It's an accelerator of European organizations. It's accelerator of universities, of municipalities from Ukraine and from abroad, from European Union. And for us now, really important to have this communication, to grab this experience, because a lot of communities, they are not really involved and they're not trying to push the theme of climate. But we must understand that, okay, war will go maybe, I don't know for how long time, but it ends. This time will come, and from this time we must to work with this because it's a really important topic. And you can see some problems with weather, etc., floodings, all of that coming now, and we must work from 2025, from 2020 even for this topic. And because if we want to be successful in 2015, we must work now, and it's really important to start this work in communities as fast as we can. So thanks a lot for your attention, and if you have some questions, please, I'm open for them.
Thank you, Yuri, very much. I maybe have one brief question, but then we will need to head over to our colleague that we have online. I think we just had some sort of technical hiccup with the time in France and Ukraine. But Yuri, would you say regarding the Ellen's input, how do you feel intersection of circular economy and climate neutrality goals that you want to achieve in Lviv? What is the point of connection, and how do you think Lviv should take on the learnings maybe or the ideas that Ellen has showed to us?
Sorry. If we're talking about circular economy, of course, it's a really big part of climate neutrality, and everyone understands this. At the moment, I see that Lviv community works with this, trying to work really well. We have one more project on which we are working with war debris in Hostomel, Bucha, and Borodyanka. And in Lviv also, we, of course, this impact goes for these cities, but we're grabbing experience and we're trying to bring this experience for our community and to find some options from this project and realized in future. And it also will help in case of climate neutrality because we have a lot of problems with circularity. We must work with this. I'm not really expert on this field. I can be really deep, but of course, it's one of the parts that are really important. And I understand that in my agenda as a manager who are working for such a goals for the city, I understand that it's one of the important parts on which I will work in the future to help a departments to help city council to be more related and more sustainable in case of this part, because not in every city council we have some departments which are more developed and some departments that are less developed. And in this part, I understand that all of the departments must be developed on one level, and circular economy is one of the parts which need to be more developed, and we try to do our best in this part.
Thank you very much, Yuri. Dear Andre, do you hear us? Can you switch on your camera?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. So Professor Andre Torre from University of Paris-Saclay, I hope we can find enough time for your presentation now. Can you show the screen? Our technical team will put it on.
Of course. So thank you very much. I will try to upload it to share. Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, I guess you can see it now.
Yes,
Okay.
perfect. So we will wrap up this session with the input from Andre Torre regarding coming back to geography. We started with geography, we are moving back to geography. About where do we also find the impacts and conclusions from the attempted or desired transition to net zero and circular economy. So Andrea, over to you.
Thank you very much. So first, many thanks for the invitation. I'm really happy to be with you and to can present, to can exchange with you. So I will try to speak about circular economy. So I guess you had already several discussion about that and also about the need for circular economy. Just to start with and to have a look at the main topic. We are in a situation of climate change with global warming, reduction of biodiversity, and the loss of available land to cultivate as well. A lot of impact on resources, and this climate change brings several environmental issues that affect the economy locally. Water shortage, the changes of agricultural production, desertification, diffusion of new illness, the loss of biodiversity. So there are a lot of impact at the local level, but these impacts are not only physical, but they are also on socio-economic type, because this climate change also raise question in terms of well-being of local population, and also it lead to the displacement of population, and also it has an impact on ecosystems with the development of human activities and the exploitation of natural resources. So we are all asking or claiming for solutions to reconcile the adaptation to climate change on one hand and a kind of economic development, if I can say, on the other hand. And of course, there could be a kind of potential conflict between sustainable development goals, mainly in terms of public policies and also in terms of profitability. So what could be the solution? I guess that modest but reasonable solution could be find in circular economy, and I will try to develop it, and especially to try to show you that the local level is really crucial for circular economy and for sustainable development. So let's start with circular economy. What is circular economy? So there are many definitions of them. So Kircher and et al. Identified more than 100. So mainly it is opposed to the linear economy, which is based on the pattern of extract, manufacture, consume, and throw away. And circular economies try to put and to keep products, components, and material alive in circulation for as long as possible, and then to try to recover a part of the waste and turn it into a resource. So mainly it looks like that when you have a loop with design, production, distribution, consumption. You try to reduce the level of consumption and then to as far as possible to reinject it into the production with so-called repair, reuse, and recycle paradigm, the 3R, but there can be many other types of R. But anyway, the idea is that one. And of course, you know that it's considered, or it was considered, I would say, as a part of the European development projects and focus, and especially about the so-called Green Deal, where circular economy action plan was a really crucial part of the European Green Deal. So this circular economy has obviously a very important local, territorial, regional, let's say, component. Otherwise, if it's not localized, if it's not grounded, it is not virtuous. Because if the circular loop is not local, for example, if the resources are imported and travel a long way, and travel and circulate all over the world. If the recycling process is made in other area, like it is done today, nowadays, for example, for habits, for clothes, which are recycled mainly in Africa, in Ghana, if you do that, the circular economy is not virtuous. It could be circular, it could circulate around the planet, but not with, there will be a contradiction between this circularity and the sustainable development goals. On the other hand, the local circular economy has an important economic potential in terms of job creation, most of all, and there are several studies I made myself and my colleagues, several studies which show that the local impact of circular economy is very important in the EU countries. And when you compare circular economy with the non-circular economy, I will say linear one, it's obvious that the potential of circular economy is more important in terms of creation of jobs. So I will claim for the territorialization of circular economy and a territorialization of circular economic public policies. But of course, one has to remind that it depends on the territories, and not the territories are not all equal in face of circular economy, of course. When we come to the local level, there is an important literature about local and collaborative solutions of circular economy, especially regarding industrial ecosystems, with the idea to have systems which got or try to mitigate or to get closer to natural ecosystems, and they try to operate and to reverse the image of industrial activities having negative impacts on the environment, with cities like Dunkirk, for example, and also the so-called example of eco-industrial parks, and especially, I will come just now with the Kalundborg symbiosis, with the idea of recycling materials and waste, local energy flows, cooperation, and trust between actors. So this is a picture of the so-called Kalundborg symbiosis, a very, very famous example in Denmark. And the idea is you see that, first, it is localized, it is a local systems, which very, very close geographical borders, but within these borders, there are different types of exchanges between firms, between labs, between different types of local operators. And I can say more or less that the output of one operator is the input of the other one. And there is a circulation of goods, reuse goods, and energy within this local system. So we have this kind of we have this kind of circulation, but usually when it comes to these systems, mainly people or literature is dealing with the flow, local flows of goods, local flows of energy, recycling goods, and so on. But there is also a very, very important and crucial socio-economic components. So there are socio-economic roots in terms of cooperation and trust between local actors, the sharing of values between those people, and also sophisticated methods of coordination and organization at the local level. So all of them, they come with a strong geographical proximity. So this means that, for example, if we look at the Kalundborg symbiosis, there are not only circulation, there's not only circulation of goods and energy, but also, and I put them here in red, the network of collaboration and organization between local entrepreneurs and innovative firms as well. So this is this idea of a local system, and this is the idea that we developed with Sébastien Bourdin in a recent paper in Economic Geography, with this idea of territorial circular ecosystems, and which are systems involving local actors like authorities, firms, intermediary, research, civil society, also resources, with local material flows, flows on knowledge and skills, infrastructures, financial tools, and also, of course, institutions with policies and legal frameworks, local governance model, norms, cultural norms, incentive systems. So all these situations of these different types of items are found together in a local system. And just to finish, just to give you a very, very rapid example, it's the one of a local system that we studied in France, the circular economy and circular ecosystem. It's about methanation. What is methanation? So that's a very, very obvious, straightforward, and practical application of circular economy. So it's when you have waste, they could come from the city, they could come from agriculture, or both together. And the idea is that you put them in a biogas reactor, and then by this you transform this waste, and you transform a part of them. Part of them is transformed into energy, like heating power, gas, biofuel, and the complement, if it comes from agriculture, could be put on land in order to feed land and to feed the soil. So this is the local system of methanation in Cavigny, in France. It's in Normandy, and you see here it's a kind of very small local ecosystem. When you have first the transformation of the goods of the outputs and the waste locally into energy and digestate, and also you have into this system you have the arrival of lorries and car and trucks full of waste, and on the other hand there is also the circulation out of the system of trucks with and links with energy. So here is the situation. I don't want to make any comment, but that's an analysis in terms of social network. And this, you have the evolution of material and energy exchanges between 2010 and 2020, and mainly with two main types of actors: farmers and also decision-making bodies and waste treatment plants. And you have those and local authorities, and you have this situation and its evolution. So you are able to identify the main actors into the system, but I will not comment it. And this is the other part of the system, like I show you in Kalundborg. This is the communication and exchanges networks. And you see that there are more actors. Previously, you have green and red actors. Now we have local actors, main actors, which are the state technical services, and also in yellow, a local as an association of local residents, because there is an involvement of local population into this network, and local people need to be involved into the process. Otherwise, they could oppose to it, and they could some problems, some conflicts could be raised locally. So some conclusions, very, very briefly now. First conclusion is that mainly circular economy could be a part of a solution and also a resource for territorial development. It's a modest but pragmatic and efficient solution. It's also a resource at the local level and for local authorities. Circular economy is regarding as strategic objective because it allows for improving productivity and resource efficiency, enhancing local growth potential, implementing different types of innovation, and also creating new activities that provide jobs and wealth. But if we have to think about these local systems of circular economy, this territorial circular economy system, we have to focus on the crucial role of cooperative behaviors at three levels. The first level is the technical level, the level of cooperation between firms and productive actors. They have to share the same practices, the good practices, and also the new innovation in order to be involved into circular economy development. Second one is the cooperation and exchange between those actors in order to collaborate, to coordinate these projects. And it's not only the firms, but it's also the institution and so on. And the last level is the cooperation with the local populations in order to avoid conflict and opposition. If we put all those things together, in the end, there are some solutions which raise in order to develop a kind of reasonable, sustainable, territorial development. So thank you very much, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you greatly. We'll now take 2 questions because we are a little bit out of schedule.
Ну, в мене не
Wait a
питання,
second.
в мене є...
Do you hear interpretation? Mr. Tor, do you hear interpretation?
Можна? Ще раз?
Yes, can you speak?
В мене є не питання, в мене є коротке.
I have a comment, actually, not a question.
Yes, it is there.
This is a comment, not a question. I have heard an approach such as creation of local system of circular economy. But in my opinion, this is the false approach. It is understandable that there is no local autonomous economy. The economy of each city is very much integrated into general economy, global economy. Therefore, we cannot talk about local economy as such. And in case we create a local system of circular economy, it will prevent us from implementation of such mechanisms as expanded responsibility of a manufacturer and other things. We have DRS system, sustainable producer responsibility. Thank you.
You're right. That's a question of incentives. Because for big firms which are involved in the circulation at the international level, if they have to invest into circular economy, they will respond to incentives. If there are no main big incentives, they will not come into that. So that's important for them to enter into circular economy if they find advantages, if they find benefits to do that. So if there are incentives to do, they will do it, and they do them. What are the kind of incentives? There can be some helps, there can be some tax subsidies, there can also be some advantages to be localized in terms of land, of renting, for example. But I will say most of all, the idea is to help them to enter into this system. So this means that these incentives are not to be only financial, but there are also the need for incentives to organize and to cooperate locally. This means that there is a need for development of local systems of help for firms to collaborate locally. You cannot do circular economy alone. It's not impossible usually for a single firm to do circular economy alone at the local level, where there is a need of cooperation between different firms. So you need to develop local systems and local incentives to incite firms to collaborate locally.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we are out of time on this session, so I'll just give a very brief summary of what we discussed, and also invite our colleagues to stay for the session after lunch. So we started this broadly the session with kind of the thinking of whether there is a need for space for circular economy, and I think everybody agrees there is a need to spatialize our understanding that circular economy doesn't happen in vacuum, and we need to see the borders of when we talk about spatial economy, not in abstract ways, but where we're talking about it nationally, regionally, on the city level. And this is also what Andre says, that the preconditions for such a circular economy is the cooperation between actors that know the purposes and that they have a definitive economic incentives to join the forces towards local economy. And also, I think in the images there was a highlighted that in many cases, local authorities take the lead in creating regulations and creating constraints that enable such projects, which is of ultimate concern also for projects, I think, in Lviv, where the city can take a lead in enabling some sort of cooperation and furthering cooperation with neighboring cities and communities that are part of the Lviv agglomeration, for instance, and in similar cases in other parts of Ukraine. So we also had a presentation about the ambitions of Lviv to join the carbon neutrality by 2050 agenda. And I think there will be more projects that will require a dense and interlocked cooperation between the city, the businesses, parts of civil society, and also experts. And I think it's important maybe to find bridges between the circular economy needs, which showcase the need for space, and maybe then the abstract and somehow like a very high lying net zero ambitions will also become more visual, more pragmatic, more pertinent to our spatial dimension. So thank you all for participation for the session. We will be running for lunch. We'll start the next session 10 minutes late. So we will start it. Sorry, had the program 1 second. We will start it 2 o'clock, 10 past 2. So thank you again, and see you. Please don't be late. Our Maria, I see she's already not happy with my decision, but we need to have lunch. So please don't be really late. 10 minutes past 2, we are here. Thank you.
Добрий день, пане Андрію. Бачу, ви вже готові. Я думаю, через кілька хвилин ми будемо
So it will be more difficult to come together after the lunch, and so we will ask everyone to join. So now is the session, so we gradually go to the local level, because on the local level we need to introduce all the requirements from net zero, and so I give the floor to my colleague Bogdan, and please. Immediately I will invite our speaker, Josip Dorosh, and all other speakers will be online and will be in this format with the shift from offline into online. And the third session will be related to the first session, in which we considered the importance of land use and natural protection, and introduction of a mechanism of implementation of nature protection norms and financial stimulus. And now we will have the session about the spatial planning, about the protection of land and soils. So we understand that it is important within the sustainable development. We cannot do it without this, especially namely net zero. So it's not about zero emissions. We cannot reach it without sustainable land use. And besides the land use, we need to speak about degraded land, and especially that suffered from war. So I hope we will have an interesting panel. We will have interesting speakers and lots of topics. So I give the floor to Andrei Chasov, professor of Kharkiv University, named after Karazin. Please, Andrei, tell us about the actual state of land resources in Ukraine. What are the tendencies in the degradation of these land resources that were detected, and what is in general, what should we remember the most in this topic of degradation? Thank you, Bogdan. 1 second, I will share the screen. So do you see the presentation now? Yes, we see it. So the name is kind of difficult. So let's start, as Bogdan said. So what we have and what we can do to make it better. Of course, tomorrow we want to that everything is good. So the first maybe some main ideas. So the soil. So the land, we'll not go into terminology, but the basis of any land is the soil, and it is not important. It is not needed to prove that Ukraine is a black soil country and they're back the best in the world. And if you ask a child in Ukraine, what is the color of the soil? The child will say black, but it is not like this in everywhere in the world. And black color is good, so it is not re-establish the resource to create 1 centimeter of black soil is we need 100 years, so it can be replenished, but if we lose it right now, we will not be capable to recreate it, and we will not leave it for our children and grandchildren. And also, the soil is the basis of food security of our country and the whole mankind. So, because everything we see in supermarkets, then whatever people consume, 95% is produced by the agriculture, and we don't have the alternative as for now. Once we were speaking about the world ocean, and we now understand that it cannot provide everything, but the agriculture is based on the soil, and we can make other bull points, and not let's not lose our time. So I will remind you that in general in the world we have more than 8 billion people, and maybe there will be the growth up to 10 and 12 billion people, and every person should be supplied with food. So all of us remember there was a blockade in the Ukrainian ports, and immediately in African countries, the people were a bit concerned because they were among our biggest consumers of the grain. So the food safety is important. This is the photo. Why I took it, not only just to feel the sun and give a bit of optimism. I don't know how it is in Lviv, but in Kharkiv it is the autumn day without sun. So we see the ruler and we see the layers. So to understand the soil, we needed to dig a hole like this. So we see 100 centimeters on 1 meter is dark gray and almost a black layer, and then we see a bit, but kind of yellowish and brown color. But this is for you to understand. It is not geologically created. It is not created by water. All this layer was kind of yellow-brown color, but then during the time it was created. What is black? It is organic. It's organic carbon. We spoke a lot about this, and we remind about this all the time because of the climate change problem. Because all this carbon, when it goes into the atmosphere, that it creates these bad things that everyone feels in the world. So what is the state of our lands now? We can speak a lot now and the experts know that unfortunately such things like different kinds of degradation. People speak a lot, and people accustomed even now, and they don't react too much. But I show the service of space probing, because this program is open to everyone. It's a Google Earth, and everyone can look at our territory, any place, and I am sure that in every region, in every district, in all kinds of areas, we will see the picture like this. This is in the different regions, Mykolaiv region, and what we see with our eyes when the soil changes the color, not that it is plowed, but here is a kind of not regular changes of colors. So these are the eroded soils. So it means that this 1 meter of black soil disappeared. So now the Khmelnytsky region, what we see, a beautiful picture like this, but for the soil it is terrible. So these light spots, these are the soils that lost at least 50% of their of their fertility. If 1 centimeter is recreated in 100 years. So this is Kharkiv region. So and my own region, and so we see these changes on the soil, and this is the water erosion, really. So unfortunately, this is the picture which is characteristic for all Ukraine. So these are the pictures on ground. Myself, I did it in 2006, and after the rainstorm, and you should not comment. And and to the right, my colleague took it in 2022, and people came in winter. So we see that these ravines they are created. Why I speak about water erosion? Because it is the most important factor of all kind of degradations. And secondly, in you can spot it but much easier, because other types of degradation like hyperdensity you will not detect, but erosion. So we can say it is the death of the soil, and you cannot renew it at all. I will not comment all this table, and you will see, if you want, yourself the results and the influences on the economy, on the social sphere, what can happen after these results. So these are the results only in one field. So when the soil loses the fertile layer, it becomes less fertile. So as I showed you at the beginning, and 80 ton per hectare was lost. The fertility reduces immediately by 10%. If it is average loss, you will reduce it to 75%, and if it is half, so it is 65% of fertility is lost. So what we see on the left side, the lighter soil, they almost flushed away, and the 2 times the loss of fertility we can just observe. As for the legal base, everything is inside. There is a law on protection of soils, and we see that the washing out of the humus layer can be punished by imprisonment up to 2 years. I never heard that this article would be implemented. Maybe it's good it exists, but in reality we don't have an efficient policy for the protection of soils and for stimulation of farmers and agriculture producers to introduce these mechanism. We have also the examples that people take care of the soil, but it is not in mass, and they do it by their enthusiasm. And there is no connection between economic incentives and legal incentives and production. So we know that in the European Union we have the program CAP, and Great Britain they exited from EU. It is another name, but if you saw the series of about farmer Clark, and it is the film about how the farmers live in Great Britain. So, and they say that if you wanted to plow this field, you will lose the subsidy from the country for a substantial amount, and he is very surprised. So the mechanism that exists in Europe as in the United States, it's not a bait, and it's a carrot. And if the person is in agriculture business and he will receive from state and academic institutions the precise explanations how to protect the soils, and if the person agrees, the person will get the compensation and money. So this is a win-win system. But the soils, as we saw, let me come back. So these photos, once again, what we see with this light color. So these places, they lost 2 times the fertility by 65%, and economically it is not even profitable. It would be nice to take these territories out of intensive use and leave it for pastures, for many year plants, or maybe for steppe and for forest. And when we come to this slide of a win-win combination, we will see the situation which is very profitable for both sides, and because agriculture producers, they do not work on very weak soils, and the fertile lay does not disappear. The degradation stops, and the degraded soils, they come back to the natural state, and they regenerate. And it's important that in such soils, they have very little organic carbon, and they will absorb it very intensively. So I know from different programs, and we should do it, and we should remember that that in marshes they emit methane. It's much more dangerous 2 times than CO2. The soils, they are not as dangerous as marshes, and they will be very efficient in absorb, and they will deposit carbon from the atmosphere. And even here we can think. I'm not the economic specialist, but people can get some dotations from world organizations that take care of this mitigating of outcomes of this situation, and these GM wheels they will work, and there will be even better influence on biodiversity, on rivers, and the biodiversity about insects to which we don't pay attention.
We know that certain things need polling with the help of insects. And now the problem is that biodiversity is decreasing and the yields, the harvests are going down. So what is the percentage? We have to take a look at it, but if it works, it will be much better. So the main factor that we lack is definitely funding. If funding is available, definitely we can use this ready-made scheme that has already been tested in Europe and in the US. And unfortunately, we are a bit limited in terms of time. So could you please get to conclusions? Is the situation that bad? Actually not. So on the left, you see the structure of American fields. On the right are Ukrainian fields. And you see that they have rectangular forms, unnatural forms. And in Ukraine, we already have territories which are close to nature's. We also have successful nature conservation measures. In Kharkiv, you see contour meliorative land processing, and it stops erosion and improves the condition of the soil. On the right, you see the agricultural landscape methodology by Professor Burakov. You see that it accumulates moisture 150 millimeters a year, and this is a lot for our territories. And there are examples of such agricultural landscapes. You see them in the slide. So now we already have the methodologies and the experience. So if we have funding, I think we have everything ready. We have aerial visualization, Sentinel or Planer. We can use them. There are relief digital models, and we have special services assisted by AI. And there are all the methodologies ready in order to zone specific territories and improve the condition of our degraded soils. Thank you for your attention and sorry for exceeding my time. Yes, we understand the topic is very detailed. And once again, thank you very much for very professional highlight of the topic with the illustration. We were particularly impressed with the strips of eroded land plots. I think the issue is really topical for Ukraine, considering that at the beginning of 2022, we had about more than 50% of arable lands, and this is one of the best indicators in the world. But actually, lots of those land plots are eroded. So the question is really topical. Do we have questions to the speaker? I have a very brief question to you. Could you please tell us what is the most efficient measure or changes that the state can take in order to either stop or at least minimize the degradation of our soils? I have partially mentioned it. If we have some mechanisms, funding mechanisms, the compensation for taking these lands out of agricultural use, it will be good. This is something that works in Europe and in the US. So we have to find money and to launch this program. Thank you. The key point is how to find that funding. Again, if you have some brief question, please. What about natural restoration of black soils without intervention of a person? And what about landscape planning? Landscape planning in soils. We have a special presentation on the topic on special planning, but probably you can talk about natural restoration of black soil. Yes, black soils can restore itself. This is a natural process when vegetation is there. In agriculture, we actually stop agrocinosis, but here everything is taking place in a natural way. Landscape planning, I have already provided example of agricultural and landscape planning. This is ideal for our conditions. Thank you very much, Andrei. And we get to our next speaker. I also have a question. Okay, one more question. Thank you very much for your presentation. My question is, what about the efficiency of permaculture in restoration of soils? Thank you. Here, the situation is that it will be enough, sufficient, but I'm not an expert here. Probably you can ask the specialists. Yes, but permaculture, permanent agriculture is also environmentally friendly. Definitely, it is better than traditional use of lands. So I would like to announce our next speaker. This is Mr. Josip Dorosh, the Doctor of Economic Sciences, Professor of the National Academy of Agrarian Sciences of Ukraine, and Acting Director of the Institute of Land Use at the National Academy of Agrarian Sciences of Ukraine. Could you please share your ideas about current state and the problems of land management and how it is related to soil conservation and biodiversity conservation? Thank you. Before talking about the topic you have raised, I would like to take a broader look at this issue. I will raise the issue of institute formation. When we are talking about land conservation, this is the institute. Institute is the norms and the rules, and there are certain mechanisms how we can comply with all those rules. So if we take a look how we as an institute are doing our research, we start from the point whether the norms are in place and whether the mechanisms are available. The law on land conservation was adopted in 2003. It was a very good law. It was about the norms and rules and provisions, and it was contour and meliorative organization of the territories, and certain temperatures were indicated. And the Academy of Sciences of Ukraine at that time developed special soil groups in line with the relief from 0 to 1, from 1 to 3, from 3 to 5, and after 7 we cannot use it already. And the law presupposes a nationwide program on land conservation. And only in 2022, so 20 years after actually, we managed to develop the concept of this national program, and that was adopted in January 2022. So we were the ones who actually completed this program. And we were trying to encompass all the issues. So how the mechanisms should be in place. there was the resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers that the program should be developed during 9 months, and the funding was allocated 22 billion hryvnias, and it was quite a good amount of money to offer the mechanisms. And we know that it was February and it was the full-scale invasion. And on the last months, we had the discussion about the changes to the concept and the preparation of the program. So if we do not form the normal institute, the norms and rules and mechanisms, if we do not have it, we will fight the consequences, just for you to understand the general picture. And the concept had 3 options. We also included our expectations, and I can mention, for example, one of the mechanisms. So what about land use? We have land users and landowners. The landowner is the owner of the land, and we have the user, the one who is using the land. So when the landowner gives leases this land plot, it doesn't mention the characteristics of the soil in any agreement. So again, when the land is returned, again, nothing is mentioned. So I can use the land intensively and I can bring it back, and the condition of the soil will be much worse. So something should be done about it. Another point, if we decided that this land plot is not good for agriculture, we should create some conditions for the landowners regarding some payments. So there may be some either local funds or any other funds. So the landowner is the owner of the land, but the land cannot be leased, and the owner gets payment. So this is another mechanism that can be offered. So when we develop the program, different options can be prescribed. But there is another issue. We do not have land inventory for 10 years. We do not know how many land plots are eroded. We know that in general this is 57%, but again, we do not have real data. We also do not have inventory of land users. We don't know who and how much is processing. So the state doesn't have this inventory. And when we study the problem, we suggest the solutions to these problematic issues. So we suggest how this land inventory can be done, can be introduced, and generally how we can inventorize the land users. My presentation is in English, and I will get to the second part of my presentation. So when we studied the general issues in Ukraine, we understood that we have to find the solution. And we started working with the communities. So we went to the level of communities and started studying the problem at the level of communities. And we were thinking about the solutions. I'm glad that here we have Miss Irena, representatives of one of the communities. And actually, we were present in that community. So, what have we studied for them? So, this is the list of the communities we have chosen for our research. And these are different types of the communities because we wanted to address different problems. So we did the zoning of the territory. This is our research. And you see the occupied territories, dangerous territories where the combat actions are. And we also identified the territories which are conditionally safe. Conditionally because, well, shelling is everywhere, so we cannot use the term fully safe territory. This is Kakhovka. I will not stop on this. We studied different types of lands. So this is the community I was talking about. So the first question was, what kind of information do we have about the lands available at community? We have state land cadastre, and when the cadastre was formed, the community was given the rights and the duties, but they were not given the mechanisms how to resolve certain problematic issues. So we have taken these lands and we have seen that about 70% were registered in the cadastre. Why? Because the cadastre is based on applications. And when we terminated the inventory of lands, we couldn't predict that the cadastre wouldn't be completed. It means I'm the owner of the land, and if I apply, my land plot will be registered. But if I do not apply, it won't. So certain other mechanisms should be suggested. And 30% of lands available at communities are not registered in the cadastre. So when we study those lands, well, this may be municipally owned land, and we told the communities, please register them. We will complete the cadastre in this case, and we'll have the full amount of information. There was another issue, how we should manage those lands which belong to the community. Well, the community is the owner, but still. So altogether, we developed the manual on managing the land in municipal ownership, in communal ownership. I understand that this is just the beginning, but we have to start with something. So if we have this institute of joint ownership, there should be the management mechanism in place. And we understand that land management is the best tool. I will speak about it in more details later. But when we work with the communities, what are the problems? So again, no information about the ownership. And for example, lack of qualified staff, because the level of staff we have, the level of qualification should be improved. And we address the problem. We deliver lectures at the level of communities. And we say, for example, what are the solutions regarding land management? So once again, we suggest that we should set the boundaries. We also have a special program within which the communities are provided with GIS system to manage their lands. Regarding land conservation, I will get back to this. That's important, and this is actually the topic of our panel. The Institute of Land Protection existed. There was a law on state control. There was a special service established. Later, they were transferred to the State Land Committee. Now it is just one of the departments. And in 2022, the law was that the inspection level should go to the level of community. So the institute existed as such. Later, it was just lowered in terms of rank, and now the situation is totally different. So how the inspector can do the inspections of both state-owned lands and private lands? He or she doesn't have the authority to do it. So we have to form such mechanisms. And we also have to design bylaws. For example, how the inspector will be allowed to inspect privately owned lands and state lands. So we have to do it, and later we can already think about the results. So these are the problems at the level of communities, and these are the solutions suggested to the communities. And a couple of words about other communities. In Kryvyi Rih, we also took one of the village communities where mining industry is present, and we study their problems. The problems are almost the same. The only thing, again, about the mechanisms, they have a big mining plant. And when we did financial evaluation, it meant plus 8 million annually. So if the evaluation is on for 5 years, that means 40 million hryvnias, and they already have money for land conservation and land protection. So we actually suggested the research how the dust from this mining industry actually influences the health of the population. So I will not talk about it in details. I understand. I would like to finish my thought. It's not enough to study the problem, it's necessary to suggest certain solutions. So, as I've said, we suggest land management mechanisms to the communities. We agreed that we are going to develop the concept and the program and create land management mechanisms.
We use the system and satellite images. Whatever I would say to you, I would like to mention. So for research, it can be used, but when we come for the inspection, we have only 20 meters of precision, and we created a system where we follow which crops people are seeding. We will come to the situation where we'll not use the grain crops on slopes, and we will need the mechanism for the municipalities to manage their own lands and other things. I will stop a bit on only. We monitor the land market, we keep it, and these are our projects, and we'll stop only on the 2 projects that are valid now. Euro Horizon, about land shift, how to change the use of land due to climate change. But the first project was of RUAR with Polish Institute. We are keeping it to the end, and it will be the point about the quality of land, the quality of food, where we make a model, 3 models, how it will be developed, our land relations, if we have 3 types of development. We developed indicators which we will use, and it is also related to protection of lands. These are our publications. And I think, thank you. I just kept you. Everything is okay. And Josip, thank you for this complex analysis and information about the work of your institute. And really, it is interesting, and in general, and there is understanding that we thought about a lot of things. It's a pity we don't have the complex approach of the state to this protection point. Do we have questions in the audience? I have a short question. What, in your opinion, were the most efficient steps to increase the efficiency of land cadastre in the land protection field, how to make a cadastre to protect the land? Thank you for this question. And I had some contacts with connection with protection of land in municipalities, how the cadastre and land management is built on the basis of land management. We put information into cadastre. If what is land management? These are the measures for protection of land, and if we have such measures inside, they will be put in the cadastre, and we will be protective. Why did we go in this way? We understood that to build the mechanisms, we have the land on land management. We have documents on land management, and in this law, there is a list of documents, and there is the content of documents is absent. So we move in this direction. So we created a technical committee where we will approve the content of every document of land management, with main element will be the measures for land protection, and these measures will be put into the cadastre, and then you will be capable to use this data, because the cadastre is just a picture. If you don't put anything into this, you will get nothing from the cadastre. So this is the task that we have in front of us. Sorry that I gave it in this voluminous way. So thank you for your answer. And in many presentations, we spoke a lot about municipalities and their participation in land protection. It's clear because we have the decentralization reform, and many responsibilities goes to the municipalities, and I will give the floor to the person who works with municipality, Diana Kolomitseva, Deputy Executive Director of All Ukrainian Association on from issues of municipalities. Yes. Good afternoon to all, and thank you very much for this invitation and for these topics and these global problems that you raised during these 2 days. And my previous and the previous speakers, they pointed out the problems of the municipalities. So I would say that decentralization reform in 2022, it not only added new tasks or current tasks to municipalities, it created a new challenges that are shifted to municipalities for solving. I would like that everyone understand that municipality is an independent institution, but it is limited by the norms of law and state policy in the field of land relations, and the community can work in the scope within the scope of the legislation and the issues pointed out by Josip Dorush and were shown by Mr. Chasov. They are really reflected in the communities, and we are the Ukrainian Association of Communities, and we tried to generalize this information, because as in the family, every community like a family is happy in the same way, but unhappy in their own way. The same challenges we have in the territorial communities in Ukraine, because communities in the east and in the west, they have different tasks and challenges and decisions to take. So to understand inside Ukraine how we work with land issues during the war state, our activities of association, we send into 3 parameters. Diana, do you hear us? Because we don't have a connection with you. Looks like. Technical problems. I can feel in the pause if you do not disagree. If you have something to say, please feel. So what the lady was saying, please. I was speaking about the norms and rules, formal institutions, and she was saying that in different communities they have different norms and rules, informal ones, and everyone keeps to them. And one of the element of research was the studies of such unofficial rules, and we called them even not official legal base, because of the communities they can create their own rules and invest in the East. They have different approaches which are not put anywhere, but everyone keeps to them. And so we propose to put them down, so to make them formal on the legal way, on local scale. So she's connected already. Thank you very much, Mr. Josip Dorosh, that you supported me. You covered this technical gap. Sorry for this communication. We, in our association, we see three key parameters with which we work right now, and maybe I will tell you with a bigger scale how it looks like with generalized information in all communities, not to separate communities into different regions. I would say that we have the main task that we should keep in focus of all communities, not withstanding in which region they are. So it is about the creation of conditions of development, and these conditions of development should give them community the perspective for the future. So if we don't speak about the future, and if we only solve this task right now for the present, and the communities will not be having the potential for growth. So we focus the communities on the growth. And in this context, we see two big blocks of tasks related to the management of a land fund of Ukraine. These are basic tasks in every community, but these basic tasks they are most related to the western region of Ukraine, and the tasks a bit about which Mr. Dorosh was speaking. Every community should understand what are their resources in their possession. So decentralization processes they passed, but the resources in the communities not all of them know. So these resources we put as the task of the current times. So the task of all communities will be the inventory and limits between the lands of the communities. This is the task that will understand the assets of the community and make the inventory, to put it into the cadastre, and to understand what the resources are used in the country through communities. The second task, we do not take it away from the communities. This is the this is the development of spatial development of the community. We should compulsory understand what will be the perspective of the community, considering the war state and resources and the population in the community, and in the vector of the future planning. And yes, and for sure I support about the problems which were spoken about by the colleagues in the sense of state control or in the use of land resources. To say that the mechanism is working, it works maybe for 10% in the context that the communities check the lands that were captured by people themselves within their lands, but to understand where the resources of the community should start and should limit. And second point, to understand the institutional support of this function, because without correct training of the inspector, only one inspector in the community, he will not be able to control the whole lands of the community, considering the public and the state and the private lands that should be controlled as well. So these three tasks, they should be worked out by the community and through the increase of focus of the state on these tasks. Second block, the priority tasks, they should be a priority when we have active hostilities or actions related to, let's say, direct military actions that are not periodical. So these priorities, they appear with communities where they have some military conditions. They can appear in all communities, and when it happens, so immediately the community has priorities that it should do. So it means that the documenting the damages to land resources of the community. Today, we have a very big issue, and it is not solved. The fortification on the lands of the communities on the lands that are transferred to agriculture producers, and fortifications are built by the army of Ukraine. And they don't take care if it is the crops or not, and they just build to assure the defense and the security function of the state. And to this we have the point of compensations of the losses that to the private users or communities. So we don't have as a procedure about the compensation of because of the fortification and military units, and it creates a lot of problems of placing these points on the lands of the communities, because we cannot work properly on this. Second point is the taking decision about the conservation, timely conservation. So this point is matches, as was said before, the conservation today. It's one of really depicted, defined instrument that can be used by the community, allows to achieve the level when the land remains without processing, and then it could be relaunched for use later. So today we work on the regulatory base on draft legal acts that would introduce the economic mechanism that would make the process of conservation, would make it attractive for the community and for the producers, agriculture producers that should not pay these payments because of military actions. And the third priority in the communities, we follow this and we launch it, especially in the eastern communities. in the center, the research and the assessment of the soils, finding out the heavy metals and concentration of pollutant in the soils. This is to understand the state of the soil and what is the amount of pollution is inside to make to put these soils out of any agriculture use, because the main task of us today is to prevent the use of agriculture soil in agriculture, to prevent the coming of polluted or negative from the point of view of quality.
So these are two tasks the communities in all the regions are trying to address. Ms. Diana, you have 2 minutes. Yes, actually, I think I'll manage. I also would like to mention what should happen after we solve these tasks. Definitely, it would be good if the state could help us with regulations, with those key institutional mechanisms. What we have to achieve with these two tasks, there should be a strategic task of developing individual development strategy for each community that will address the quality of the soil, recultivation processes related to the restoration of the soil. Also, at the level of each community, there can be some individual measures on establishment of nature and reserve funds, pastures, and so on. It depends what kind of soil each community will have. Also, alongside with these issues, we have to fill our land cadastre with special zones for us to be able to build a strategy and policy of population settlement in line with those zones. What is important about this? How we achieve these goals? And here we identify several ways how to do it. Certainly, we suggest that communities work with grant support, international donor organizations. We encourage mechanisms of public and private partnerships. And when we have restored areas, there should be municipal cooperation as well. And definitely there should be awareness raising campaigns. We should engage local residents, and we should probably create role models of territories restoration. And this will actually form the functioning of the community. But first and foremost, we need good state policies that the communities will be guided by, and the communities will develop their tools that will enable them to start restoring the soils in this or that way as defined by the state. Thank you for attention. Sorry for some technical issues. And if there are questions, I'm ready to answer them. Thank you very much, Diana, for such a strategic analysis regarding finding a balance between the interest of the state and the interest of the community. Do we have any questions? My name is Frolov. I'm from Pokrovsk Territorial Community in Donetsk region. I was listening to you, to the proposals you've made. The area of the community is 514 square kilometers. About 68% are agricultural lands. And apart from mining industry, we also have well-developed agriculture. We have dozens of very big agricultural companies. There are a lot of agricultural products produced. And your proposal about taking these lands out of agricultural use, I think, and the green transition and just transformation and closing mining industries and the commitments of Ukraine within nationally determined contribution number 2, well, I think that this proposal will not be welcomed by farmers who actually think about getting back to those lands after the war. He knows that Pokrovsk community is in the active combat zone, and I think our lands are really contaminated with military things. Yes, this is a big issue. On the one hand, we have to ensure that the farmers come back to the community. On the other hand, we have the price, the cost of the issue. Well, this is about saving lives, because if contaminated agricultural products will be on the market, the question is what we are doing and how we can prevent some even more negative consequences. So, in our opinion, definitely this is a painful and very sensitive issue. And probably there is no overnight solution to this. But considering the amount of heavy metals which were traced, for example, in the Mykolaiv region, and there were 5 territorial communities, and we saw what is the condition of their soils, definitely the figures are awful. I do not want even to mention the figures, because the amount of heavy metals in the soils that have very negative consequences for human health, well, the amount is actually hundreds of times higher than the minimum concentration norms. So we have to think what we are doing, and we do hope that our key institutions will be able to find good solutions that will be the foundation not only for soil concept, which was adopted in 2021, but will be the foundation of the conservation program that will include specific tools. So the territorial community should do something, and everybody is going to help the communities. But we have to understand what should be done in order to quickly restore the soils. And once again, the concept of soil conservation, nature will decide itself, probably is one of the best. But we do hope that our experts will suggest. Unfortunately, there is the interruption again. The connection is interrupted. But well, we have already got an exhaustive answer on the basis of scientific recommendations. That's definitely a complicated issue, how we can balance the interests of the communities and local farmers and the issues of nature. Definitely, we have to remember also about the interests of the state and the safety of the consumers who may suffer if the contaminated lands will be used for agricultural purposes. Now, I would like to give the floor to Alexander Holubtsov, who is a scientific specialist at the Technical University of Dresden. Mr. Alexander, do you have the answer about the tools that may be helpful when we are talking about soils protection? Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to present my ideas on the topic. In my presentation, I was trying to give an overview of the available tools available in Ukraine and how they can be used to address this very topical issue. As I have already mentioned, previous speakers have already mentioned, the most active and the most dynamic level for different tools and approaches used is the level of territorial communities. And at the level of communities, there are a number of tools that help us protect or restore the soils and also address environmental issues. Here in this slide, you see the names of such tools which are available in Ukraine. What can we mention here? These strategy and the program for the socio-economic development are strategic documents defining key areas of community development. The comprehensive recovery program is the operational tool, how we can address the military actions and the damage caused to people, to territories, and to lands. We also have a tool which is called Integrated Development Concept and also Comprehensive Special Development Plan for the territorial community. And I will show certain examples and tell how this tool can be of use when we are talking about the task set. And definitely we should also mention here strategic environmental assessment, which analyzes all the planning documents and provides a conclusion about those recommendations, whether these recommendations meet the relevant environmental requirements in Ukraine. The comprehensive special development plan for the territory of the community definitely falls into this procedure, while the other documents are conditional for strategic environmental evaluation or assessment if it is identified that certain things can be harmful for the environment. If we look at the document which is called the Program for the Socio-Economic Development of the Territorial Community, I would like to quote one of the researchers. And there was a research project which evaluated how the community development strategies, and there were several of them, so how the strategies that were developed in 2016, 2018, or 2019 mentioned environmental issues. So how they were mentioned in the recommendations. And you see those environmental issues were actually marginalized, while the issues of infrastructure, issues of social and economic development actually made the biggest part of those projects. And that means that to some extent, such documents are strategic ones, while environmental issues were mentioned very superficially, very generally. So you can only show the topicality of this or that problem, while certain detailed solutions may be implemented through some other tools. For example, through the programs of comprehensive recovery. Well, here we can get the preliminary assessment of the condition of the territory of the community that was affected, for example, by the war, by the military actions, and the issue of soils is also mentioned in such documents. But to some extent, this is also a framework document outlining the issues that should be addressed and what and how can be done about a certain problem. The concept of integrated development is a document that is trying to combine special solutions, also certain planned things for this or that territory. This is an efficient tool that indicates the key issues and, again, indicates specific territories in the community. So what should be done to this or that land plot if we are trying to address environmental issues? Unfortunately, there are interruptions regarding the speaker's sound. Mr. Golubtsov, we have certain interruptions regarding your sound. Dear online audience, do you hear us? So it's not our problem because it looks like we have good connection. Do you hear me now? Probably there are some internet issues. So once again, the concept of integrated development. In Melitopol, we worked on the issues of soil protection in the city, and we did some field research, we did soil sampling, and there were lab tests, and the conclusions were integrated into final recommendations into the strategy and the concept of integrated development. But as the concept of integrated development is a document that has recommendation nature, and the communities have the right to develop this concept or not develop this concept. So it is understandable that if you have the concept, it helps you to conceptualize certain problematic issues or vice versa, certain issues that have potential for development. But in our opinion, there is another tool which is better, and this is the comprehensive plan of special development. And it is it also has a chapter on landscape planning, and it focuses on environmental issues, and it tries to provide a comprehensive vision for the architects in order to fully take into account peculiarities of natural conditions and the conditions of the environment in the territory of the community, including the condition of the soils. In this scheme, I was trying to show how all those documents can be integrated. These are the documents that may be developed for the community. And here you see the top level. These are strategic documents. So this is strategy of development or the concept of integrated development. They can be the foundation for the comprehensive special development plan in order to have certain preliminary picture or certain framework conditions for considering of environmental issues. And they will be developed in details at the level of landscape planning. So here we take the into account the landscapes, the natural conditions, and so on. So here I get back to something that was mentioned by previous speakers. For example, we need the information about degraded soils or eroded soils, and sometimes this information is not available, and we have to do our own research. Another restriction of this chapter is, for example, it is stated that comprehensive plans should be developed for a short period of time and for all the communities. As a result, we do not have enough time to work on these natural conditions while we develop these comprehensive plans. Still, these issues can be addressed, and for example, here you see how it is possible to do it. Here, I would like to pinpoint the following. So we have the requirement, and the previous speaker has already mentioned about the hills, which have the slope of more than 7 degrees. We cannot use them as arable lands. But if we, for example, take modeling in order to identify what areas are most dangerous regarding erosion, then you see the difference how these territories look like and how certain issues should be addressed while we are talking about comprehensive plan. The next point I would like to mention here are comprehensive plans and actions. For example, this is the example from Germany where we see the vegetation at the background at the water bodies. and boundaries of the water bodies. It is done in order to stop at the beginning the development of erosion processes. And definitely we have very steep slopes, and we have either forests there or meadows. And also there are examples from Ukrainian communities where we have those landscape plans and comprehensive plans. And for example, this is Rogan community, and we did certain analytics on soils evaluation and assessment. And we were trying to see how the soils are sensitive to certain dangerous impacts that may cause degradation of soils. On the other hand, we were trying to evaluate how valuable these soils are. And the conclusions were presented in the landscape plan. And here you see the way we did it. So when we formulated the goals for this community, we identified specific land plots and how these environmental issues were addressed on soil protection and on environment protection at the community. Thank you for your attention. That's it. And I'm ready to answer your questions.
Thank you, Alexander, for this analysis, how we can combine different instruments. So there is a problem really that the communities should develop different documents, but how to integrate them and to work in complex. So I will give the floor to our fifth speaker, and then we will come to the questions. And I would like to give the floor to Katerina Harbarchuk, the head of sector of land use of a public organization, Ukrainian Nature Protection Group. And Katerina, can you tell us how the communities can prevent the land use and ecology? And so, good afternoon. And I will start with the main point why the communities should have the natural lands, and why do they need the sustainable land use? So it could be very loud, but to keep the nature, it means to keep the life, because nature gives us everything necessary: clear air, clear water to get food, because the insects that they cover the flowers and the plants, and the insects should live somewhere. People forgive very often these things that we need as a nature, and the nature is not only something kind of material, but it is very poetic. For example, we all like when the birds are singing, they quiet us, and the sound of grass quiet us down. We should protect them. But in Ukraine, we have the problem of protecting of the territories. So for me, by myself, I selected a community in Vinnytsia village, and with the map of seeding, and I started to analyze the territories which are not forest, and so we have forests. They are green. They are a bit more, but we don't talk about forests because in the majority they are managed by the forest managers, but not communities. Of course, there are territories that are covered by self-seeded forests. Also, the places with water beds, they are shown here. So this is the example from the pond that was dried down and it was used for plowing. So calculating the surface of plowed ecosystems in this community, it was 5% of the lands, maybe a bit more, maybe a bit less. But fortunately, it's not the same situation in Ukraine. But it means that we should keep these natural territories that are kept, then potentially can be plowed and used for agriculture by the farmers. So in Ukraine, actually, the state pays attention that the nature should be protected, and the main law where it is said about strategic documents is the document on city planning activities, and the law says about the documents that should be taken into account when we develop the documents, strategic documents, including the spatial plans of development of the community. It says about the forests and the emerald network and lands with restricted use. We spoke a lot about this because these are the belts on the river banks and also pastures and steep hills, important element, the sites of nature reserves. And in Ukraine, we have the strategy of ecological policy up to 2030, and it says that this percentage should be raised up to 15% until 2030, and we today it is about 7%. We as a public organization, we send our proposals to the communities, what they should take into account in special plans of development, and we propose to include into the complex plan the reserve territories and also sites of emerald network and proposed sites of emerald assets. Also, we look with open data and with the data of biodiversity, the plots that can become reserves, or where we can create preserve the zones, and in these databases they have information about the species and with a connection to geolocation. And for example, on this plot we have read a book species, and even if it looks as it's impossible to plow, but in fact it so happens that the bed of this ravine unfortunately can be plowed, but to prevent this we should analyze the existing database of biodiversity, and we should preserve the territories. Next, preserving of non-forest ecosystems, plows and meadows and hay harvesting spots. So the law prevents of use of meadows and pastures. Today also we spoke about protection of plowing of hills above 7 degrees, and the state policy should increase the numbers of meadows and pastures. So also we proposed to the communities where they can use this, and in orange we have the meadows and the pasture connected to settlements, And in green, we have the ravines. They are not so accessible. It's less probable that it can be used for meadows and pastures. And also we see the plots with erosion, with the steeper slides, and we propose to conserve this. And we can use the data of state cadastre once this information was in open access on the cadastre map, but in fact, actually, these territories are not selected in with good quality, and also protection of marshes, wetlands, and turf deposits. Europe pays a lot of attention to this. We speak about the turf deposits in the water strategy of Ukraine. Also on the map of seeding, there is information about the wetlands and in this Lochvitska community we saw this territory. So this map and the same map, and we see here that there are much more natural territories than in the Dashivska community in Vinnytsia region. So that's why it's very important to keep and preserve this territories, but not to use them for productive agriculture activity for the plowing. And it is in the hands of the community to keep these territories, to manage them with good quality. And we hope that in future there will be money invested into them communities for preserving these territories, and in this way the communities would earn that they kept the nature in their management, and also keeping of preserving of rivers, bank the territories, and the flooded territories close to rivers. It's very strict in Ukraine, as they are forbidden to be plowed and to be built. And we also propose to the communities to define the limits of bank protective lines, and using the old maps, we define the flooded territories. We propose for the community. This is Novobelorussiska community in Chernigiv region. We see the rivers with bank protection lines in blue that we have in water cadastre, and light blue that they are not introduced into the state water cadastre, but that are on the old maps, but maybe they dried out, or maybe they did not, they were not put on the cadastre. And also it's an opportunity for the communities to define these territories, and maybe to find some projects for renewal of these territories, and such projects as they exist in Europe. Also protection of forests in the state strategy for forestation of Ukraine, and protection of forests in Ukraine. There is a cadastre of forests in Ukraine. It developed by state project institute, and these territories they are managed by the communities, and they are developed to create spatial plans for development of communities. And as far as I know, the access to this forest project is free for communities and for public organizations. They do not cost too much. And thank you for your attention. Thank you, Katerina. And that that you presented as the experience of Ukrainian nature conservation group and for quality cartographic materials. This is the example why you should study geo information systems if you take care of land. So we have not so much time. So I have two questions to our speakers and for the previous two. Did you propose to the communities to live in small settlements or just live in centralized villages? Very interesting question. Can anybody answer? So if nobody wants, I will answer. That depends on the strategy, how the community develops itself. So if it uses a strategy to use it in a farmer in farmer way, this strategy of these small settlements will be used because the farmer will be closer to the land where he harvests or he uses land. So any more questions? No questions. So that's why I thank all the speakers of our panel, and I think that everyone is tired. So maybe 5 minutes. You want 5 minutes, but we will not collect you. So let's make 5 minutes, and then in the 3:50 we come back to the next panel where we with people with association we will tell you what are the perspective of land protection, what can be the profits and what are the plans for the future, and maybe we'll speak about the future projects. And thanks to all the speakers online, and please join us because they will be coming here very soon. So join us.
We get back and we proceed with our session. In this panel, we shall have all the speakers offline. We have Helena here. She's present at our panel. And we need one more chair because we shall have 4 speakers. 5 speakers. I'm sorry. So we shall have Ms. Helena Mekachuk representing the Department of Environment in Lviv City Council. We shall also have Irina Karabut, head of Krasnokutsk Village Council, Bohodukhiv District in Kharkiv region. And we also invite here Mr. Viktor Ivkin, who is the head of Agrivoltaic Association. And also we shall have my colleague Bogdan, who was moderating the previous session. And here he will be our speaker, and he will tell us about the benefits and the risks for the communities. So you shall see the benefits and the risks. So I would like to give the floor to Bogdan, and he will share the results of sociological survey, and also he will tell us about the manual regarding the benefits for communities from nature reserve territories. Thank you very much, dear participants, those who are still with us. I'll try to be brief because we are a bit behind our schedule. So we have presented the results of our research about 6 months ago. We for a long period of time, we have been working with the topic of nature reserve funds. We have been talking about this today and also yesterday. So the nature and reserve fund of Ukraine, what is this part from the general area? So now it's about 7% of the territory of Ukraine, but again, till 15%, we still have almost 50% to go, and we need about 5 years to achieve this goal. And that means we have to introduce significant changes into our activities. And the majority of lands are now owned by the communities, because what is privately owned are either arable lands or natural landscapes or something else. Therefore, we have to work with the communities. Here you see the dynamics, and you see that there is very slow growth, apart from some years when we had really some leaps in the areas. So we have the beginning of 2011, and in 2010, Viktor Yushchenko established some national parks, so there was some growth. And in 2016, the Chernobyl Nature Reserve was established. And after that, we do not see almost any growth. There were some new national parks created, but still we see that this growth is really insignificant. And I have already mentioned that our communities own the majority of non-forested natural areas, and theoretically they can become part of Nature Reserve Fund, as these territories have high level of biodiversity and they are very valuable regarding nature protection. So we decided to understand how the people at the local level view the creation of nature reserve territories. And in February, there was the sociological survey, and the representatives of many communities participated. We managed to have about 1,000 respondents. And this was questionnaire, based survey, and then we had an interview with 12 experts, and those experts helped us to formulate the questions that should be researched by means of questionnaires. So the first question was, what is the general attitude of people to establishing new nature conservation territories? So there was no context explained, generally whether they support or not. And the answer was very positive. We have these positive statistics. So more than about 87% of people support establishment of nature conservation territories to this or that extent. And less than 7% do not support, and some people do not have clear opinion about it. And I was a bit surprised that people were so much positive about it. And but yeah, now we talk about nature conservation a lot, and probably people just didn't feel comfortable saying that they disapprove of this. But that was anonymous survey actually. So I do hope it's not just a trend. This is the way people understand the importance of establishing nature conservation territories. There was another question. Are you aware of any sites that belong to Nature Reserve Fund? Yes, the majority of people do not know such things. There were two communities asked, and they didn't have any sites of Nature Reserve Fund. And we see that the majority of people didn't hear that certain sites belong to Nature Reserve Fund. So once again, there were no community that the number of people who knew about such sites exceeded the number of people who didn't know. So we see that people do not have information about it. Further on, there were more complicated questions that allow us to better see people's knowledge. And we see the respondents' association with the creation of nature and reserve fund for sites. So we had associations which are more or less positive, which are about development of the communities, creating new opportunities, and there were some other things. And there were 5 most popular responses, and there was only one which may be negative, and this is restricted use of those nature reserve areas. And the most popular answer was preservation of natural and cultural heritage, and that was 42% of answers. So in the majority of cases, people see some positive issues about creating nature reserve fund sites. I will not talk about the main functions of protected areas. So we wanted to see how people see those nature reserve fund and the function of those territories in the life of those communities. And we see that about 50% of respondents think that these are territories which are important for many people, not for separate people. And this is really a good advantage for community. When we have a territory protected, it is a guarantee that it will be used for this community. Yes, certain activities will be restricted, but this land cannot be made private. There cannot be development on this land. It cannot be destroyed. So it cannot be used as arable land. So this is the guarantee that the land will stay in the ownership of the community. And definitely some other functions were available as well. And you can read this research, and at the end of my presentation, I will give you a link to this survey. Risks, we also wanted to see what people are afraid of. And again, 40% of people said that they were afraid of the land being taken from them. Definitely, the war was also part of the answer. It was one of the priority answers. Some people say it is not timely. Some people were afraid of losing their jobs, livelihoods, and many other things. So there were some other concerns which quite often are exaggerated. And I also would like to actually show these manuals where we considered those concerns and fears and myths. So while our session is on, you may take those manuals and you can read how we used the results of the survey. We also asked people about expected changes for the better in the event of creating nature reserve sites. And again, the answers were positive. People answered that the life of the community will improve. It will be a chance to preserve cultural and historical heritage. It will be a chance to preserve ecosystems and biodiversity. But the most popular answer was about improvement of the quality of life. Now, some practical points. How often were there meetings between the residents of your community and stakeholders? So I'm talking about the scholars, the representatives of local authorities. So we were talking about meetings with people who can tell people what are nature reserve sites. And we see that many people answered that there were no meetings like that at all. And less than 10% said that at least once a year such a meeting was held. Yes, it is understandable that it may be caused by the lack of resources, but again, it explains why people do not have knowledge, because they are not given information about nature reserve and sites. Another question: who, in your opinion, should be the initiator of the creations of nature reserve fund sites? And we see that people rely mainly on the state, on the public organizations. 25% put the responsibility on the community. And summing up, what were our recommendations and conclusions? Community residents mostly support the creation of protected areas, but when we are talking about specific sites, they have some concerns and fears. They say it is not timely, it should be postponed, and it should be created elsewhere. Therefore, it is important to do awareness raising campaigns among local government representatives and community residents about the fact why they need protected areas. And therefore, it is necessary to increase the staff working in the units dealing with Nature Reserve Fund. And definitely it should be done at the level of the regions. Even if people who are working are real experts, and if these are very motivated people, objectively, they cannot cope with all the tasks and they cannot deal with all bureaucratic issues in relation to nature reserve fund sites. And that was a sort of trial or survey. We wanted to see the picture, but still there is understanding that further research should be done in order to better understand the issues and in order to better understand the trends regarding these attitudes. Here you can use this QR code in order to see the results of our survey. And also here you see physical books available here in the room. You can actually download it, and those people present here may use paper version of the manual. And that's everything from me. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Bogdan. And I think that all the questions will be maybe asked at the end of the session. Yes, the sociological survey was done in order to understand the concerns of local residents, but also in order to address these concerns And in order to show the opportunities coming from the nature reserve fund territories, we definitely understand that the number of those opportunities may be growing. And at the level of communities, we wanted to show these advantages and the benefits coming from protected areas. And your example, Irina, and your community and your symbiosis of cooperation between the community and the public organization and the national nature park is very illustrative. And we do hope this uh, example will be inspiring for other communities. So please share the ideas about the value of protected areas and what plans you have. Thank you, Maria. Thank you, dear listeners, dear participants. I'm really happy because I work in a unique community. I was born in that community. I lived there all my life. I have been working in local self-governance for 15 years. The community was established in 2020. And there are several public organizations working with us, but this is a unique one called Green Artur. And this cooperation between the local authorities, business, and public organizations yields its results. You see that we have a big community, more than 1,000 square kilometers. We have 86 settlements. And definitely the key point is that we live in the area which is close to the border. We didn't indicate it in our presentations, but Russia is just 36 kilometers away. But we live here, we develop here, and our kids go to schools because we did shelter, which was funded from the local budget, and we pay lots of attention to teaching, to the education of our kids. And you see that we have 79 water bodies in the territory of our communities. And among those water bodies, there are 3 water reservoirs. There are 3 rivers, Merla and Merchik. And also, you see that we have 18 sites of nature reserve fund. The general area is almost 60,000 hectares. And what is unique is the National Nature Park Slobozhansky. We also have protected areas, nature monuments, and definitely this is one of the biggest indicators in Kharkiv region.
We have the strategy of the community. It is approved, and we already edited it because of the war until 2030. And you see all the strategic goals that are approved in this strategy. Of course, the most attention we pay to the project development, and we are very proud of it. And our projects, they are successful. And you see the first project implemented when the community was created to keep the ecosystem for the clear climate and the sustainable future. So we are out. We are between 3 communities in Ukraine who decided to introduce on our territories climate and nature-oriented solutions, and we are very proud of this. And of course, this project gave us the opportunity because we worked with experts of nature project group. We developed with our partners a package of integration and proposals to be integrated in strategic documents and the plan of introduction of a natural project in the Krasnokutsk community. Of course, we have the priorities according to this plan. You will see in my presentation And of course, the next project was near the project and the space of biodiversity in Krasnokursk in 2023. We created a natural location and this research land in Krasnokursk high school, which is the basic high school with 800 children, and I'm very so happy that our children have this mixed type of education, and implementation of this project gave us the opportunity, this nature-oriented solution that added the diversity in the city area, city space, and is a space for the creation of diversity. And you see how our children, how they research, and the children, they are the main people today to create our nature. We develop this project. So all these projects, they are also all located in Krasnokursk High School, number 1, and also ecological research point in a national natural park, Slobozhansky. So the connection, national natural park, and our city council, and together with Slovenia, with the embassy of Slovenia, and for opening of this point, the ambassador of Slovenia came here, Mateja, and embassy of Slovenia, they trust us, and when any project is announced, they believe us so much, and they know that our public organization, together with the village council, we will make reports and we will implement the project. You see, the tasks of the project were implemented, introduced, and they gave a very substantial result. And as of today, I consider it's one of the coolest project. And if you have desire, please come to Krasnokursk community, and you will visit the natural corners that enchant, and they give inspiration when everyone goes through these difficult times today. So you see the equipment. This is how it was built, and this ecological research point. And of course, we have a lot of eco and educational events. Our children are enchanted by this. In 2024, our organization, they implemented a school of ecological volunteer activities. You see who are the zoners of this project. So you know, this school of ecological volunteer activities, a lot of words people say right now. We implemented very many activities for children, and this is a project from volunteers in the Krasnokursk community, and we are very proud of this. Really. So this is the ecological class, a new ecological space. So this is what the project included: the young nature protector school, and we had the camps and how we involved our children, our youth. It was developed by Green Earth together with the village council, with expeditions to Sumy, to Poltava regions. Of course, this project is very valuable, as you see in front of you, geoinformation planning of sustainable development and green infrastructure in Kharkiv region. This is our common project. We are very proud of it also, and this project gave the opportunity to together to systemize and visualize a huge amount of data about the natural treasures of the community. We are very proud of this, and also all this about this project, and you see many topic cards, maps will help us to help all these issues that were implemented by the project. And you see now in my presentation, I show you how our children study, how they learn to use these data, and of course this what the previous project gave us. We digitalized 11 sets of data. We had 9,000 observation of biospecies, and our last project, eco community, acting together, and the Green Author was the winner. And this is a project of 2.5 million hryvnias, and this project was successfully implemented in the community. So you see the picture. This is our natural monument. Seen in terraces, and against this terraces we made this photo, and we see the targets and methods of the project. So we created a new lab in Krasnokutsk High School #1. So just imagine the biology lab room was old, but today it's reorganized fully. When I went there last week, I couldn't even keep my tears. How cool it is, and how children are happy to have this space, to have this space in a very simple village high school. Of course, together with this research center, we have a greenhouse, a part of this project where children study the different things as they grow plants. We have bins for separation of garbage, and there are tanks for transformation of organic into the fertilizers. It's so cool, and it goes into the greenhouse again, and it's a very sustainable, a very cool project. And also this project allowed us to have lots of different expeditions to our unique natural monuments. And myself, I go very often with these events with children, and I adore how much we have and how we implement and that we live in such a unique unique community in Bohiduhiv district. This is our president, Green Artur, in this blue sweater. He is my friend. I keep him as a gem, so that nobody steals him. So he lives with us, and we help them, and we implement the projects successfully. He is everywhere, not only with ecological projects. We have 3 projects. We implement the project of Ukrainian Cultural Fund. This is keeping of cultural heritage. Lots of things depend of people. So you see the laboratory center in the Lyceum center. This is how the project was done. And so, dear people, I wanted to call for everyone, please take care of your people, teach them. That depends what people work with you. If you support them, if you keep them, these people will be able. And this is a public organization, but you can imagine how many small businesses were created during this project who were taxpayers. So I wish everyone a peaceful sky, and we will win. So thank you and very much, and it's such a so inspiring during these difficult times. So please stay here and ask questions at the end. And now we're coming to Lviv City Council about the keeping of turf deposits. Please, Galina, how could you keep the turf deposits in your community? And thank you for the previous speakers for sharing their experiences. It's very important during our times to keep our territories, because they have the protection of our spaces from during these military times, when if there is an attack, they will protect our homes, and so any natural site is very important, and protecting it is very important. So about myself, I not only work in local administration. I'm the Master of Geographic Sciences. I was working in the department of the landfills, and I worked for 2 years in the administration, and we paid a lot of attention to protection of the natural sites. So we have a urbanized community. We have lots of natural sites as well. You see on the slide, you see the map of our community. So, and we created a natural site already, and it's the turf deposit, and northern deposit we will create. They keep in the different basins. One is in the Black Sea basin, the other is in the Baltic Sea, and because Lviv is on the water line, and we have a lot of to protect these sites, and thanks to working with turf deposits and marshes, we could involve several projects. It's a cooperation with our partners, the Danube-Carpathian program. We involved Horizon project, and also Sponge City. It's our association of agglomeration on the northern turf deposit. We started to work with this. If you have a possibility to switch on for a short video, it would be nice. It's our example of our Bielogorsk turf deposit. Our partners from Dunai Danube-Carpathian program, they filmed it. These are sites they were developed by our Institute of Ecology of Carpathians, which is located in the building close to us. So if you can switch on the video, and it's very important to the cooperation between the public organizations and the civil organizations. It's very important for involvement of grants and funds, and so we presented a document to local administration to approve this the northern deposit with 500 hectares, because we did it because we involved the Bielogorsk turf deposit. We could persuade the deputies that we have to create this subject, and this turf deposit is within the city. It's very important, and within the two communities there is a cooperation between two communities to protect this society. So there is no sound, but you will read, understand, and you watch. So I will tell you. So there were some specific manipulation of this land. and this territory was given to landowners by the previous owner, and there are court proceedings are taking place, but the arrogance of the people who knew that this is the state ownership and what they did, and because it was illegal, and thanks to regional council and their law, they supported this project, and they protected this because because it could be the precedent for the whole Ukraine, is that we could return this site to the natural preserved fund, and we had to protect this project in courts. That it's very important because this. This is the territory with 6 meters of turns, and there are channels that we wanted to study, and we wanted to increase the water balance of this territory. Now we run hydrological research of this territory. You see the problems with certain plants, and we wanted to clear the buffer zone of invasive plants. So this site is not big. It's 58 hectares. The general surface is 19 hectares, but it let us learn to work with northern deposit, which is 500 hectares. So it's not clear what is written there, and I will tell you by my memory. So we wanted to be focused mostly on ecological learning, because we needed to persuade the communities why they're important, the turf communities, because communities turf deposits, because communities do not understand what is the importance of such a sites, but for the community, the marsh land, it's always important. One of the tasks of this science is to implement the policies and protect these territories. And this project Interreg, we for the European countries, we have a map, and where there are all territories that are depicted, and the policies with which communities can work. Unfortunately, it's not relevant for Ukraine because we are not in the European Union, but it's one of the tools which we can use in the future to stabilize our market.
Also, we have developed methodological recommendations regarding protection of wetlands. So we have all the preconditions to create more sites like this, and we have to work with peatlands. There is one project called Sponge City, and it helps protect the territory, preserve its water balance and biodiversity. There are scientists who were writing substantiation for northern peatlands. First of all, were skeptical because it was degraded area, it was after deforestation, and they didn't know whether there will be precondition to create this nature reserve fund site. But they did the research, and they were surprised that the nature was on the way to restoration, and the beavers help a lot to restore the area. So now we have the substantiation that this site may be a nature reserve fund site, and this is the territory close to Lviv, and we have to protect this land. It was very difficult to ensure nature conservation protection, and we do hope that Lviv region will support us It is necessary to protect the city and to preserve water balance. All the water water intake facility is on the territory of the Live community, and water balance is important. Another peculiarity of this peatland is that several years ago, they were mining peat for one of the communal enterprises, and they stopped this mining, this extraction, and therefore this is a valuable natural site. Here you see the policy tools that we want to use to protect our peatlands. We have been talking a lot about educational activities, and it is also important to work with local self-governance authorities in order to explain why we need such nature conservation sites. We communicate with our neighbors, and I see that people do not understand why we need it, why we need nature reserve fund, and they do not know the peculiarities, how we work with those areas, and we have to show positive cases, what the community can get if the community has such nature reserve fund site. So this is like treasury stock. This is something we preserve for the future. This is something that may attract investments and grants. For example, if we have agrarian sites nearby or any other sites, so if you have a nature reserve fund close to such things, the status of the products may go higher. So once again, you see the red boundary. This is our community. And at the bottom, you have the screen from the cadastre, how it looked as of 2022. There were land plots there. Here you see the information about our site, how peat was extracted. I will not talk about it, but even within the boundary of the city, it is between residential area and industrial area. There are lots of red book species there, species which fall under Ramsar Convention. So it has unique ecosystem which is preserved, and we have to protect it and to restore it. And it's a good example that even within the territory of the city, you can create nature reserve fund sites. The peculiarity of our community is that lots of our sites are within the boundaries of settlements. And now when we have decentralization reforms, we can establish certain sites which are beyond the settlements, and we have to use this opportunity. And in the past, the territories were governed by the district administrations, and they were not always interested in establishing nature reserve fund sites. And the majority of sites are governed by the city, and also there are some sites that are governed by the forestry enterprises, and so they maintain those territories. Today there was a conversation about self-seeding forests. Our territory is more than 50 hectares, and the forestry wants us to give this territory to them, and we want to create this nature reserve fund site. We prepare substantiation, and there are all the preconditions there for this. And I have been working in this area for a long time, and it's good when certain sites are governed by local authorities, because local authorities are working more on recreation, while forestry sector undergoes reforms, and I'm a bit afraid that the forests may change their status or category, and we may lose them. So the comprehensive special plan is one of the tools that will help us protect those territories from changing protection status. So this is something that should be done. In our community, we have developed a comprehensive environmental network, and it allows us to increase the number of nature reserve sites and meet our needs. So the Institute of Carpathian Ecology did a feasibility study of ecosystem services in Bilohorsia Nature Reserve, and at the bottom you see the bird watching tower and the photo on top. This is about excursions. We cooperate with the local community, and the community actually have a website. The scientists provide some information about the species available. So we want to have some classes on this nature protected area, and we work on this within our projects. Again, we do some geological research. This is the winter photo, and the final photo is the northern peatland. In the past, it was used as a pasture. Now we see lots of vegetation, and it's necessary to properly plan all the works. We have to harvest hay or vegetation in this territory to ensure that this territory is restored as a wetland. So now it is not used as a grazing land because we do not have cattle in this area. Probably you do not know the structure of our community. We have probably very few agricultural lands. We also have agrarian university, and it is part of veterinarian university, and they own some lands. So the territory which may potentially be used for agriculture now is not used. Here you see the measures planned for Bilohorsia peatland. But these measures should be in line with some other activities, and we can actually expand the area of northern peatlands for neighboring communities. The area is about 1,000 hectares, and if we take neighboring communities, it will be about 2,500 hectares. And I do hope that the area of this nature protected territory will be increased. I am against establishing nature reserve fund sites just for the sake of establishing them. We really have to talk about valuable territories that need protection. And if certain area doesn't have it, we can just establish recreation site, not the nature reserve fund site. Because we understand that there are certain restrictions about nature reserve sites, and therefore we have to properly set the priorities. That's everything from me. If you have any questions, I'll be able to answer them probably at the end of our session. Thank you very much, Helena. Well, you have been talking about land things, and yesterday we also raised those things. So this is a very painful topic, and I wish you all the best and all successes with it. And I do hope public organizations will support you. And the questions will be at the end. And now I would like to give the floor to Viktor Irkin. And I think that we'll be able to expand a bit the question of nature reserve fund sites. So what can actually help? And the agrivoltaic solutions may be one of the solutions that presupposes a double usage of such lands. So share your experience, please. I see already that people are a bit tired. Please raise your hands, those who know what agrivoltaics is. That's great. Then we have the video. Agriculture depends on natural conditions, but what if you can control these things? Agrivoltaic is the solution that helps the farmers not only to survive but to prosper. Solar panels on the fields create ideal conditions for plants and it preserves moisture in the soil. This technology enhances water usage by 20% and improves harvest by 30%. Agrivoltaics allows you to diversify your business and therefore you can have increase your profit twice. You can have your harvest and you can produce energy. 1 hectare can ensure energy for the entire farm, autonomous water supply, and make your farm independent. Agrivoltaics promotes development of the community, creates new jobs and opportunities for young people, works with the budget, improves infrastructure, and also ensures independence from centralized networks and improves energy autonomy of the region. Green energy is the future that allows you to preserve environmental balance and also it allows you to implement innovative technology and improve agriculture. Agrivoltaic is the innovative solution that changes the rules of the games. Please join us. Our knowledge and our experience will be a key to new opportunities and good cooperation. Miss Maria, the organizers, my mission is completed. So you know now what agrivoltaics is. So probably have my presentation. I will not talk a lot. What are the challenges? There are only 2 challenges. There was competition, there were wars happening around 3 key things: land, food, water, now energy and data. And the situation is still the same. I'll just talk what agrivoltaics can give you. So the video was not really right. Agrivoltaics is not just about solar panels in the fields. Solar panels in the fields is agrophotovoltaics. And in the hall number 2, we were talking about the definition earlier. So what is agrivoltaics? This is the form of sustainable land use that allows simultaneous agriculture and electricity production without losing the main function of the land. People in the morning remember that I asked a question to one of our economic experts: how solar energy influences land use and loss of agricultural lands. The answer was not actually right. If we consider this issue, then there is the World Bank projection, and the optimistic one is that till 2040, electricity consumption will grow twice. This is the pessimistic projection. It depends. So what will it lead to? It will lead to the fact that we'll need twice more generation than we have now. We see that heat generation is a sort of a deadlock from the viewpoint of environment. Nuclear power, also a problem. Wind farms, also problematic. And this is the situation everywhere. Solar energy, we don't know how we are going to utilize to get rid of those panels. So why agrivoltaics was in the video? Because currently it's a practical solution and 90% of energy coming from agrivoltaics come from those solar panels. Why is it interesting for farmers, for environmentalists, and for businesses? Why is it interesting for communities? It's independence. It's the possibility to attract labor resources, qualified labor resources. Now people do not want to go to the communities, and well, now people who are experts in energy will go, and the community will produce agricultural products. And again, self-cost of the product is based on at least 20% of energy, so it can be profitable. Agrivoltaics has its own pluses and minuses. You see some indicators in the slide. Well, there are plants that actually need more light and less light, but usually we have high margin plants. Also, some herbs, medicinal herbs are fine. I will be really brief. I wanted to show the global tendencies, and at least 3 persons raised their hands. Just 1 year ago, probably agrophotovoltaic as a term was not known in Ukraine, and even the officials didn't know it. I know at least 2 people now in the ministry who are talking about it. So these are the global trends we can see. And we see that this is a very promising area. If we take a look at the EU, on the last year, 1.7 billion euros just in Italy was part of the state program. I do hope soon we shall have something like this here in Ukraine. So what are the examples? We have some American examples. Ecotourism, the village tourism or green tourism is developing. Here you see the community from Colorado, and they have one of the biggest agrivoltaic station. And well, people are flooding there, and they not only produce, they are leaders not only in terms of producing green energy, but also in terms of the number of tourists. Also, there are lots of European grants, well, happening, and well, we try to submit our application as well, but let's hope it will work. What is the potential? We have been working for just 1 year, but already 18 universities are cooperating with us. There are memoranda signed. We had international conference in April, and it will be held annually. And we invite everybody to cooperate with us.
And now we propose that for the horizon with such companies like German Agrar Consulting, which consults 70 countries, and Fraunhofer, big research institute, and we have Kiev High Tech Cluster. We have Odessa Agrarian University, and what is the cell model? Just a word about it. Is it related to agrivoltaics? Because the food security is its stability, and if we add data, and if we look how we look at this presentation, it comes by cables to somewhere outside of the ocean and then come back here, and if we say that the digital technology inside the community, and if they if they decided to be independent, they should have the independence in the digital technologies as well. And this is the cell model. You will look at this, and also we invite everyone. It's very interesting, and from a research point of view, from ecological point of view, from biodiversity, and also lots of things started to appear. If we put them above the pastures, lots of new species appeared, and the competition for the food, for water, and for energy will be even bigger and bigger. So the climate change, what it is. So if you are interested, you look at on our Facebook every day. We make a publication, and the publication which is directly or indirectly related to agrivoltaics. These are scientific publications that are developed, and they give the directions of research. If you want to make it shorter, come into our Facebook. If you wanted to communicate, I'm very thankful to you and to such people as Kharkiv community. So we will do everything even more. In Kharkiv there is a university. I will not name the name. They achieved. They made an experiment plot, and they planted the cucumbers, and they received 60% more the yield. And so I'm very thankful, really. And eco action, EcoD, we have a scientific council in Association of Voltaics. This is a big badge for generals of for scientific council. Thank you very much, Victor, and I hope that it will be perspective application, and we will be speaking about biodiversity. And so we have now time for questions, and we couldn't ask your questions, but I hope you will ask your questions now. Good afternoon. My question is to Victor, a practical one. Please tell us these solar panels used in the examples as you showed us. How long do they work, and do we have in Ukraine the companies that can dispose of these panels, and how much does it cost the disposal? So first of all, the first question, the answer come to you. Agrivoltaics is not agrophotovoltaics. The second issue, I know 20 years, and you should dispose of them. They degrade. Do we have technologies? Yes, we have, but in Europe even there are very little companies because it is the glass and crystals and polymers, and we need to burn them. It's not it's a problem, but the biggest problem. We don't speak about agrivoltaics. You asked me a question, but I answered to you. But if you wanted to have more, there is a very extremely powerful association of solar energy, and they said it's not for us. So there is no money here. And who are you? I am the stadium director. So there is no money. But the second question, agrivoltaics, let's not mix it, because I see that everyone who are here these are the strongest people who will make the difference between agrivoltaics and agrophotovoltaics. It's very important because it should be regulated by the law. Just a minute, please. There is no regulation in the law between agrivoltaics, agrophotovoltaics, and dual use of land. There is no in the law, but the trend is that agrivoltaics is agrophotovoltaics. It's a dead end because tomorrow there will be there will be new technologies we will need to integrate it. So you adopt the law, but if you want to change it, it's much more difficult, especially in Europe. But here the important thing is that we have this opportunity, and we work with Yaroslav Mudry University. So you again from Kharkiv, we cannot avoid you. You are cool, and we in this field we can not only integrate European legislation, but we can create legislation and integrate it in European Union. So it's an ambitious goal, and maybe we will do it all together. Victor said partially, the point is we pay for the land because of the purpose of use, and when we created the double use of land, we needed to define it and how to pay. And if we say that these are the energy lands, but agricultural lands as well, we needed to put changes into the legislation in the cadastre, and it's not easy. If we wanted to put the electric station, we change the purpose. But if we wanted to make it double, we needed to create it in the law. That's why I will not tell you and explain you. I will tell you what happened on the land with different purpose. We put such a station, and the state lands and the public prosecutor office came to them immediately. So and economically, the tax with agrarian, they have different things. So it's difficult. But people say that the water will cut the stone. We are ready to develop a mechanism in how to establish this payment for this user, and it is for 20 years. Technologies are changes very fast, but there is an economic component. For example, in Japan, they it was integrated by the Germans, but the Japanese, they started to put it on the rice fields, and when it becomes mass, the state decided to help. So they legalized. They made it for 10 years, but economically you should use it for 20 years. So Victor, we will continue to the discussion. One more question maybe to Irina, to Galina. So today I learned for the first time about this double use of land in agriculture. And the first impression I want you to comment. I think that this technology can be used only from little agricultural companies, because in my opinion, it's makes it difficult to use land mechanically because of the files, and I see it's more for manual operation of land, and I do not understand how you will combine the maintenance of the panels to clean the panels and with agriculture. Yes, thank you. So the question, please sit down, and you have only two grades. So agrivoltaics is not agrophotovoltaics because of the angle of the inclination. Because of the angle, you will not maintain them at all. It's differently used as compared to to solar stations, and the angle will not be big, and they select this angle for insulation, and so mechanical processing. We found two ways. We went to Cherkasy region, and in Kaniv we had partners. They were bombed, and in this year in March there was a bomb that came to Odessa. It was an investor, and on the 23rd March there was a company that burned 8,000 square meters that prepared 50 kinds of blueberries, and they prepared 50 species of, and we wanted to invite Agrohofer and invite the Germans, and we wanted to put them and to prove their technologies and to create a technology, and it is not just use the tractor and come and work. It's because of the climate zones, and so it was together with Agrarian Institute and Institute of Beatrice, and we see that we needed to use agrophotovoltaics, so we needed to place them in distributed way in different regions to make them, and we had 5 meters on the lower part, and 6 meters on the higher parts. So it would increase the cost, but it was possible, but now we cannot do it. And the second, it was about legally and the public management. We could implement it de jure in communities. Thank you. So now we continue already in the coffee break. Now we have 15 minutes for the coffee break, and we will come back for the next session. And during the coffee break, you will be asked about the marshes and reserve funds, and also look at our guide. There is a Krasnokutsk community and also present. So take it, and I will see you at 5:20. Thank you.
I think we can start because we are lagging behind our schedule. And I did not see our moderator, and this is our final session today. So here is our moderator coming. This is our final session. So I think it will be a bit more dynamic. And I hope we shall have a discussion. And it will be nice to just say a couple of introductory words. Later, the moderator will introduce the participants of this session, but I would like to mention a couple of words about the topic. So we have been talking about the fact what will be happening at the local level when we become aware of the fact that we should take this green course, that we should reach net zero, we should be neutral about land use, and generally we should be neutral about using different types of mineral resources. So consequently, it will have its impact on the functioning of local communities. And they are responsible for many aspects of everyday life in Ukraine after the first stage of decentralization reform. Therefore, I would like to give the floor to Viktor Borshevsky, representing Ukrainian Catholic University. Good afternoon. And I would like to invite our panelists here. We have Mr. Andrei Palihate, who is the Vice Head of Pustomata Territorial Community, Mr. Mikhailo Kalichich from Transcarpathian region. We have Irina Temechko, who is the Director of the Regional Development Agency of Lviv region. And we have Mr. Grigory Borch, who represents the Association of Territorial Communities. And Alexander has already mentioned that it will be a very dynamic discussion. We have a bit around 1 hour. So this will be a discussion of things related to implementation of institutional standards of the European Union. And we also discuss the topics of our symposium. Alexander is also probably a participant of our discussion, and he will do the introductory part, and then we shall start the very discussion. So we have 2 parts in this session. One will be short. I will ask my colleague, Lilia Vachniak, to represent the results of the project, and it's about institutional provision of managing land resources at the municipal level. So we shall see where we are. We have already had some conclusions today and yesterday, and probably we should voice them once again. Probably we can even say something against these conclusions. Good afternoon. In this slide, you see the goal. We have heard about the challenges faced by Ukrainian municipalities, but together with Alexander, in this research, we have been talking to representatives of different communities. So it was a survey, and it was managers of land management departments, and we also did some more extensive interviews, a bit more about sampling. So some more information about the data. 64 managerial level respondents. We didn't talk to people from frontline communities, and we didn't talk to people from the occupied territories. The sample was formed using the accessibility method, and we took into account diversity of municipalities, and it is not representative. And you understand that these respondents are not very much accessible. I have already mentioned that after this, we did also a series of more detailed interviews in order to clarify certain things which were not visible from the questionnaire. In this slide, you see something which was most striking for us. So here you see the question from the questionnaire, and the respondents had to answer whether they had certain educational programs in relation to land policy. And about 50% of the respondents didn't have this experience. And this is quite concerning, as logically it influences the other phenomena studied later. So when we are talking about expertise planning and monitoring, we see now that people face certain difficulties. People lack legal expertise on land legislation. Practically, we do not have a comprehensive plan for the special development of territories, and that means that we have a lack of strategic vision, how to develop communities. Also, people have difficulties with land control and monitoring, and during our session number 3, we have been addressing this issue, and later we'll go back to this. As far as trainings are concerned, first of all, we wanted to understand how the communities are developing their expertise. But in the process, we changed our focus a bit because we understood that actually we do not have lots of information about training, as land managers do not have this experience. And improving their experience is done due to their contacts with other communities and networking. And we also see that, for example, there was Hoverla project and it was quite significant, but that later it was closed, and the communities that had this cooperation and had this experience actually felt the impact. But also there were communities that didn't have any chance for cooperation with this project and still have very difficult situation with the level of expertise. In our survey, there were some statistical indicators. Right now, we shall not talk about it, but in general, the respondents that have certain documents guiding their activity have usually higher self-evaluation and self-assessment. And also there are some documents describing internal organizational processes, and the same is about data management. We are talking about geoinformational system, so these digital processes also influence the activities of the local communities. And this will be the final scheme from me, and probably it should be viewed as a hook for discussion, as the key point for discussion. Here in those boxes, you see certain things we have heard from our respondents. The arrows are implications, these are causal relations, and generally we may say that there are lots of other things influencing each other, and this is something that was pinpointed by our respondents, and these are causal relationship which are now mentioned by our respondents. This is something we should address. And you see that as a result, we have inefficient management of land resources. It is like blind management. Blind management because there is no strategic vision, there is no comprehensive plan, and as a result, there are some other factors influencing it. And all those factors are mentioned here in this slide. And I think I can give the floor to my co-speaker, and let's proceed with the topic. You have mentioned the communities, so let's listen to the representatives of the communities. Yes, the communities were selected from the viewpoint of interest, how they manage their land resources, how they adapt to the current situation. We have Pustomity community. It is part of Lviv agglomeration, but they have enough their land resources so they can take approach to the situation at different angles. We also have one of the highland communities. They have land resources, they have forest resources, they also have potential for agriculture development, gardening development, farming development, and so on. So in this respect, these two communities actually cover a big range of issues. So probably you can reflect on what you have heard from the presentation, or you can talk in general. Now, all the communities have to adapt to European standards regarding land management and environmental issues. Andrei, probably we shall start with you. Well, we were talking about comprehensive plans of special development. And at one of the meetings for local communities, it was mentioned that there was just one comprehensive plan of special development that was developed by the community from Kyiv region, and they already implemented. The other communities so far haven't come up with that plan, and I would say that it is quite expensive to develop such a plan. I think that we are a well-off community. Our budget is about 350 million hryvnias for 16,000 residents. And we are very close to the oblast center. It's just 10 kilometers away. Sokilnitska community separates us from Lviv. So even for us, it is expensive, let alone the communities which are remote communities, for example, communities from Sambir district. These plans should be developed as of today, but they have already been postponed for 3 years. They should be ready for the 1st of January 2028 in our region. Frontline communities will be given more time. Is it feasible? I think no, because it takes 2 or 3 years to develop such plans. Though these plans have good potential for the development of territorial communities, the disadvantages, they can be amended only once a year. What is happening now in the communities? We have master plans, detailed territorial plans. And if we are talking about the researchers, the martial law suspended some processes, but for example, if we take comprehensive special planning, they were actually pushed by the martial law. Now the EU gives some funds. America has funded Hoverla project, and it's a good start for the future development. So we need to do it. I'm not sure we'll be able to do it for the 1st of January 2028, but the communities should think about comprehensive plans of spatial development. They have to do it now. And here we should have cooperation with nature conservation funds. And once again, I stated once again, not every community will be able to afford it financially. So you have been talking about Hoverla. So with special planning, you started in Hoverla project, right? And you have presented your vision of the situation where we are now. Thank you, dear colleagues. Thank you for the invitation. Yes, we have been cooperating with Hoverla project, USAID project, regarding comprehensive plans of special development. And we have been developing the tasks for this plan. And in February, March this year, we expected to sign the agreement for developing of such a comprehensive plan of spatial development. And there were other communities working with Hoverla, and well, in February the project stopped its activity. If we compare our community to that represented by my colleague, then we'll probably be one of the poorest communities in Transcarpathian, and our income will be the lowest probably in the region. Regarding the territory, the structure of the territory, 72% are occupied by forests, and we also have lots of self-seeding forests. We also have arable lands and grazing lands. So probably the forest lands will take about 80%. There were lots of interesting cases today, and I was listening to the report about restoration of degraded lands. I would say that beavers are very active. In my community, we have about 60 or 70% of agricultural lands, which now are not processed, are not worked on, and the nature restores those lands. And while the local residents really want to work on the land. So what are the challenges we face? In the survey, it was mentioned that we have brain drain. Well, in our case, we just do not have the specialists to run away from us. We lack them. We cooperate with some donor programs, different NGOs that teach us, that organize trainings for us, that show us some cases. And for small mountainous communities, it is important to have ready-made cases which can be replicated. It is difficult to develop something on our own because we lack staff for this, and once again we feel the shortage of staff. Hoverla project was our big support, and there were different activities there, and we were developing some of our activities through this project. Probably we should raise the funding issue. Well, let's come closer to those things. Hoverla is closed, but there are some other funds or organizations or opportunities. So probably you can address the first part and the financial part as well. Good afternoon. Well, we have to be guided by the European Union projects and programs, those which exist and those that meet the strategic goals of the EU. These are the programs for till 2028. We have Interreg Europe project. This is one of the basic tools for policy development. And one of the projects is about smart specialization. And here I would like to say that there are some problems with local communities. For example, when we talk to representatives of other countries, they are ready to develop some tools. So definitely we have to raise awareness. What is smart specialization? What is green transition? What is climate change adaptation? So we should start with awareness raising, then sharing experience, and then we should start with some more specific things. Some programs are ready to provide expert support, but we understand that those programs that will be developed will be implemented by us. And once again, the point is about implementation of such policies or programs. For example, there is LIFE project. There is also the project on water. And these are EU projects, and they are aimed at consortium. This is the consortium of business representatives, public institutions, local self-governance authorities, and academia. And this consortium produce synergy, which works really efficient. So this is the experience we should probably use. We should not immediately look for financial resources. We understand that financial resources should be used, but they should be used in an efficient way. And there are lots of government organizations in France, in Finland, in Germany, in the Czech Republic that provide funding for territorial communities. There are different projects. Havarla is closed, but there are some other USAID projects which are still in place. And recently there was a visit of the State Department representatives, and they are ready to support. But we understand that those funds want to have certain product and effect of the product, and it should be understood by all local authorities. And what is important is to be guided by European integration goals. We understand that we cannot be in the EU if we do not comply with their principles. Once again, green transition, adaptation to climate changes. So this is what is important. Probably you can mention your experience and the continuation of the topic.
Thank you, Victor. I represent the Territorial Communities Association, and I would like to support the honorable heads of communities because they say as it is, and we feel it because we cooperate with many communities, and there are difficulties and problems as they are similar. And our association is also is composed of small and medium territorial communities, and the problems of a lack of specialists and staff, it is very difficult. And how to solve it, I am afraid that we don't have a ready recipe. And as for the financing, I can say the following: any complex problem should need complex solutions, and the position of the state that we gave you decentralization, be happy of the decentralization. It does not work like this. The communities, they received the authorities, but they had to have the authorities to powers to implement, and sometimes even powers were transferred without very much of happiness, and with resources is much more difficult. So today, to organize the system of financing, I would see it in a complex way. Let's start with the state, and the state would have to not only to declare but to do something really, to organize a subvention, transfer money, to invest with resources and with finances in what they give as promises. It's one part. Second part really is international money, and first of all, the money from the European Union. And with the European Union, on the one hand, it's easier because they have the opportunities, they are interested, and because on the other side, it's a bit more difficult. It is documentation, and it's the knowledge how to speak the same language, the foreign languages, and also then the language of financial reporting. We should be capable to do it. So, but we all declare that we enter the European Union, and it is written in our constitution. But how do we enter the European Union if the majority of our communities, we don't have the plans of complex development of the territories? Who does enter? Who enters into the European Union. And so we need to invest in all of this. And one more about the international funds. European Union, every 6 months, they renew the priorities of activities where they will send common European money. Now we live in the period from 21 to 27, and during these 7 years, Ukraine is in the priority list, and we are the target to get very happily generously the money. If we follow these principles, so we understand the documents, we understand these people. What happens in 27? I don't know. I don't know what will happen in next year, but we should be ready that this golden rain. Likely it will not stop, but theoretically it can be reduced. And those who want to cooperate actively with the European Union, I would recommend to be more excited. And besides the European money, there is one more component of financial support is the financial investments. So we needed to attract not only the European money, but to build a large partnership, and the European Union through this consortium. Thank you, colleague. They teach us, they inject this culture in many competitions. You will not be allowed if you don't have the consortium according to the requirements. And besides, we should remember about such things like private and public partnership, and we have a law. And besides this, European Union promotes actively a private, public, and civil partnership, where the local authorities they cooperate with local business and local public, local society, and they distribute and the responsibilities to achieve the results. And the last but not the least, as English say, the local resources of the communities and our municipalities, as or what we said, they are the smallest ones, but the reform of decentralization, it envisaged that this amount should grow. Everyone should live with the money earned, and now maybe it's not the main source on which we should be based, but we need to develop this, and we need to use it in the maximum as we can. As from my personal impressions, a bit away from all. Thanks to colleagues. Today I listened twice and heard that the best work is done in our country is by the beavers after the local self-government authorities, of course. So it's funny, but on the other way, it's said it would be better that our heads of the communities would be more responsible for these institutions. Thank you. So, I would tell you about the local self-government and the opportunities. I would say this week I was at the event and everyone was speaking about the staff, the lack of the staff in local self-government. It is there really, but when we are here in this university number 1 in the Western Ukraine for 100%, and maybe I think in Ukraine, but when the student comes out of the educational institution and the self-government body. We see, even we outside of Lviv, we see that we cannot satisfy them with the money that they use, they want, because even if they come with us, they leave us in 2 years, and these salaries, they do not correspond to what that the people have in public, in private companies in even Lviv, and to cover the lack of staff and how many people we need to teach in the universities, and even if they graduate, I'm not sure that will come to the local self-government to work there. And if you take our community, we go to the climate neutrality and reduction of CO2 emissions, and together with the organizers, we together with EcoD, we developed the plan of ecological development inside the community. We won the grant, and that was for reduction of CO2 emission. And when when we developed this, we speak about money, and we applied for European Investment Bank to get money from insulation improvement in 3 big buildings in our communities, hospital, school, and lyceum, and hospital, and we have the dream to make our community independent fully. Maybe will not be capable because of the external energy sources. We can do it with solar panels, with heat pumps. We just started to put our financial resources because before the war nobody thought about this. And when we spoke about this, for example, solar power station, when we were speaking before the war that why do we need this? It's not necessary because the price of electricity is very low. But today we are ready to speak about this, and we are ready to develop the spatial plans. It is required, but the financial point is very important now, and we need to work with European funds because the later we start to do it, we will be more behind the communities that are doing already, because the colleague said you were working with Gaverla, but we didn't do it. It's very sad that we didn't do it because the more you do it now and the more communities do it now, the more they will be achieving. So when the donors will come, they will be capable to cooperate, and they will move. So it was the announcement of discussion, and it was the point of discussion. So we spoke the cooperation with the state, with European, with civil society. With my impressions myself, last week we said that we lack people in the self-government. Mr. Tkachuk wrote that more than 80% of state authorities lack staff. Even in state authorities, they lack, but it is the big priorities, and the question how they will function. But there is another aspect. Civil society institute in communities, from my impressions, they are also they on their own settings. They have the system of grants. They are not bothering about our today's discussion, and we wanted to involve the regional administration from Lviv. Besides architecture and economics, could be very close because they work with communities, but they said we don't know what it is. And agrarian departments, they say it's about a green transfer. It's not for us. And the third about the we worked last month in some communities, and there was a context how the communities know about the European integration, and the communities they know that European Union they have their standards. The communities they said that we don't need only adapt ourselves. The European Union should adapt to us, and let's say everyone works in this mode, and maybe how to integrate all this. So I would tell you from the experience. So we received the support with UCOR to go to Romania, and Romania, why they entered the European Union, because they adapt to finances very fast. They adopted the staff and the Poland they did it very fast, but not Romania, because they entered and it took them 10 years, and now Andriy says they developed the plan. But we to get the money from European Union, we needed to do according to the requirements. We need to have a strategic planning. And we needed to invest in the experts and lots of requirements, and very little of communities who are ready. Now we speak about the community that invested and received, but lots of them, for example, Stamiti scam communities, they want to get the loan, but show us your financial capacities. They cannot return this money. Can we get finances from the regional authorities, from Ministry of Economy? We should understand that the local authorities they should have the strategic documents. They have the strategic staff, and the problem is the project management. So we see the following thing: we have a lot of experts who understand in different fields, economy, ecology, clusterization, but we have the problem with the project management. That is, we have very little people who can think in project way. So this is the problem. People who go to local authorities, they work to work with tasks. So we in our agency, we take people from the university and we teach them. And so when they receive the request from the ministry, they do it. But here it's different. You must to communicate. You should agree with the partners from abroad. So when they communicate, when it is about the budget documents, it's okay. But when the European Union they provide the time, you have €1 million, and you have 10 partners, and you should share between yourself. And sometimes one task is done by 3 partners. You should share, and you understand who does what. So strategic documents. It means that certified experts, and we need to understand how to cooperate, because we have a lot of infrastructure project. We have a lot of them, but a very little project they prepared with a consortium. Everyone knows how to work by himself, and this is the problem, and I cannot understand why. And everyone makes a document as they upload to the dream. So the strategy, okay, we will do it. And then the financial plan, we will do it. But when you come to cooperate with a neighboring community, if, the public organization, okay, but if it is a university, but this is the problem that appears. Why, I don't know. And you, please, colleague, you said you're poor. Maybe the clothes and maybe in whose is bigger can push them, but I would like to continue. What Romania coped with when it entered the European Union, because 2 weeks ago I went to Romania and Romanians came to us and the Polish they did it only in 30%, and we are in the same phase as Romania was before entering the the European Union, and now Romanians they just covered our Zakarpattia communities. They wanted to cooperate. Every day we have requests from Romanian colleagues. They want to cooperate. They want to manage the money from the side of European Union, and the Ukrainian facility, it will not go through the state budget, but through some consortiums, and we in Zakarpattia, we create a local association for local government to use this instrument, and for this and cooperation for us for border regions. For we interested in such interreg and others. And if about ecology, we prepare together with Romanians a project about the ecology, about the protection of the territory from floods, and we see the problems. We cannot apply for the project. We are not the owners because the water resources is the state, and every program asks the question, the document that you are the owner. So we are limited in the possibility to use these opportunities. And when you apply for the project, it is not selected for these technical conditions.
If there are no staff, the head should be a project manager, should perform the functions of civil society. We also actually establish public organizations where the heads of communities are chairing those organizations, because we have to participate in different projects. On the topic of young people, we take students from the 3rd or the 2nd year and we teach them. And I agree that in any structural unit of the village council, there should be a project manager, because it's necessary to attract investments to work on agricultural issues. So if we get to the topic of spatial planning and how we can get this net zero, and once again, we are a community that own about 70% of lands. We did a research in cooperation with GIZ project, and we developed energy efficiency program. And it turned out that our CO2 emissions are zero, because big part of our territory is covered with forests. What else are we doing regarding GIZ cooperation? We developed this energy efficiency program, and we bought special equipment to do the energy audit of our buildings and municipal buildings. And energy efficient measures in our buildings also result in CO2 emissions reduction. We trained 2 energy managers, and one energy manager actually left our community because he was given a good job proposal with proper salary, which we unfortunately cannot afford. Now we are active in environmental area. We do separation of waste, sort waste, and we try to work on infrastructure and on social cohesion in the community. And the project is funded by the Polish government. And we are trying to address the waste issue. In mountainous regions, we didn't have any landfills because, well, there are certain restrictions according to the legislation. So you cannot have landfills, and we didn't have them. So the problem where we should put our waste is just huge. Well, definitely there are agricultural areas. And they probably have their landfills. With us, it's not the case. And we want to teach our people to sort waste, but, well, there is huge protest. People are reluctant to do it. And it's very difficult to actually fight this resistance. And when we say, for example, you have to do something, and people come back from abroad, and they were doing it abroad, they were sorting waste abroad, but at home they do not want to do it. And though we have not very few agricultural lands, we still do not know what to do with those we have. People privatized some land plots. The taxes for these lands are not high. And actually, the landowner is not obliged to do something on this land, to do some agricultural activity. So in our community now, we pay lots of attention to supporting traditional farming. For example, sheep farming, goat farming. There are certain incentives that we introduce. We try to ensure grants for our farmers or for our residents who would like to become farmers. And now we also are trying to give grazing lands to those in leasing who would like to do farming. So we also have the residents. That will probably be one more group. So the question was why we are like that. My father said, if you want to do something good, do it yourself. We do not have this culture of delegation of powers and partnership. The situation is just the same. And this is very bad, particularly regarding this lack of partnership culture, particularly if we take a look at European Union. They have huge number of partnerships. People get together, people get united, they establish public organizations. People get united in terms of their interests, not in terms of their interests. This is the way of life, so to say. And the quicker we'll be able to become part of it, to follow this example, the quicker we'll be able to achieve success and results. And the similar thing can be said about our self-governance authorities, because they take a rescue position. We'll support everybody, we'll do everything for everybody. This is nice rhetoric on the eve of election. People like it. But the viewpoint of self-governance authorities coordinate some administrators, while all should be organized, should be organized cooperation with union leaders, with the influence part in subjects. So this is an example fully. And from this point of view, when people come to the project office, is quite visible energy. How it happens really. It's impossible to get and find out any strategy. Question is, well, you do not have any priorities, you do not have a strategy, so how is it possible to have a strategy? Okay, let it be, have your strategy, we'll commission it from some directed. You have to submit it together with is to bring together around something for people what we want, why we want this thing, what we are going to do to have it. And the strategy actually is not a document product strategy. The key of developing the strategy is the pros when the community agrees, thinks about something, writes about this on paper, and later implements it. Was an illustration about the importance of changing the way of thinking. Zero topic. When I was getting ready for the symposium at small, one drop of water can give you an idea of the global ocean. We open Wikipedia, zero, you have it. In Russian, you have it. The majority of European Union languages, you have it. Thai language, Hebrew language, it is available. Do you think there is a definition in the Ukrainian language? At least it wasn't there 2 days ago. Probably something has changed since that time. If we want to people to be active, or if we want people at least to know about it, just think about the fact that just 2 years ago, or 2 hours ago, some of us didn't hear anything about agrivoltaics. So if we want people to know, there should be some information available. And this knowledge should be widespread. This knowledge should be promoted, if we can use the word. Because ignorance and lack of knowledge will generate some absurd ideas and beliefs. People will believe in magic. Or it may lead to some very weird things. So we have to invest into knowledge. We have to invest our possibilities, our resources, our knowledge. And the final point I would like to mention, for the people to be willing to do something and for the people to get some knowledge, you'd better not tell them about it, but show how it works. And one tiny piece of advertisement. We cooperate with our territorial communities. We take people, we go on study tours abroad, and we show how it works abroad, how the efforts of the officials of local authorities are converted into something practical, something we like in Europe. Everything is well maintained. Everything is very neat. Everything is very nice. People are friendly. Everybody has very comfortable life without any stresses. And people are ready to smile, and people are smiling. So this is the result of unification of efforts. Definitely everybody had once his or her first visit abroad, and we all remember our first impressions. It will be nice if we can do it here in Ukraine and to actually build that bridge to our next topic. So what we can do about the situation, how we can change it. So you have mentioned that we have to teach people and to train people. Well, definitely we can work with public activists, with the representatives of local authorities, if they are qualified enough. But still, the majority of population will stay here in Ukraine, and they have to adapt to our Ukrainian standards. For example, Poland, they are in the EU for many years, and we still see these farmers' protests. And so we have the country which is in the EU. Not all the people are ready to tolerate certain changes. Just imagine some communities who will be said, well, you have to pay for waste removal, you have to pay for alternative sources of energy. Here you cannot do what you were doing traditionally. So how we can raise our society in such a way that we avoid some protest attitudes. So, how we can change our society? Definitely, we are talking about the level of community. Well, whatever changes we suggest, there will be a response. People are generally difficult in terms of receiving changes. And Ukrainian people generally are negative towards any changes. They like the situation, they like the status quo. And our problem is that we cannot explain difficult things in simple words. We like terminology, we like sophisticated explanation. But now there are lots of partners we have, and they say that very difficult things should be presented in the form of the cartoons or comic strips. And we were very skeptical about it. And our partners say that this is the best way for people to perceive information. So when everything is difficult, a person doesn't perceive it. And we said, let's try. So the experts probably should learn how to do it, how to deliver that message to people. So how we should go through it? Well, your integration is our task. Otherwise, we won't be in the EU. And we have to deliver the message to everybody in territorial community, and everybody should be engaged in the process. It doesn't mean that, for example, that if a person doesn't sort the waste, so there shouldn't be the situation when I do not pay and somebody pays for waste removal. So there should be equal conditions for everybody. Every country starts with the rule of law. So we have to ensure equal rights and equal duties for everybody. Unless we do not have it, we shall have those protests because we like comparing ourselves to others. So the conditions should be the same for everybody and the rules should be the same for everybody. It cannot be the case that one business does something and that's okay, and there is another company that is doing the same and is given a huge fine. So if we introduce such rules and they're equal for everybody, and if person who violates the rule will be punished, people will get used to new conditions. People will understand that these are equal conditions and they are the same for everybody. This is the first thing we have to do. Well, the question is what we have to do. the answer I give, we have to teach young people, starting with kindergarten. There is a Bible story when Moses was just leading the people in the desert for 40 years. So we have to raise new generation. And for example, I have a 4-year daughter, and she teaches me something I taught her. For example, if I do something in the wrong way about the waste, she corrects me. So we have a project in our community. This is at the final stage, and we pay lots of attention to educational things in kindergarten and schools, because the child that is brought up as an eco-friendly citizen, a child who is taught how he or she can protect nature, how he or she can be responsible for nature, will teach his or her parents. The parents will listen to their kids. And we have organized an experiment. We want to work on eco topic with children, and we want to see whether our children will be able to influence their parents. I support both ideas. I would say that yes, we have to teach kids and we have to impose fines on adults. An example from our community. We have a voluntary fire team, and I'm a member of that team. And yes, we do, and we put out fires. This year, we have put out 35 fires, and the majority of these fires are grass fires. There were 2 fires in buildings, one in the multi-storied building. There was 1 car fire. All the other cases were just burning of dry grass. And so I'm a member of this fire team, as I've said. And this fire team is around the most coordinated settlement. The fire vehicle was presented to us by one of the Finnish communities, and the fire station is on the territory of one of the farms. And our residents said, okay, let's impose penalties on people. They burn dry grass, and we have to put out that fire. Moreover, the state emergency service does not respond to the situation because they know that we are there. So those people who are doing it on a voluntary basis already understand that the fines should be imposed, and we do it, and it helps. For example, one of the cases was when dry grass and the fire actually reached the boundary of the house, and there was even a fire brigade from Lviv because we couldn't put out it on our own. On our own, and the person actually almost burnt its own house.
So maybe you would like to add something, or maybe we'll come to the questions. I would like to make a note. We'll make a note about the measures to learn about new cases, very successful practices, successful managers to make networking with our community is open for cooperation to cooperate with other communities and other projects, and very often we use the achievements of our colleagues. We cooperate with other projects because we have problems and without specialists, without data. The forestry we have in the community, natural forests, they are ancient forests. When we are answer of the Carpathian forest office. What are the natural forests? We don't know because some civil organization came and they just made a picture, but nobody knows. But we as a community wanted to develop this and to have some result from this. We wanted to popularize this, especially the population, as they cannot know about this if the self-government body does not know what are the natural pre-ancient forests. So we work and look for any opportunity for cooperation. Thank you. Maybe questions? Can I was the second moderator from the room. So we started to speak about the land resources. I look at the map of cadastre and from Transcarpathian, and I see a lot of places not in cadastre. So today we see we have no money, we have limits and very big problems. What prevents us to bring the first to come through the first phase to put into cadastre to understand where we are. So more or less we will understand it will increase the income, it will be the taxes, and it will be a stabilization of communities, and there will be money from some clever things, and it will be an incentive. I think in Kharkiv region it's much more difficult, but this is a responsibility of a self-government body to finish this and move forward as we were looking with Lilia. It's a real problem because we jump above 3 heads. We have digitalization and cadastre, but we don't have the cadastre map, and we don't have this basis on which we try to put all these integrations and the consortiums and the projects and the development of complex plans without the basis. In fact, I would say that we we have communities in that they passed us through inventory to the maximum. People have the title for ownership, but they didn't develop a cadastre number. We fight with the businessmen if they don't have the land plots. We didn't take the land plot from somebody who who build some buildings and they don't pay the taxes on communal land, and they don't sign contracts, and so we decide decision. We will limit this building with 2 meters, and we will take the other land. So immediately that it provokes the businessman to put his land into cadastre, and if it is already registered, because we are close to Lvov, the land costs a lot, but people didn't want to go to cadastre. But as you say, see people, they abuse this, and very much. We had a case when there is a businessman. He gives the warehouse. He rents in three plots. And he doesn't pay taxes, and it would be 500,000 hryvnias per year. And he came to the administration. He said that he will put us into prison, and because he doesn't owe to anybody, to us and to he will never pay to the state. So we achieved that we had in favor for for us, and we can continue with the said. And the person who worked the whole his life on the state position, but now he says he doesn't owe anybody to the state. But we need to fight, and all these problems will not be solved in one day. I would add that from the side of our community, we have the same situation. It's with some portion of agricultural land as they have documents, but until 2013 they don't appear in the cadastre. But if you looked in the cadastre, but did you see the relief, the non-inventory lands? They are mountains. You will not put the solar panels, and you will not build the industrial parks, and you will not plant blueberries. So people are not very interested in these territories. Please believe me, if the people would be interested in those lands and these resources, we would be happy to put them into inventory, and would see how would we transfer them in our sell or rent. But now we prepare the session on the 30th of October, a lot of document about the inventory of the land, because we see an entity, he wants to raise sheep, and he asks for these lands for pastures of the sheep. Maybe we do not advertise ourselves, or maybe someone from the territory close to the combat would like to relocate, or maybe come to bring and be involved in agriculture that can be done in our lands, maybe because we don't use enough these opportunities, but we have bigger territories that we can use for this purpose, and this is for the activity which is not very harmful for the ecology. That's it. Maybe any other questions? I want first of all to thank the organizers of this symposium. You see that we sit and we don't run away. It looks like it's very late. It is dark outside, but we communicate. I wanted to thank everyone for this sincerity, and thank everyone who is present here, because myself as the head of the community, sometimes I miss the communication with my colleagues, and now it's very important, necessary, and please, sir, please transfer our greetings to the project office of territorial communities, and you know, we cooperate with them very much, and during one visit to Germany, we are from the communities, form communities near the front line, and it was the security field. So we opened the fire team, and we came to this mission, and every community we brought 1 million euro of assistance, and it's very cool, and people saw it, and we feel this support. So big greetings to the Ukrainian Association of Territorial Communities, who is close to us. I am not promote any association. We are a member of association of communities, and we cooperate a lot, and we have the result. I want to thank ECODIEM, the public organization with whom we cooperate very long, and these projects that implemented in our community, it's a very big action, and it's very important. So let God send us peace to all of us, and give us the strength, and we will win this war. You are very cool person, and I listen to you, and I jealous you, but it is cool, and lots of thanks to all who were present here. Glory to Ukraine and glory to heroes. So we had we have the topic again. I am the assistant professor in geographic faculty in the University of Lviv. So the lack of specialists, they started from the first years of in the universities. So look well after your students, and maybe they will make miracles. Maybe someone will stand in your community and will become a 100-year oak inside your community and will put roots. Last year, I had as a student of Lviv National University from geographic faculty, and she made a thesis on our strategy and our documents, but unfortunately, very little of successful students who wanted to come back to a rural area. So, okay, maybe the finalizing word to Victor. Maybe I thank everyone of our panel discussion for their contributions, their intellect and time, and you received the feedback. Of course, you became richer of this discussion. So we will come to the finalization discussion, and in 2 minutes we will have the finalization session, who will be moderated by Inarina, director of laboratory. And please stay a bit, and then we will let you go to go home, and we will hope that you will bring our topics into life. And then and I don't tell you the stories that we will discuss in 3 minutes. So that's it. So wait for 3 minutes.
These are the last 15 to 20 minutes of our events, and I think we shall speak Ukrainian. I do hope you hear interpretation. I, first of all, very grateful to you, but we agreed that there will be 3-minute feedback from each of the sessions, and later I will tell you how you can get access to all the sessions and where you can find the recordings. And then Nina Rina will summarize our symposium and will tell us about UN habitat plans.
Being here with us. It's been a very inspiring 2 days and long days as well. And now we would like to wrap up the symposium and hear short conclusions and summary of your sessions. So we have covered a large range of topics, from climate governance to circular construction and from land use to investments. And I would say across all sessions, some common insights. First of all, the recovery and decarbonization, or net zero, must advance together. We also spoke about circular economy, and we should not forget biodiversity as well. Second, the discussion also showed how deeply interconnected our systems are. So energy, housing, mobility, land use, finance. So progress in one area also depends on coordination on all of them. So that's why we also wanted to bring all the insights together. Also interconnected in terms of scales, from national level to regional and local level, and all the way to the communities. And third, it's also the importance about people and governance, and the importance of skilled people, and also many times it was also mentioned about the lack of people and resources at the local level. But also whether it's a community-driven planning, just transition, or financing mechanism, this low carbon recovery is not only technical, but it's highly political and social as well. So perhaps now we would like to hear from the track leaders, just to present some key takeaways from your sessions, maybe highlighting common challenges, synergies, opportunities. If we start with the track 1, policy and regulation, if you could shortly introduce yourself.
Дуже дякую. Мене звати Настя.
Thank you very much. I'm Nastya Ivashina, NGO Eco Action. So within our first program track, we were trying to map climate regulation, climate policy in Ukraine, what we already have, what we lack, and how we go to these net zero goals till 2050. There was a research published. This is the architecture of climate governance in Ukraine. You can refer to this. And also there is donor support, in particular from the German government. And by the way, they made that research possible, architecture of climate governance. There is also support from the UK regarding sectoral researches and how we can get to the goal of net zero. At the same time, we were talking a lot about practical steps that we have to make a detailed action plan with the breakdown into sectors. At the same time, we have to remember about just transformation. Unfortunately, we didn't have a separate session on just transformation because the speaker has fallen ill, but that issue was emphasized. And another important topic was training of specialists that will implement all those steps on the way to decarbonization and net zero. So these are the key points in our track. And there was also another issue, nature conservation policy. The key takeaway is that it is important to preserve in Ukraine what we already have, because unlike many European countries, we still have intact ecosystems. So it's important to preserve them intact. Thank you.
Very much. I think we move to the track 2.
Дякую. Мене звати Михайло Шевченко. Я
My name is Mikhailo Shevchenko. I represent Lviv City Council, and I'm a co-founder of one of the NGOs. And again, we were working together with my colleague Jimmy Woods, and I'm very grateful for these joint activities. Our track was on sustainable recovery and reconstruction. There were 5 sessions. First of all, we discussed the topic of carbon footprint in reconstruction, because apart from the initiatives we have, apart from the fact that we state that our reconstruction should be sustainable, should be guided by different priorities, reconstruction should be immediately on the way to net zero. Still, we have quite high emissions, and we understand that these changes cannot happen overnight. So our introductory session actually highlighted the systemic approach to this. And once again, we have to remember about certain priorities, and at each level and in each direction, this should be the priority number 1. We also had a session on material research, on using new materials, those that have low carbon footprint, and working with rubbles. And this is a nice combination of topic, because we understand that when we want to reconstruct something quickly, we quite often take simple, understandable, already existing practices, but at the same time, they do not take into account the priorities necessary for sustainable reconstruction. And this session of our track actually highlighted those issues. So the lack of scaling up certain things, certain challenges related to establishing manufacturing and construction infrastructure. And again, we also addressed the topic of human resources. Then there was a big block consisting of 2 sessions, and it was on the prospects of Ukrainian initiatives. And again, lots of issues have been raised in the area of education, working with local context, working with municipalities and local communities in terms of training. We understand that a big topic is that we have to train builders, communities, local authorities in order to emphasize the local values and a range of approaches we try to promote. And our final session was on reconstruction and reuse. And again, this is a different scale. We are talking about adaptive reuse of buildings. And we have had good examples how it can happen. And we see that there are certain issues which have become understandable during this process and actually can be used in our programs. And we saw how it works with respect to innovations. And we see that there will be new enterprises that will work with rubbles, with debris, asbestos, and so on. Good evening. I represent Eco Action, Maria Belkina. We have been talking about land policy, spatial planning, how we can be on the way to net zero. We started with the national level, and we were talking about the framework we have, and later we discussed our legislation on land resources. Definitely at the level of legislation, we have a number of tools, but the majority of them are not implemented because it's about the enforcement. So it's important to have both economic tools and incentives for their implementation at the local level. We have also touched upon the international level, how this land use and net zero are understood at the international level and how they are implemented at the local level. And it is important here to find an adequate level, how we can be on the way to net zero and adapt to it. So it's necessary to find the model that will be operable in Ukraine. It's important to ensure interaction of different stakeholders between the state, local self-governance authorities, public organizations, and businesses. And this interaction will be in favor of climate neutrality. And again, lots of things are done at the local level, at the level of communities, and the communities bear big share of responsibility. That's why we discuss the challenges faced by communities. This is inventory of land users, and this is the database the local authorities should have and the state in general in order to properly manage lands. We are also talking about monitoring of soils, control over the health of soils, and control over biodiversity preservation. And this issue should be included into strategic document, because if we do not have data, it means we do not have the possibility to make decisions. And we should be on the right way considering biodiversity in order to ensure our sustainable development with respect to land management. Also, the communities presented their successful cases. We had Krasnokutsk community in Kharkiv region, where they have very nice interaction between different stakeholders working for the sake of the community. They're actively involved in educational campaigns. They work a lot with young people in order to develop community even further. We also discussed peatland development on the basis of Lviv community. And one of the tasks was to ensure water supply to the territory, because we do not always have causal relationship important for the community. And we also considered the prospects of agrivoltaics or agrophotovoltaics that will be developing in Ukraine. It needs some legal regulation from the state. And it's also necessary to dispel certain concerns and myths about development of nature reserve funds territories. So we have to raise awareness at the local level in order to ensure sustainable management of land resources and in order to find opportunities where we have them.
And then the track 4 was about investment. So could you please summarize?
Thank you very much. We probably were not that organized, and I will try somehow to sum up our very complicated question. We started with a bigger picture. It was like a sort of an introductory lecture we had yesterday on net zero, and we had a big picture, a big overview, what economy thinks about the events in Ukraine, huge destructions from the war, and how we can find certain drivers also regarding the restoration of environment. There was a speaker from Great Britain who introduced a new term, regeneration. Regenerative restoration. So actually she was talking about regeneration, and she also included a social construct. So the topic was very interesting, and I think probably we should once again look at her presentation. Then we were talking about the local funding needs and how we can bring donors to those areas. And there is a platform available, and the private sector may look at the opportunities available. And we also were trying to see how we can avoid negative impact of the projects and how we can prove the positive impact of some projects. So we also were talking about EU practices in different sectors, in agri sector, renewable energy sector. Then from private sector, we went to public sector and we discussed a huge reform happening at the level of community. This is the reform of public investments. And it's very difficult to just retell what we discussed because this is something new for Ukraine. Regarding environment component, a methodology was adopted on methodological criteria, which are based on taxonomy, and the communities will have to study how they can use this tool in preparing their projects. And the final component was another level, and we discussed the buildings, energy efficiency, and my colleague is helping me regarding the results of their session. The discussion was that the current funding system, unfortunately, cannot provide for large-scale renovation. We have to develop funding strategy, we have to develop energy culture at the level of community, and the investments will work for trust and for climate goals. Thank you.
Round, if you can reflect a bit, where do you see the biggest opportunities for synergy between the tracks? Wanna go first?
I would say we have lots of intersections, lots of areas that overlap. For example, the topic of our track is impossible without a holistic approach, without a synergy where we address ecosystems. And for example, yesterday at our session number 3, we discussed examples how we work with the consequences of natural disaster after Kakhovka Dam was ruined, was destroyed. And so we also think about this. So the key statement will be that we have to remember this component as well. And for example, today's track on investment is also very important when we discuss reconstruction and opportunities for communities and how we can combine those things with the initiatives addressing the materials, certain experimental forms of land ownership. And I think this is something common for all of us. And I would also mention here the point of regulation and certification, because this is our common framework. And there are similar challenges here because there are lots of, for example, new ownership forms or new construction technologies. And as a result, this regulatory framework should be changed. And unfortunately, it cannot be done very quickly. It's difficult to add something, but I support this intersectoral interaction. So the climate things should be integrated into all the tracks. It should not be separate, and it should be integrated not only on paper, but in practice. It should be included into all the measures and all the steps, and it should be evaluated. Land issues. Our first speaker has already mentioned that we depend on land, we depend on food, we depend on renewable sources of energy, and we understand that the competition for land will be growing, and we have somehow to balance these issues. I'm talking about investments, I'm talking about buildings and circular economy. We have somehow to balance resource usage, and we have to understand that the resources can be depleted. So this cross-sectoral approach and engagement of different stakeholders is important. There are different target audiences at different panels, but it seems to me climate or net zero is something that unites all of us. And it is really important to interact with different sectors and at different levels to achieve net zero.
I agree for sure with involvement of different stakeholders and multi-level management. Yesterday, I was speaking about the creation of these possibilities to train these specialists, and so we had this session, and it can be one inter-track module, and so we need to learn this green skill and green skills. We need to learn how to learn them and to get them even in the universities. And also I wanted to say that the first track was about the helicopter view, about the national vision, and it's very important the level of communities, the community-based solutions, the decisions they are based on local conditions, and for me it was really interesting, and that was it was the most interesting in the first track. In 3 others it was also and it would be nice to find these solutions in all of them, and to make these best pilots, and to share them afterwards. And it's very difficult to add something, but I heard in the same sessions, I couldn't visit them all, so finances were almost everywhere. Unfortunately, we need them for the project and other things, and it's in common with us, and we should explain to the economists and the people who have doubts that keeping the nature and rebuild better, we need it, and not to pay 2 times or 3 times more. And also I agree that practically all the discussions were about the communities as a social component and local action.
Maybe a quick round about next steps, some concrete actions. So if you have any ideas what type of collaboration or maybe policy advice, research could follow what we have discussed here for these past 2 days.
So I will start. So I think that, as we spoke before, we have a lot of crossing points, and it's very important to work with climate. As this is our base, and it means also to work with communities and municipalities, because we understand that there are different levels from local to global, and we need to cooperate there. And in brief, I would say that the topic of education is very acute for everyone when we speak about someone about responsible consumption of water or technological of construction. We should explain on different level how to work with this, from designing to use, and also during the process we so the ideas about the advocacy, where we can move about land resources, which tools we can promote within the advocacy. We try to build a limit that will work and will not create difficulties for example, for new natural reserve territories or reduction of ways of use. So I think that this is element that will continue, and within the consortium, maybe we supported our ideas and found new ideas as well. The second part is the work with communities, raising of their awareness about the reserve territories, how they can keep them, how can they overcome their fears and to transform them into opportunities. I think that we will move there in future and to find the opportunity. And during our panel, we presented our guide that we developed, so we will share it. We will work with communities and increase our contacts, and we hope for fruitful cooperation. A short comment about the campaign about awareness, and we heard about during a lot of sessions, and that's what we can do during the nearest time, and especially about the climate change. People lack it, especially the awareness. I wanted to only say that I was happy to see all the friends and make new friends. I am very impressed by some innovative approaches, and will be happy to speak about this on and multiply.
Much. I think it has been very great last 2 days, and all these topics also resonate well with the UN Habitat and our mandate. And we also want to support communities and governments and these practitioners moving from the policy to implementation. And also we are particularly advocating the spatial aspect and spatial planning, bringing all these different sectors together. I'm assuming it's time to move on.
Yes, it's time to wrap up. I just want to.
So I will move to Ukrainian to finalize this event. I wanted to thank everyone who are with us, and maybe even who are not with us, the heads of the sections, the applauses. I wanted to thank the Ecodia team. Please applauses. I will enumerate one by one. On Habitat team and the public management of Katowice University, colleagues from Oxford University, and the team Sea Bank Watch Network, and our colleagues from GIZ with Project EU for Resilience. And I am really happy to be with you this evening and the previous 2 days. It was incredible experience, very intensive work, how you can get the achievements of this symposium. So before you leave, take your contacts from each other, and then the recordings of this event will be on the YouTube channel of Kharkiv School of Architecture. I'm from Kharkiv School of Architecture, and they will be there. You will be capable to see your colleagues. The photos we will send you in a week. The presentations will be ready on Monday. We will send you maybe 2 or 3 emails. Look into your mails, and maybe it can be all. Thank you a lot, and see you again next year. There will be a new topic, symposium about how to rebuild the place that you can call home, and the common photo. And maybe, Alexander, we can thank you, but we can we can need to thank Kharkiv school. It was a big work that you did to join us all, and thank you, your organization, and we hope for the continuation. And the photo.